have a chance to break the deep state.
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week. I also want to say a few words about the unprecedented assault on Rise Above we have seen in recent days. These are tense and difficult times. The efforts to censor, cancel, and blacklist Rise Above are wrong, and they are dangerous. We cannot tolerate it. If you do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement. You are attacking it. Let us choose to move forward united for the good of our families, our communities, and our country. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Yes, yes. You know what goddamn time it is. It's Friday night, and that can mean only one thing. It's Rise Above in the house. My name is Double LMC. The year is 2021. First things first, let me introduce and welcome my intrepid co-host, my left-hand man, Mr. Andy PG.
Hey, what's up? Friday night, Rise Above 2021, guys.
Let's get into the comment section straight away. Holy shit, the comment section is already popping off.
Jesus, 56 people watching already.
Let us know how we're sounding. Let us know how we're sounding, people. Right, we've got a big show tonight. It is the first proper show of 2021, and we are fresh off a ban. That's right, you know that Rise Above has been telling the truth far too much. We
just heard it from the president.
We've been telling the truth. Yeah, big up POTUS. Thank you for the kind words there. So we will have Mr. Magix and our other guest, our other long-term guest, Spoken Word Nerd, coming up very soon. Big up Inner Guardians. Big up Sensei. Check out the
check out all the regulars, yo.
The non-physical protection video, and I will be visiting Sensei in 2021. Make a sick video about that. Yeah, just go freestyle, mate. Why not? Just get the mic up, go freestyle. Right. Okay. So what was I doing?
Get loose here in the studio.
Right. Yeah. Let's get loose. Let's get loose. View. Right. So I've got the slideshow. I've got a slideshow
We've got
ready to go.
Banging show tonight,
wow.
guys.
Wow. It's going to be big. It's going to be big. It is the Rise Above Friday Night Live stream 11. Big up everybody in the chat room. Early days. Hang tight, all the Rise Above family.
We do. I think we need to do an RIP.
Oh no. That's in the show, mate.
That's in the show.
It's already scheduled. No.
Right.
We have had a fallen soldier, but don't worry, it's all scheduled. Right. So, guys, as in true Rise Above fashion, we are going to start off. What do we do here? We've got the slideshow ready to go. Right, we're going to start off with a tune. This one is Weapons of Mass Distraction by myself, Double LMC, and Oma Beats. You even got a video as well. Let's see if this slideshow is working properly. Big up, everyone. It's Friday night. It's Rise Above. Let's get down to business.
Reports of a plane crash in the World Trade Center in New York.
Outside Liverpool Street Station.
11 people have been confirmed dead in an attack on the controversial French satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo. 5 people are uncritical people have been
killed.
It's Friday night. How's it going, people?
There have been 2 explosions at Brussels Airport and the blast at the city centre metro station.
It's double, you've heard of me, the flow's poison, liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse this beat, I let it moisten before surgery. You in charge, repeat offender, for revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data, successful defeat or retreat or surrender. And I can't let go, killer artist Charlie Hebdo. That's a false flag, actors in tow, and a blame Islam for the media show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen, could it be blatant these global pagans? These traitors feed off people hated, so nothing's changed. You in charge, repeat offense. Fire in the court. My arse is back on the bench. Prosecution speaks my offensive views of a former defense. So hence, saw the week from the chat. The covert conflicts, rearranged maps. Government funded, hidden bloodbath is misinformation. Way off the ground. So seek out multiple sources. Be beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds of courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. And operate in a lawless state. The internet's like an open gateway. I gain knowledge that rockets race that I disseminate with flawless pace. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war with factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step 1 in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war with factions. That's a direct action. Breaking down on human attraction.
Not really free your mind, it's free yourself from mind. That's why society is structured to completely engross us in things to occupy our mind. Open your mind.
There's a war going on through our minds, from our attention, from our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that, or anything on a big screen that's flat. Distractions come in many formats. Time is one thing you never claw back. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. Playing GTA, well, you're flushing the focus away. I'm cruising through this breathing illusion. Why do I need your game to play? This is real, are you feeling me? It's all vice in the city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller when I bust a verbal soliloquy. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction. There's no need for a power up. I discharge my aura, climb a mountain, cross a border, attack an all in a mind explorer. I want a PSC, a teleporter, to a land with no structure and order. No distractions from warring factions, leaving people like lambs in the slaughter. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. See me, I write about issues. You wipe joint pads with tissues. Unconsciously moving along while your awareness is stuck in situ. For your mind is a major misuse. You're online, settling disputes. In a deathmatch, throwing a smoke grenade. I'm in a sound clash, smoking big suits. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction, fired by warring factions. That's the direct action, breaking down our human attraction.
Yes, yes, yes. It's Rise Above, guys. So big up everyone in the chat. We've got 65 people. Make sure we share it, guys. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Get all your friends, family involved. Big up to all the regulars. Andy Pandy, Chris the Freedom Fighter, Irish Londoner, Chrissy R, Mark 303, Buddy, Mark 303, Sasha, Tom Lad. Let's go, guys. So we're just learning. We had a couple of technical issues here in the studio at the start. We were scheduled for 7 o'clock. We had to roll it up to push it up to 7:20. So we're just setting some things up, finalising a couple of bits here in the studio. Lance is working tirelessly to get this issue sorted. But yeah, we'll be with you shortly, guys. Don't worry about that. So as you can see, we've got some new backgrounds and stuff like that in here. So let us know how we're sounding, guys. Let us know if the mics are crisp. We've got Magix on standby in the green room. I think he said he's eating his dinner in the chat. So big up to Magix. We're going to bring him in later. And our man Spoken Word Nerd. Have we got Word Nerd here with us in the chat? Big up Memory Bubble. Good evening to you. The regulars. So yeah, we got a few last things just to put together, guys. We should be with you in a couple of secs. Mic sound nice, 1, 2. Excellent. What we got here? Sean Carpenter. I'm a metalhead. Your music is a bit of an annoying noise to me, but your words are incredible. You're my guilty pleasure. Don't tell my metalhead buddies. Well, thanks, Sean Carpenter. If you're not into the tunes, but yeah, you got to appreciate the lyrics. It's all there. All there, guys. So yeah, we've got a few things planned tonight. We've got a massive slideshow with over 100 slides. We've got a couple of funky things that I found that we're going to finish off with tonight. I think Magic's going to do a couple of Magic's mind blowers at some stage later on, and of course, at the end of the show, we're going to open up the floor to you guys in the chat. Lance, all sorted?
The situation is dealt with. Let's get down to business.
Situation is dealt with. We are good to go here in the studio.
We're going to start doing a slideshow straight away tonight. Big up everyone tuned in. Whoa, 76 people already. What do you know about that? Okay.
Yeah,
so
they love it.
They love it. So it's 2021. Let's start as we mean to go on with a slideshow. No, we've already played that. Okay, so yeah, welcome to 2021, everybody. Or just welcome to 21, why not? So big up all the viewers from all over our glorious crater. UK, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and everywhere else. I've heard from my mate Adam. We've got quite a few viewers in Sydney, apparently.
Got some fans. It's fan base in Sydney.
Yeah, what do you know about that?
Big up to all the Aussies.
I've actually poured some of this champagne. It just looks cool to drink champagne.
Lance is here drinking a pint glass for champagne.
Why not?
What is this shit you got here? What is
it? It's just left over from Christmas.
Louis Delaunay.
Yeah, guys, did you not miss us last week? Did you miss us? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
So yeah, we had some Facebook stream, didn't we?
Yeah, we did a little Facebook stream, basically, sort of just to apologise to everyone, to let everyone know what was going on. We were on a strike for telling the truth.
We had people comment saying they're actually going to bed because we
Yeah,
weren't on.
yeah, we did. We had a fair few comments that, oh, Friday night is now ruined.
Actually,
Early
tapped out
night,
and went to bed.
early night for us.
Said they're
It's
not
like-
having it.
Yeah, so we just did a little one on Facebook for an hour and a half.
Not very controversial though.
Not very
Wasn't
controversial at all.
No.
To be honest, right, I know we're not on the new channel tonight. The reason is that I'm a butthead, and I actually applied for live streaming on the new channel today, and you've got to wait for 24 hours. I should have done it yesterday. So next week we will be on this new channel, Rise Above Live, because we've got to protect this channel, right? Because this is my music channel. It's got my travel vlogs on it, and it's got a lot of stuff that isn't controversial, isn't about COVID and all that. So,
But it'll all go.
well, yeah, if I get 2 more strikes,
It'll all go.
it will all go. It will all go. Right. So, yeah, we've still got some t-shirts left. Let's do this little banner there. If you want t-shirts, you can message me on Instagram or on what's the new one? Telegram as well. Rise Above t-shirts, black and white. Sydney crew, get to me first because I know you want t-shirts repping in Australia. Hey, so Rise Above.
Rise Above's internationally on all corners of the globe now.
Yeah, all corners of the globe. Now, it's quite hot in the studio tonight. It's quite stuffy. We're not going to be doing a full COVID show with hats and everything. But at the end of the day...
Plus, we can't be fucked, man. That's a pain in the ass putting that shit on.
Yeah, it messes up our hair. It's difficult with with the earphones and everything. So obviously, we're going to be bringing you the latest stories of what's been going down in the Soviet Union. Do not get me wrong. But we're just going to miss the hats this week. So, well, we just changed the lights. Let's get down to some COVID business. Big up Magix on the remix. Yes, yes. It's the Soviet Union, everybody. Is that finished? Is that one? How about getting off the screen, you stupid dumb shit? What's going on? Hello? Oh, that's it. I see.
There we go.
Sorry, I forgot. I thought we were playing a bloody thing. Right. Do you know what? I'm just
slideshow, lad.
Yeah.
Slideshow.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Welcome to the weekly Soviet slideshow. Welcome to the Soviet Union. I was just trying to. I change the format every week, as you lot can already realise. Yeah, I'm trying to upgrade this shit every single week. Every week there's something new. This week I've incorporated more stuff into the slideshow, so maybe I don't know what's going on. So yeah, welcome to the Soviet Union, people. You know what the score is. It's not the UK. It's not the US anymore. It's not even Europe. It's not the EU. We are living in the Soviet Union. Ignorance is strength. Isolation is freedom. You get the idea. So
You don't live, you exist.
yeah, big up Virus Man. We'll be talking about him a little bit later. So yeah, this is the Soviet Union. Just in case you didn't know, here's an artist's impression of the Soviet Union. You know the score. A lie told often enough becomes the truth. So the Greta reset, New Schwabia. Down to business. We are talking about censorship this week. The reason we're talking about it is because we've been a victim of it. We have been a direct victim of censorship. So, like it says here, like our number one voiceover artist is saying, how can you tell the truth is being told? Facebook blocks it, Twitter bans it, Google hides it, YouTube deletes it. I've experienced almost every single one of those things.
Yep, we've had Facebook take us both off. We've had YouTube.
I've been shadow banned on Twitter. Well, now you can't find Lance Murdoch Combat Sports MC on Google anymore because they deleted me. They essentially deleted my whole presence.
Right.
So yeah, cheers, Google.
You're out.
You're out. Strike 2 more strikes. You're out. So yeah, how true is this? Big up Jason Renix. Hang tight, Nick. Hang tight, belly breaks.
86
Sasha,
people watching,
86,
guys.
whoop, whoop. And we're already like 5 or 6 minutes in. It's the first stream of 2021. It's Rise Above. So, yeah, everyone knows that this massive purge is happening. The purge is literally happening.
So Sarah English is your quick comment here. She wants a Rise Above face mask.
The only face mask which I'll make a Rise Above is like a Zorro mask.
That's it.
It
cover
will
your
have
eyes.
nothing. Yeah, it has nothing over the
You'll
nose.
be able to breathe.
Nothing
fine.
over the mouth. But it will give you 20/20 vision, so you can always be living in 2021, where everyone, even if they were half asleep before, they start to realise what was going on. God, we got some wicked stories tonight. So we're talking about censorship, and yes, the ultimate NPC meme makes its recovery. It's back. Clown World is back. The NPC meme is back officially. Because let's face it, what's happening in the world today? It's not like, oh yeah, okay, there, the Great Awakening. Well, yeah, that might have been a nice idea, but right now it seems like we are racing 100 miles an hour towards NPC Clown World.
100%. The Great Awakening was so 2020.
The Great Awakening was 2020. 2021's like the Great Honkening.
That's it.
The Great Honkening.
Joe Biden's honkening. That's exactly what it is.
Let me pour some more champagne into my chalice, brethren. Right, yeah. So, Blue Head, Orange Man Bad. Sponsored by Twitter, the Soviet Union. There is no censorship. Just do exactly as I want, and you'll have no problems whatsoever.
Just do it. Head down. Don't question.
Yeah, no questions. Questions are illegal. Thinking is illegal. Thinking is illegal, lazy, dangerous. Akai martial arts. Fuckface mask. Yes. Big up all the martial artists. Big up all the combat sports crew. I'm missing all you guys. I miss all the testosterone-filled men in the combat sports industry that are actually ready to say no to the Soviet Union, because there's a lot more people in the combat sports industry which are sticking up for themselves and saying no to the Soviet Union. I wish there were people in other industries doing the same. So what else is going down? Let's see. Let me just see here. Oh, yeah, a special message on censorship. I actually plan to play the Donald Trump thing here. So we'll play, fuck it, let's play it again. This is epic. I'm quite proud of this. I made this one.
The deep state.
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week.
Just in case you missed it.
I also want to say a few words about the unprecedented assault on Rise Above we have seen in recent days. These are tense and difficult times. The efforts to censor, cancel, and blacklist Rise Above are wrong, and they are dangerous. We cannot tolerate it. If you do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement. You are attacking it. Let us choose to move forward united for the good of our families, our communities, and our country. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Yeah, big up Akai Martial Arts.
Big up POTUS.
Big up the person who sent me this, Mr. Lee Hasdell of Inner Guardians. He sent me the clip. What was it? Yesterday morning? Yesterday morning, I woke up. He's like, check this out. He says, Rise Above, you can do something with this. It's about 3 minutes long. And I was like, you know I can do something with that. I sat down for breakfast, and that's what I made for breakfast. For real. Okay, so yeah, POTUS backs our message. You know, like POTUS says, yeah, we've become under direct attack. I can't even, because not only are we still on YouTube, we're actually still on the station, which I cannot get any strikes on, yeah? And let's just get our Soviet Union symbol up. Come on, bruv. We can't rep for the Union.
The logo
we are live
there.
inside the Soviet.
Our symbol.
Look at the Rise Above like imagery. We've got like the rising sun in the background. We've got the red studio in the background. We're live inside the Soviet Union, people. Right, okay, so I'm really enjoying the stream tonight so far. How's everyone doing? 92 people. I tell you what, guys, let's just take a moment. Please share the stream. Share the stream on all your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Telegram. And look at the bottom here on Telegram, we've got a new station. It's like see our chat station here in Rise Above in the comment section. You want that 24/7, 24 hours a day? Get on Telegram, Rise Above Official. All right, where are we going? Hey, so back to our slideshow as we go along with our agenda of the week. So we're talking about censorship. We're talking about big tech.
Silicon Valley motherfuckers.
Silicon Valley motherfuckers. Zuckerberg, Sugar Mountain, all of them. So who have we got here? This one picture is enough to give you the whole picture of what's happening with big tech censorship.
Look at all these. They're all there. Look.
So we've got Cisco, Netflix, Stanford University, Twitter, Yahoo, Apple, Facebook, Wesley Group, Kleiner Perkins, whoever they are. Yeah, it does look like a proper communist Soviet party.
You got Barry
dinner.
Hussein there.
Ah, big up First Mate Pete, watching all the way from India. He's our India correspondent. First Mate Pete is my good friend. He used to do some driving for me as well. And he's moved over to India, and he's been sending me pictures of test centers and stuff over there where they charge you. First Mate Pete, tell him how much they charge you a day. And he sat there and he saw how many tests. They worked out how much money the test centers were making. It's like 50 euros.
Per test, per
yeah,
pop.
and you had to
Fucking
have it, and you had to pay for it yourself.
So they don't have small families either over that way.
Oh no, this was for foreigners.
Oh, okay.
This is for people coming through. Okay, so yeah, we're talking about this week's latest news from the Soviet Union, and here's a picture of a table filled with traitors. Well, these guys are above collaborators. These are architects. These are architects of the union. These are
half and half.
Half and half.
You've got a few gophers there as well.
Yeah, a couple of gophers. Okay, so the latest news this week from the Soviet Union. We've got a few videos. I've been
some of these are fucking horrendous.
Telegram is fantastic. I'm telling you, all of you right now, we need to get away from these stupid Soviet Union funded social networks and platforms. Get onto Telegram. Oh, someone was already posted to me about this the other day that the guy that started Telegram is part of the World Economic Forum.
No
he's a great,
shit.
Yeah, he's a great resetter. But he's not censoring it. You can say stuff on Telegram. All of these I've harvested from a group called COVID Red Pills on Telegram. Yeah, so we'll go through them. This is
need a mask.
I was going to say something. This guy seems like a bit of a douche, yeah? But this was from earlier last year. So this dude from earlier last year was already on point. This is in Canada.
The mask is about compliance because they know Canadians like to do what they're told. So they tell you have to wear a mask. Next, they're going to tell you have to contact trace. Then they're going to tell you have to take the vaccine. And because Canadians like to do what they're told, they're hoping that everyone just complies. And then guess what, kids? Once you take your vaccine, like a dumb person that doesn't know any better, they're going to tell you, sorry, the vaccine isn't as effective as we thought it was going to be. So now you still got to wear your mask, still got to get contact traced, still have all the restrictions and social distancing, and still take your vaccine. And then what did you get out of all of this? You got a whole year where you weren't allowed to travel, your business was closed, they took your rights and freedoms, they forced a vaccine on you, and what happened? The same amount of people died, everything is the exact same, and now they're going to put you back on lockdown and bring it all the way till July of next year so they can do the same thing again. Bring you from July, August, and September, getting you off lockdown, but just to bring you back on lockdown again. If you idiots haven't figured it out yet, it's a perpetual cycle that you never get out of. And it's a way to take your rights, your freedoms, close your business, take your wealth. Why? So you become dependent on government. Why? If you're independent, the government works for you like it's supposed to. If you depend on the government to give you a paycheck to feed your family every month because they closed your business on you, now the government doesn't work for you. The government rules you. So instead of a middle class, we have the government, upper class, and the lower class dependents that rely on the government to survive. In other words, we have a slave class. And that's what they're trying to do. It's that simple. All right. Thanks a lot, Chris.
Wow.
Okay, so I just want to say this is the Soviet Union. I do not approve that guy's message. He is a dangerous defector and he's not telling the truth.
That's the least of our worries.
But I would just like, but I don't want to get him a strike on this channel.
Absolutely.
Because he said something about that thing that we're not allowed to talk about.
The V word.
The GC, the glorious cure.
Yeah, the V word.
Yeah, but don't even say that.
Really?
It's just too touchy, mate. I just can't risk it. So that guy on the face of it, and I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but you don't think, a guy that's looks like he's very chiseled, all he cares about is the way he looks. You don't think he's gonna be switched on. That dude is switched on. Every single thing he said was utterly untrue.
Absolutely.
Not.
He's a defector.
Yeah. So obviously this is the Soviet Union. He was 100% untruthful. We got a new viewer here. Where's it gone?
Where's it gone?
Where's it gone? But I don't know if it's a male or a female. One sec. SD, big up our new viewer, brand new viewer. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the Rise Above family. Join us on Telegram. Okay, so we'll go back to this Soviet news slideshow. Next up, this one here is from Bolivia. It looks like the Bolivians are...
They're not having it, Lance.
They are rebelling. They're revolting against the Soviet Union. Check this out.
Libertad, 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 libertad.
Well,
They are saying fuck no.
I believe that's roughly translates as "fuck off, you Soviet bastards."
There you go.
So that's So we've got some blatant dissidents here. Here's what the Soviet Union said in return.
Look at what the officer is doing to this man. Look at what he's doing.
Wow.
Look at what he's doing.
Look at the rail. He's already bent up his rail
Look
already.
at what he's doing.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting!
Look at what these cops are doing.
Fucking paper!
They punched this man. This officer, Herb Shesh, was kneeing him in the head. They're breaking his balcony.
Okay.
This is an old, frail man that they're doing this to.
Stop resisting!
Look at what they're doing to him.
Stop resisting! Oh, fuck! Put your hand behind your back! Oh,
Look at what they're doing to him.
fuck! Put your hand...
This
Wow.
No,
That is intense.
that is intense. Now I've got to be honest. I've only know the comments that have been with this post that say the man was breaking COVID regulations. Yes, that is
Jesus.
Canada. Yeah, I can't remember where I saw that. I think it was from Jim Hunt, one of our Canadian buddies. Big up, Jim, if you're watching. So yeah, that was harvested from COVID red pills on Telegram. If you're on Telegram, follow them. Telegram's good. You know what? You can have channels on Telegram. We have our own channel, so you can subscribe to it. And then we've got a separate Rise Above chat room.
Have a comment section all the time.
Yeah, so it's like our cool little comment section here where everyone's a little family,
Just
like
multiple rabbit holes.
rabbit hole salt course. Ah,
So if you
Big
got
up,
nothing to do, guys, and you don't fancy
Goldenbeck.
going to sleep, you just plow through it.
yeah,
you know,
okay. So what else have we got from the
dig in.
Soviet Union this week?
Look at what the officer.
Oh Jesus! Right, okay. So here's a little thing on the affected. Here's what is it? These guys are about to try and impeach Trump for the second time. The dude doesn't even know how to use a mask. What?
Share the screen, lads.
Oh shit! Check this out. I'll just get a little rewind. How could you be this dumb on live TV?
Sound.
No, there's no sound. It's just a sneeze.
Ah.
Right, and I'm going to go to the next one. Here's another one that shows how great masks are. Yeah, watch this.
Well, there you have it, guys.
That's all the proof you need to the effectiveness of masks.
Directly to the face.
That is literally a faceful. Yeah, so if you wanted any actual final physical visual proof of the effectiveness of the COVID mask, there you
Just
have
go
it.
outside when it's cold.
Yeah.
Just blow through it.
Just
Just
blow
breathe,
through it.
bro. Blow through it. You'll see.
You'll see. Okay, so right,
Or have a big toke on a blunt, put your mask on, and then exhale.
yeah, that will show you how good they
Yeah.
are.
There you go.
Have we got any Polish speakers watching? Anyone? This was sent to me by our Polish correspondent. I won't name him. Maybe he doesn't want to name. Good old school friend. Recently got back in touch after all this crap has happened, and we sent each other a few messages. He's Polish, been living here for a few years, and this is what he's got from the homeland. Apparently, most of the south of Poland is covered by mountains, and the mountain people, as they are in most countries, are like the double hard bastards.
That's
like,
correct.
You know, like the Scottish version of English people. They're the Scottish people of Poland. Obviously, they don't take any shit, not like Southern people who will take anything, like us down here, just roll over and take anything. The Southern Polish people that live in the mountains essentially have said, this is bullshit. We will be having no more of this lockdown. They've started, the hoteliers have started filing lawsuits against the government because they're screwed. And they've basically said, I don't know, I haven't translated it, or I've just listened to what he said to me. And he said basically something with 10 or 14 days, Poland, south of Poland is just going to say, screw you, screw the Soviet Union, we're going to open up again. And I said, what's the difference between Polish people and English people? He goes, do you know what? These people grew up in communism. They grew up in the Soviet Union.
Right.
The dude was born in 1981. His name is, I'll say that. And he said to me, in 1981, I grew up on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain. People in Germany.
So he fucking knows.
He knows
He
about
knows.
not having freedom. He knows about communism, right? So these people, the Eastern Bloc, some Central European people, some people from the Balkans, yeah, some people from Ukraine, all of these type of places that were used to be either a part of the Soviet Union or bordering the Soviet Union, so it was oppressed by them. They know what communism's about.
And they're not having it.
No,
Right.
because that's the thing. They know that things can go super bad, and they know that you should never take your freedom and your liberty for granted,
But no, absolutely
right?
not.
Because unfortunately, everyone in the UK that was born after the Second World War, because this is what he said, the Second World War didn't finish in 1954 in that part of the world.
No, it just moved.
It just carried on. Communism carried on.
Yeah, sure.
So he said he loves English people, but this is what he said to me. He said, English people have been lured. Well, we came to this agreement together. We've been lured into a false sense of security because most people have always grown up in peace times. So they just take freedom, liberty, and not living under literally a totalitarian dictatorship. They take that for granted.
Like us.
And everyone
Yeah,
does.
Absolutely.
There are very few people. I mean, I've got to be honest. Until 3 or 4 years ago, I knew nothing about the horrors of communism. Obviously, I'd learned about Nazis are bad. Obviously, I'd never learned about all the concentration camps that the Allies had.
No.
I never learned about the Japanese concentration camps or the Vietnamese. I never learned about Cambodia. I never learned about the Soviet Union.
Lao.
Mate, you can't even learn about Lao now.
No, I know. No,
Mate, I've been to Lao a lot of times and I tried to learn. I was like, who was there? Pol Pot. Who was there? Stalin. Where was there? Killing Field. Can't find out about it.
No,
They just
no.
literally erased their history.
100%.
Anyway, we're
Erase the timeline, change the
we're
timeline.
rabbit holing already. We're rise above it already. That's what we do here. Multiple.
Big 104 people
Yeah,
watching there,
we've
guys.
got over 104 people. Over
Keep sharing,
100.
guys.
Yeah,
Share
keep
it to-
sharing, keep
share it to
sharing.
your
Big
granny.
up everyone. Big up everyone. Graham B, Alicia, Sigma 44. Big up Sigma 44. Bold and Broke. Polski and Proud. Big up Bold and Broke. So you must be able to translate this. You know about these mountain people. They are not complying with the Soviet Union. Now, obviously, you know that I've got problems with the Soviet Union. I can never incite other people to break Soviet regulations.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. That would be naughty, and that would be breaking my Soviet
We'd never do
regulations.
such a thing here on Rise Above.
I would never do that. I just speak the truth because my mum told me never to lie. Okay,
I'd
so
like to take this opportunity to say hello to any law enforcement. that are
hello
tuned
to
in
the
tonight.
77th Brigade. Hello to any police officers that are a fan of my show.
Hello to the Hidden Hand.
Hello to the Hidden Hands. Hello to the Black Sun Empire.
Wow, we're going in.
Okay, right. So, can you press the down key, please? While I just
Absolutely.
slurp some more of this cheap
Just
supermarket
click over
champagne.
to the.
So
to
many
the right.
buttons. We need
There
a
we go.
we need a studio technician. Who's
So
gonna-
here we go. What we got
Oh
here?
yeah, right.
Madonna.
So we're locked down. Well, we're locked down like stupid, ignorant, obedient peasants. Guess what? The queen of occult pop music is doing. She's flying to 4 different countries in 3 weeks, despite coronavirus. travel
I know
restrictions.
why. I know why.
Why?
Because they haven't got any adrenochrome.
Well,
It's just popping
do you
over
reckon
to
she's?
Kenya.
Do you reckon
Just
she's doing
popping
big
over
shows?
to Kenya to
Do you
go
reckon
and
she's
grab
going
a few.
to Kenya, Malawi, and Egypt to do a big show?
No, she's just going to grab a few.
Isn't there
grab a
lots of
few
like?
kiddies.
Isn't there lots of like child slaves and orphan children in every one of those areas?
Absolutely.
These are not big built-up areas in the Soviet Union. She's flying outside of the Soviet Union to get fresh supplies.
Interesting. On that strange world map.
Well, she is getting the fresh supplies. What are the peasants eating? What are you eating, peasants? This is what we're going to be eating. soon.
Yellow mealworm. Safe for humans to eat, says EU Food Safety Agency. Well, there you have it, guys.
It's
You can
definitely
replace your
safe.
Cocoa Pops and your Shreddies and your Frosties for a bowl of mealworms with water. Okay, from a puddle.
Yeah, from a dirty Soviet puddle. Once again, get us on Telegram chat room. We already got 100 subscribers, and the chat room is popping off. Right, so yeah, we because of this crazy censorship, I am not able to talk about anything to do with the Glorious Cure or anything to do with treating this people's pandemic. But we can take the piss out of the Soviet Union. 15 out of 10 people tested positive today for COVID virus.
And 22 of them died from it.
That's proper good COVID efficiency, isn't it?
Yep. The
Oh
numbers
yeah,
add
that-
up,
I can't
guys.
really show that because that's to do with actual stuff, and I might get enough
That medical misinformation.
No, well, just how can you get done for medical information? No, I'll tell you what. This is not medical misinformation. This comes directly from public health. So now, did you know this? Now, because we weren't quite accurate enough with recording the deaths
Right,
of people
right,
in the
right.
people's pandemic
Of
and the
course.
deadly COVID disease, which is very sad, and I'll never give medical advice about it. I'm just reading this. This is from the government. Now, instead of 28 days, we can actually count deaths within 60 days of a positive COVID test.
Okay. Okay.
Or as I had revealed in some of my work, you don't even need a positive.
So
COVID
they've
test.
doubled. They've doubled it.
Yeah, time to double. Anyway, can't talk about that. Right. So meanwhile, at Lidl, the cat queuing. I don't know what's funnier: the cat queuing up 2 meters from the door, or the woman standing 2 meters behind the cat. Very obedient.
Equally as funny.
Step back 2 meters. While
Yeah.
that camera
Step
scans
back.
your facial features. Warning: facial breaches. Check out the Coviet speeches. Right. So yeah, let's see what's going on the streets of the Coviet Union. Here's another obedient citizen while he is
Wow.
looking at his steak tartare.
Look at that.
It looks like an air filter.
It looks like part of a roulette wheel.
It looks like many things. It looks like the aerial, like the plastic aerial.
Yeah,
thing
it
that
does.
You put your washing detergents in. 2 plastic tubes going into like a K&N air filter for like a
That's a very
2002
kind of
Vauxhall Vectra.
Bane looking mask, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, Bane would have loved it in the Coviet Union.
Oh, he would. Yeah, he was the trendsetter.
Memory bubble. I'm just going to point out memory bubble in the comment section. I cannot be talking about things like that.
We can't say that word.
No, not that one. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we can't talk about things like
Can't
that.
say that
You
word.
guys can talk about it as long as I won't put it on the screen. Oh, right. We've got all the fucking family here today. We've got Robert Fane. We've got Sasha English. We've
Bradley
got
Golden's in the
Bradley
house
Golden.
as
Big
well.
up the Texas crew. Big up the United States of the Soviet Union. You guys must be on your the edge of what's the word? Literally sat on the edge of your seats by the skin of your teeth going, what is going on?
Are you on the edge of the fucking Grand Canyon?
Yeah, mate, on the edge of the Grand Canyon, on the edge of the Grand Crater. Yeah. So anyway, we're going to be talking about what happened in the US in the
Yeah,
last
we are.
week.
Yeah,
We've got so much to talk about. Spoken word nerd, I have sent you the new invite. Where are you? You reprobate.
Should we bring Magix in? Magix
is still. Well, I'm sure he'll. Hello, Magix. Hello. He's muted himself. Right. So here's a little story from the Soviet Union, my neck of the woods, my ends of the Soviet Union. After their beach bench arrest at the weekend, Dorset police deal with another transgression of coronavirus rules. So I don't know if you've seen this. This story's gone all over the world. Let me get to the next slide. People getting arrested near Bournemouth Beach. Exclusive. Revealed woman 50 arrested for sitting on bench is COVID conspiracy theorist who believes virus is no worse than getting the sniffles. As police say, they stage managed an anti-lock. Their arrest was stage managed. This is total bullshit, right? I'll say this right now. Out of the 3 people that got, it's somewhere between 3 and 5. I've seen on camera 3 of them got arrested.
Yeah,
I know all of those people, and I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. And I hope they don't mind me telling the truth, because I don't know exactly what happened, but I know what they were there to do. They did attempt to go to the town hall, to go to a protest, as they had told the police. The people that arranged the protest, they send the police their risk assessment every week. And the police would say, no, you're not allowed to protest this week. And they said, are you going to arrest us? He said, no, but we'll just move you on. So they tried to go to the Bournemouth Town Hall. This is where I've spoken a number of times. Anyone that's seen my speeches, this is where it is, Bournemouth Town Hall. I prepared a speech for them to do this day, yeah? Because I'm not allowed to go there because of my COVID restrictions. It was like a Happy New Year message. And it was like, right, it's 2021. Everyone that's got their eye on the ball, time to step up. Mate, I'm still on the champagne. I've got a whole bottle to get through. So, okay. So anyway, they were going to play my speech at the town hall. It was crawling with police. And so they turned around, they walked through Bournemouth Gardens, and they all split up and they went down the beach. Some of them went for a walk on the beach. Some of them sat down on a bench. And there were dozens of police there.
So were they at this point followed then? Once they split up, were they followed and targeted?
I've made a video about it. Oh no, that's a screenshot. Should we have a look at the video? Because I've made a whole thing about it.
Hell yeah, get it on. I mean, it's
why not?
Your
Let's
content.
Let's do it.
Can't get a copyright strike for that.
No, it's my content. Absolutely, Gar. Right, let's get BitChute. So I can do a little.
YouTube.
BitChute is the way forward. BitChute is the way forward, guys. Can we stop that vibrating? The Uzi 9mm does not stop. Right, so yeah, this Bournemouth arrest. I was sent the footage of it immediately, directly from the people's phones that were involved.
I'm surprised it wasn't streamed.
All right, here it is. Things are getting really bad. All right, full screen. Now, BitChute is a little bit slow. It's an independent platform, so you got to bear with them. It's not like YouTube. However, you can say absolutely anything on BitChute.
Completely uncensored.
Oh yeah, completely uncensored. Do you
Maybe a
know
little
the-
bit too much.
Well,
Maybe a little
if
bit too
you are of a
much.
sensitive nature, when you're perusing BitChute, might be an idea to exercise a little bit of caution if you are triggered about people talking about the
Whoa.
burnt offering, aka the Holocaust.
Multiple
If you've got
subjects.
if you get
really.
triggered by people being racist, then don't go on there because there are some racist people on there.
It's all there, guys.
Everything is there.
It's all there.
But you know what? It's not going to let me play it anyway. I'll tell you what, guys. We've got so much to get through anyway. Go back. Go away, you loser. That's the video.
Whoa.
No, that's sorry. I almost yeah. You can chat shit. You did an accidental screen grab before we'd gone live.
Yeah, what was that
earlier.
about?
Come on,
No,
that
we
was
were
your
going live
fault. That was
earlier.
your fault. I wanted to build up the audience first. Right. So check this video out on BitChute. I covered the whole thing when the people got arrested. And big up Urban Media. Urban Media on YouTube has got an even more extensive video if you want to see the real truth about what happened, because these guys, I wouldn't show the picture of her because like she didn't want a picture plastered all over the thing. Apparently, one of her friends sold her out and sold her story to the paper.
No shit.
Yeah. Imagine if
Nice.
Imagine
In
if
fact,
someone. Imagine if I was in the paper and so, like have all the people coming out of the woodwork to tell a fucking story about me. Holy shit!
Wow.
Wow.
Defectors. Defectors.
You are an enemy of the Soviet Union. Big up everyone still tuned in. Robert Fane, Sasha English, Memory Bubble.
You're all enemies of the state.
You're all enemies of the state. So yeah,
You all ought to be ashamed.
Right,
Everyone viewing this ought to be ashamed.
guys, the BitChute is fully up. All of my naughty videos, which are banned by the Soviet Union on you know who tube, right? They are all on BitChute. COVID Marshals 1 and 2, which were both banned. That's on there.
Hashtag weasels.
The and the other ones which I can't even say because it's medical information. Apparently, that's on there as well. Okay, so we're actually getting to the stuff about the US, but we haven't got magics. I tell you what, we'll skip forward because we shouldn't really talk. Oh, man, this champagne, mate.
Yeah, it's too fizzy, man.
Right, we'll get past that because we don't want to talk about the US before we've got the rest of the team on board, and we've got a lot of different things. Right, rise above. Yeah, okay. Right, so let's just change that banner, change that color there. Oh yeah, what do you reckon of the new rise above designs? How we're busting out? What are you saying?
Yeah, it's sick, mate.
Decent, isn't it? Whoever made this artwork and left it on Google for me to steal, thanks very much.
Yeah, nice.
Hey, if I knew who you were, I would give you credit, but I don't.
It's like a new Schwabian utopia.
Yeah, it is a new Schwabian utopia.
Just
113 people
broken.
tuned in. This is Friday night's Rise Above. I'm Double NMC. That's Andy PG. We talk about loads of really crazy shit each and every week. So let's get back to where we are. Can you just do do some blue lights for me?
Absolutely.
Because I can't have red lights in the background and have this. So on each one, just go over there. You might have to. Oh, look at that! You can even do it over his shoulder. Right, so we'll do a screen grab. So yeah, what's been going on? We are literally in the gulag. Google, yeah, other news not approved by the Soviet Union. This one, proper blew it up. Come on, mate. So the gulag, the digital gulag is open. The door to the gate is open. We are being welcomed into the digital gulag. Some people are already willingly entering. They're downloading apps like Track and Trace. They are signing up for digital immunity passports. It's got to be partially consensual. In fact, it's going to be mostly consensual. What I'm talking about, we talk about this all the time. So about free will, it is going to be consensual. You have to want to go into the digital gulag, comrades. 9 new comments. In the gulag. So what we got here, gulag, Twitler. Chop the dog. Oh, I just remembered last the New Year's stream, Larry Gallus won a t-shirt, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Shit, Larry, I'm going to send you that t-shirt. I will send it to the US. He was like, no, just send me the logo.
We
I'll
need a
print my
whiteboard
t-shirt.
here in the studio.
Yeah, we do.
We need a
we need a
whiteboard.
full-time assistant. We
Yeah.
need to have a desk. We need a lot of shit. Okay, so we've got a nice little purple backdrop there. Right, so yeah, we are in the digital gulag. I don't know where I farmed this one from, but it's nice. It's nice. Very nice. This I thought was super good. This is a proper defector post here. Calling Trump a fascist as you cheer for censorship It's a lack of awareness that I can barely wrap my head around. That is
Absolutely.
that is proper true,
Yeah.
isn't it?
We can agree with
Okay.
Comrade Misty here.
Yeah, an absolute defector, proper enemy of the state. That one.
No, we're blue now. We're blue.
Yeah, I know, but we're enemies of the state as well. I
Oh,
hate the Soviet
absolutely,
Union.
absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
dumb.
absolutely.
Them are dumb, boy. Right, so Bold and Broke. Oh yeah, that's another station or another platform. Rumble, heard of that?
Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble.
Rumble in the jungle. No,
Rumble
never
is a
heard of
video
it.
platform. It's like YouTube. There's so many, mate. Like I keep saying,
This is the issue that there's so
this is
many.
the issue. This is
If
the issue.
everyone just moved to one, but the issue is then it's going to get corrupted. So it might
Right.
not actually be a bad thing that there is 2 or 3 mainstream ones.
Yeah, I mean,
Because then there is a couple to
so
choose
far
from.
I've got a MeWe, a Gab, and a Parler account. I've never really
Parler's
been
been taken down.
Parler's been taken down,
Yeah.
so that's gone. I've got a Gab account. MeWe, I've got my app on the phone.
Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
Yeah, I've obviously got those, but I'm trying to move away from those.
Yeah, of course,
Big
absolutely.
up Larry Gallus,
Um,
top #1 fan there.
But it's only a matter of time before the owners of these platforms that become big get approached, and then most of the people on this world are fucking Satanists anyway, so they'll just take the cash and run,
Of course.
and then we'll be censored.
Just change that picture. We don't need that thing in the background. So this guy here, who knows about Zuby? You know about Zuby? Are you down with Zuby?
Of course.
Zuby is a badass. Funny enough, I know he's not originally from Bournemouth, but he's a Bournemouth rapper just like me.
Yeah.
You know about this?
He's a Bournemouth MC. Well, performed a lot in Bournemouth.
Yeah. Well, he's from Bournemouth.
I didn't know he's from
I know his
Bournemouth.
family is from Saudi Arabia and obviously Africa.
Right, no, I didn't know he's from Bournemouth.
No, he went to Bournemouth University. He was known as a Bournemouth rapper. Back shortly after 9/11, when there was a big security scare. Do you know when that John Menendez guy got shot by the head by the police at
That's
the tube
right,
station?
that's
Right.
right.
Shortly after that, Zuby was on the news for being held at gunpoint in Bournemouth train station,
Right.
face down on the floor, just like John Menendez. Luckily, he didn't get shot. I've introduced this guy a few times on stage when he was doing his music. It was very old, sort of family-friendly rap, very wholesome.
Like Will Smith.
Yeah, like Will
Yeah,
Smith,
like
actually.
Will
Yeah,
Smith.
yeah, that's right. And he had a fitness station. And then he started, I don't know, he's a nice guy. I never really sort of like, with his music never really caught my eye. It was fine. But then he got this podcast, mate. And he started interviewing people and having a sit podcast and obviously coming out with views like this. He was dissing Black Lives Matter. He was instantly labeled as a right winger,
Of course.
a
of
white
course.
supremacist.
And so it goes.
A white
And
supremacist.
so it goes.
This guy is literally a black-skinned African man, half African and half
Sure.
grown up in Saudi Arabia. right?
Racist motherfucker.
Absolute right-wing white supremacist
Yep,
racist.
white
So
supremacist.
basically, on Twitter, he just started telling the truth. He got this podcast. Before I know it, he's on Joe Rogan, mate.
No
He
shit.
was on Joe Rogan. You
He
not seen
went
him on Joe
No,
Rogan?
no, I haven't, no.
Right, and every time he makes a post, I feel like sharing it. This guy has got his finger. This is what I put on Facebook. This guy has got his finger so consistently on the pulse every time, and he says it just enough to trigger all the right people, but he's never offensive, and it's always 100% true. So I'll read this out. COVID 1984 has become a pseudo-religion to a significant percentage of the population. It's provided purpose, meaning, and a moral direction to many who have previously lacked it. Ooh. They worship science, they worship the experts, and they're quick to attack blasphemers who play down their deity or question their dogma.
It's true.
That's true.
So
That is objectively true.
On that, I got a little story. Okay, one of my friends who I used to go to school with, I don't see them or anything like that. I saw one of their social media posts. They said they were in their local shop. They didn't have their mask on. The owners of the shop, no, they go in there every day, all friendly. And these two elderly gentlemen were in there. It's like elder gentlemen, like middle-aged to older gentlemen, not elderly but older. And they started literally shouting abuse and fucking going for her. And the shop owner had to stand in between them and this person because they didn't have a mask on.
Really?
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
This was this week, like a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Things have ramped up hard.
Yeah, massively.
Like, in the last 2 days, I've been challenged both times.
I was challenged today for not wearing a mask.
Mate,
at the supermarket.
I
just said no and walked in.
On the first time I said no, walked in, they didn't do anything. The second time I said no, he came up to me while I was paying.
Right.
I said no, I'm exempt. He said, "Can I see some proof?" And I said, "My friend, under like the UK Equalities Act 2010,
Sure.
I just tell you I'm exempt. You don't need to see any proof because you're not my doctor." and he continued to challenge me. I said, mate, I've got to remind you, if you continue to challenge me under the UK Equalities Act 2010, the law of prima facie means first face.
Absolutely.
If you don't take my first statement, I'm exempt.
Yeah.
You're breaking the law. That's an offence. And I reminded him that that was up to a £9,000 fine for him personally.
That's it.
Not a store. He sort of went, and he walked away and got another security guard. Both came up. He was wearing 2 masks.
So that's 18 grand.
He was wearing a double mask, yeah. Now, by this time, I would have been out the store if for the fact that day they were having a problem with nationwide debit cards. I was only buying fags and like Rizzlers and tobacco, like 20 quid's worth. And I only had cards on me. I was, the one time I didn't have cash.
Mate,
The one time I didn't have cash, I would have just thrown a £20 note and I walked out. But yeah, I had to take the stuff out of my pocket, give it back. And it's like, there are people behind me. And I was like, oh, do you know what? I have made a decision. As much as I hate this, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just get an exemption badge, mate. Because this is why. I don't want to keep... people are ignorant. They don't know the law.
No, absolutely.
And if I keep putting myself in a position where people are going to be like that and they're blatantly flouting the law, I don't have enough time to take all these people to court.
Of course you don't.
And I don't want to keep putting myself in a position where I'm confronting people. Because if someone starts having a go at me, listen, guys, I'm a very passive person. If I lose my temper, I'm a bit of an animal, and I hate doing it. If someone really starts going for me and I have to lose my temper somewhere and I get arrested, I'm screwed. So I'm just going to start wearing an exemption badge, and that kills me. Because I'm always the person who wants to stand there and say, you don't have to wear an exemption badge, and I really like the law, but the problem is, in the heat of the moment, no, I want to go back to what Sigma 44 just said, because that's very poignant.
Oh, what you got?
Right, we were talking about Menendez. Sigma 44, I believe, is ex-Special Forces, so he said last time.
Of course.
He says Menendez was shot because he saw dudes placing explosives on the tube trains, man. He was a Sparky and he told his fam what he saw. Holy shit.
Wow.
Right? Because I was just under the impression he was a guy with a backpack that run the time he shouldn't have, and he was shot by some overzealous, trigger-happy policemen. So Sigma 44, you are telling us that he actually witnessed someone putting the explosive on the train, which could have been a false flag explosion like 7/7.
Wow.
Holy shit. This Sigma 44, you're deep, bruv.
Mate, that's badass.
Yeah, please tell us more about that.
Yeah, we want to hear more.
So yeah, guys, while you're still on Twitter, give Zuby a follow. This guy just tells the truth all the time. And if you have race tards, he's great to use on race tards. Because he's a black guy who is fully red-pilled about BLM. He's a red-pill meister, mate.
Yeah.
He's an absolute merchant. I don't need to say anything about him.
He's cramming them down people's throats.
He's like Arnold Schwarzenegger on Stallone on the double Gatling gun, just pumping red pills out. This guy. Love him. Absolutely love him. Anyway.
What we got next, Lance?
Good show tonight so far. Loving it. I support this message. If anyone's got a problem with this message, I don't care. I've already pissed enough people off. What's happened here? Oh, God. Right. Okay. Sorry. But on the full screen mode, and I skipped forward.
Sorry about this, guys. New format.
Yeah, new format.
It's always a new format.
If we've got to improve it every week,
it's always a new format.
I just can't have anything the same twice. It's just the way I roll.
Let's keep it organic here.
Organic. Oh, yeah, because we've got to go back for that bit. Next time, like Gulag. Yeah, okay. Yeah, here it is. Here's the message, which we both wholeheartedly support.
Absolutely. I support this.
I support this
I stake
message.
my whole reputation on it.
Rise Above supports this message. I will say this to anyone's face, and I don't care if someone gets upset and they want to assault me. As the moment that their fist hits my face, this will be true. At the moment they stop punching my face, this will still be true.
Any fist coming towards my face will be returned with a swift elbow. Let's just
bootlickers, mate. And he's not he's licking someone's Nike TN trainers. Yeah?
Oh yes, excellent.
But they're wearing leather trousers.
Yeah, of course.
So either they're a biker that can't afford proper biker boots, or there's some sort of don't know, like beta male cuckmeister gimp.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it looks like he's in chains here.
Oh yeah,
he's got some fucking.
He is wearing chains.
He's chained up, my man.
Jesus Christ,
he's chained up. He's in his BLM chains. Did you get them from Lewis Hamilton?
I don't know where I saw this. Oh, it's called From the Nomad Soul. No, this just came into my meme sphere. I don't know. 120
Magic's
people.
Back. We've got Magic's back here.
Oh yeah. Is Magic's in?
Don't know, but he's in the chat.
Right, Magic's. Are you ready?
Where you at, brother?
We'll get you in. Get your camera on, you little reprobate. We need Magic's in the corner being weird. Come on. Right. So, the government, men wearing masks, we support this message. It's rise above everybody.
Absolutely.
Here's another message about masks, in case you didn't know. COVID risk, none. Not sick, not sick. Not sick, not sick, one mask. COVID risk, none. Not sick, 2 masks. COVID risk, none. In case you didn't know, healthy people don't wear masks.
No.
I don't know where it was. Me and Mrs. Rise Above, when we were up in bed and we watched YouTube, and she puts on this thing that just called videos I found on the internet or harvested from Reddit, and it's just stupid like videos, memes, whatever. And there's
just funny shit.
Yeah, you know those like young guys, like you're like tall, skinny, young American guys that have YouTube where they at. Yes, big up Magic's. Magic's in the house. So we're saying, so these tall, skinny like YouTubers that just act like idiots.
Very, very soon.
All right. Mute yourself. Shut up. So yeah, this kiddie goes into like a department store or McDonald's or something, and he's filming a stupid YouTube video with his mate, obviously not wearing a mask. And all these old Karens come up to him. He's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" He's like, "What, man?" And he's like, "No, I'm just filming this burger." And I think he's reviewing this stupid new McDonald's burger. And they go, "Don't you know there's a virus?" He's like, "What?" He's like, "What's a virus?"
Oh yeah. No, I've seen this. Yeah. I know what you're talking about here.
What's a virus?
Yeah.
And they go, "Don't you?" No,
she removed her mask.
He goes, "Don't remove your mask if you've got a virus. Keep your mask on if you're sick." He goes, "I'm not sick."
Yeah, she removed her mask and said, "A virus, not a virus." And he said, he said, "Don't remove your mask."
Absolutely classic.
Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
I don't condone idiots on YouTube just doing things for likes, but they were funny.
Yeah, that was funny. That's good shit.
So next up,
Karenism there. Nick Glenister in the comments.
We fully support this message as well. All these road men, street youths.
The obedient always think of themselves as virtuous rather than
all these
absolutely.
All these young mooks, these archetypal young males who think they're bad boys wearing masks.
It's the
check yourself, my youth. Check yourself.
I find it's from the age of like 18 to 26.
What are you doing, bruv?
The most vocal about this.
You're gonna wear a mask. What you doing? Take off the stupid mask. What you doing, bruv? You're not top the boy in your crew. What you doing? Imagine some bad boy like, mate, you're wearing a surgical paper mask over your face and you're trying to come and chat to me. Shut up, mate.
Or a piece of fabric over your face.
Yeah, at least wear a ski mask that has no viral protection whatsoever, which covers your whole face.
I mean, none of it has any viral protection.
Only an N95
N95,
which is properly fitted
for a biological hazard.
Yeah, worn by a professional, and it's what works for half an hour. Big up everyone in the comment section.
That's not to be confused with a hazmat suit, guys. It's a very different
hazmat
thing.
Suit, no, not at all. Okay, so next up, if there was ever a symbolic way to represent the end of free speech, because that is our topic this week. I didn't really say it. It's
censorship.
The end of free speech, the big tech crackdown. Why do you think they've got everyone wearing something to cover their face? Why do you think it is? It's not just because, big up Lewis McGrath. Yes, we are on Telegram. We're all over Telegram. I want to see 300 or 400 people in that Telegram group by the end of this show. Come on, people. We get like, 600-700 views on one show? 3,000 by the end of the week? Let's do it. Every day, no filters, no censorship. I can share whatever I want. I can tell you exactly what's going on. I don't have to care about getting banned, losing my profile, etc., etc. Let's do it. Telegram is the way forward.
Wow.
So, on the same theme,
your boy Witty there.
The Soviet Union essentially doesn't want people communicating with each other. Why? Why would they be shutting down all of the places where people congregate, like pubs, like churches, like gyms, like open areas? Now,
cafes,
cafes,
yeah, all of it.
You name it, right?
Coffee shops.
Everyone work from home. Not only that, now when you go out exercising, don't talk to anyone. Shh, peasant, cover your mouth. Black Twang song. Shush, brethren. Shush, peasant, cover your mouth.
How dare you?
It's the Soviet Union. Don't speak, peasant. Ignorant. What do you need to speak for?
Just sweep the floor.
The science is settled.
Just sweep the floor.
The science
look at your
settled.
iPhone. That's it.
Lord Schwab has already told you what's going to happen. The science is settled. Don't ask questions. Only ignorant defectors and capitalist
Absolutely
pigs.
not.
Ask questions, comrade.
Just take your Coviot credits.
Do you know what the funny thing is, right? Look at this picture on the right where they've obviously photoshopped it to look like Gollum. That looks bad. But then look at his real picture. I'm not sure which is worse.
Fucking horrendous.
Mate, the eyes in his real picture, I actually think look more evil.
Looks like he's had
than
a
Gollum.
few glorious cures, that one.
So the public are told, don't stop and chat. Don't stop and chat when you're exercising. It's not for socializing, it's for exercise. Warning is what he says, the worst is yet to come. It's always going to get worse, isn't it, with these guys? It's never going to get
They
better.
tell you. So I saw the front page of the Daily Mail was I think Monday or Tuesday. I went into the supermarket, it just caught my eye. And it said Chris Whitty is predicting 2021 winter restrictions. Okay, so
Well, that douchebag
sorry,
in the vest,
2022 winter
yeah.
restrictions
Yeah.
this winter. So he's predicting that a year in advance. I mean, how the fuck you can predict that? He says there's going to be more restrictions this year. So again, we all know that
maybe
these
he's
fuckers
been
like to
watching
tell
the
us
same
what they're doing.
predictions that I have from Health Chancellor Gates
That's
and
it.
all the czars, the health czars at Gavi. He's obviously been to those meetings. Okay, so here's some proper like anti-Coviot propaganda, and this is very well done. I'll just let everyone check this out and read it. Whoever made this is probably going to get done for copyright for the logos for HM government and NHS. But this is what we've got to get to when you got to combat the Coviot Union, which is putting up signs telling you act like you're sick, pretend you're sick, pretend everybody else around you is sick, pretend your whole family are dying. Be careful your whole family isn't dying. Act like they are, just in case they are, because they probably are. Everyone is dying. When you're being pumped with that 24 hours a day, someone's got to get smart, Andy.
That's right.
And this
You've
is smart.
Got to play dirty. You've got to
The
play
people
dirty.
that we're playing against are the dirtiest motherfuckers you can ever.
I mean,
imagine.
they're immoral. They're completely immoral. I mean, this isn't immoral.
Well, they are.
This is
Let's get it right.
tastefully
right?
funny.
Inside the crater, they are collaborating with the parasite. They are by nature working for the opposer.
The APEP system.
The APEP. Right, we'll be getting onto. God,
Yeah, oh,
God,
yeah, we're getting it.
Godfadge later on.
Yeah, we still can't pronounce this guy's name.
And I
honestly.
tell you what,
Shout out to God Give Namaste. I can't pronounce his name.
Godfalap.
The Crater Earth researcher.
The Lord Squire of the Quater.
Absolutely out of the box.
I swear, I Jonathan Ross it
research.
so many times. The
Absolutely
Crater, not the
brilliant.
Quater.
Wonderful research. Fascinating videos.
Mate, absolute badass.
Absolutely brilliant.
And I'm going to let you in on a little insider YouTube beef later on that sparked from one of my comments to Mr. Godverge. And it's really interesting. Someone got-
We're going to go with Godvadge again.
I think Godverge is best. because-
Godvadge is funny. We can't pronounce it, so we're just going to go with that. We mean no disrespect. We mean no disrespect whatsoever to this guy.
Godverge.
Stop saying it. lads.
Big up Nick Lennister, narcissists. Yes, they are.
Okay, so
Hope
moving
you're not
on.
Talking about us.
Moving on. So, guys, if you want to come up with any, actually, can we do a little competition for this week? Instead of a meme competition, can we get some Coviot anti-propaganda, some counter-propaganda? Let's do that. Let's get a. We'll do a weekly.
Right. So the
competition.
weekly meme competition, you can send it to me on Telegram or on Instagram. We want some anti-Coviot propaganda.
Some counter-propaganda.
Counter-propaganda. So what we want you guys to do is like take one of these ludicrous posters that you're seeing in the street or online or at a bus stop, yeah, and mix it up a little bit. Give us something different. You know, this competition is how we found Virus Man at the end of the day.
Big up Virus Man.
Big up Virus Man 2020. We'll be talking about him very soon. So yeah, let's. Here's another great example of exactly what we're talking about right here. Yeah, check this out. Coronavirus. Save the hoax.
New World Order
Rogue
sign
government
instead of the
and
NHS.
NWO. Anyone can see we're lying. The only reasons to believe us are A, 24/7 media programming, massive cognitive dissidence, herd instinct, and do not look into the fraudulent science. Stay asleep, protect the elite, save the hoax.
Brilliant.
I could call on biochemists, biologists, virologists, and cell-conscious specialists to carry out on these controlled experiments. The results will end the coronavirus immediately. Oh, that's a real quote up there.
Guys, just take the banner down, Lance, and you can see the bottom.
Oh,
bit
yeah,
there.
sorry.
So, guys, feel free to screenshot that, blow it up, print it off, put it as a flyer, hand it out around your local area. Yeah.
Why not?
Absolutely. Put it through people's doors. Enjoy that. Use it. Yeah. So this is the kind of stuff we're going to do for a little competition. to win a t-shirt. I'll pay for that t-shirt, Lance.
Oh yeah, sweet.
To go out.
Yeah, we've got to get some more. We've got to get some of Virus Man's memes on the t-shirt.
Yeah, so we have absolutely got to get some Forest Man's memes
Right.
on
So
t-shirts.
where were we?
126 people watching, guys.
Wow,
Hour
that's a good
16
number.
into the
That's a
show.
good number. Big up everyone tuned in. It's Friday night. Maybe we'll play a tune in a minute. We'll play a track. One sec. Okay, so yeah,
excellent.
Sugar Mountain is definitely working in conjunction with Health Chancellor Gates. Let's be real.
Absolutely.
These people were cloned on the same rack, I believe.
So Health Chancellor Gates just sitting down nice and cozy with with Zuckerberg. Say, you delete the post, I'll delete the people. There we go.
Yeah.
Censorship from
Nice exchange. That's a good. That's a good bargain, really, isn't it?
it's a good bar. You got vocal censorship from Zuckerberg, and you got Chief Health Chancellor Gates to just delete you. Full stop. That's it.
Well, maybe this is why Lord Chancellor Schwab wants to merge everyone's physical, biological, and digital identity together, because at the moment you need two different people to delete you.
Absolutely.
You need Sugar Mountain to delete you digitally.
Yeah.
And then you need Health Chancellor Gates to delete you physically.
Of course.
But if Lord Schwab was able to merge us all together into one, then that would be more efficient for the Soviet Union.
Absolutely, because Health Chancellor Gates could take out your entire bloodline.
Yeah.
He can do that.
Well, what was it? Someone sent me the other week. There was a film, and obviously I can't really show this because I'll probably get taken down for it. It's a film or a series, and it was like they gave out a vaccine, which did guess what? Sorry, a glorious cure, which did what? Stop people from people from producing what for 3 generations. I can't remember. Someone that's watching will know what this is because this clip's been going around. They were sort of they weren't B movie actors, but not big movie actors in it,
Well,
and they were like,
know
for 3 generations infertile.
They like to put this shit out in movies and stuff like that. It doesn't matter if it's necessarily mainstream; it's still out there.
Glenn says, "Who wears V-necks? Health Chancellor Gates wears V-necks. That's who. Normally he wears purple." And remember, purple. We'll be coming on to that later when I talk about next week's special guest. We've got a really cool special guest next week. We'll be coming on to that very soon. So, how can you tell? So, please tell us, how did you get COVID at 1984?
This guy just rapped through his fucking windscreen over his bonnet, completely totaled car.
I should probably be careful with a meme like that.
Why?
Well, medical misinformation. I'm not, saying that you can get a car crash.
Oh, come on.
Cause... Right, so, champagne. We are off to see the wizard. No, you're not. Get back inside, peasants. This is the Soviet Union.
Wow, this is that's double occult similar. So you got the occult movie and story, the Wizard of Oz, there being used as a freedom symbol, and then the Soviet forces are saying no, you get back, peasants.
I've just been sent something.
Kaboom! Are you sitting down? The entire Netherlands government has resigned. Angela Merkel stepping down. Estonia Prime Minister missing. Italian government has collapsed. The D-class Obamagate today. Wow.
I've just been sent this from someone in the combat sports community. He says, the check is done. Some research. All of this has been confirmed. All right, well, we'll come back to that soon.
Wow.
Whoa. Let me get rid of Facebook in the background because I don't need all these stupid notifications coming on. Okay, so you can't go outside and you're definitely not going to Oz. The Yellow Brick Road is closed. It's COVID 1984 and nothing's happening.
Absolutely.
And you can't fly a kite either because Lord Potato Head has got a AK-47. He's on the hill and he's going to pop you off, you and your whole little Walton family, whoever that is. I don't know where that comes from. Just farming.
It's fucking Mary Poppins, isn't it?
Is that Mary Poppins?
I don't know. It looks like fucking Mary Poppins.
I like this one too. This is good.
When you wanted them not to take that.
When you warn them not to take that, the glorious cure, but they insisted not to listen because they thought you were a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, there you go.
What a defunct term. What kind of a retard would you have to be to call someone a conspiracy theorist after 2020?
I'm going to stay inside because the paedophile said so. Well, there you go. That's it. Nothing more needs to be said in regards to this.
Hey, we've almost got 130 people tuned in, and we're only 1 hour and 20 minutes into what is normally what?
5 hours?
What?
4 or 5 hour show.
Yeah, 5 hours. Why not? We haven't even got a guest in tonight. We haven't even got Magics, and
we've got plenty to get through, guys.
Where is that spoken word dweeb?
Where is he? So I'm gonna message him.
Sorry, spoken word game.
He's just getting up and he's having his breakfast.
Let me send him an invite because
it's 8:30 p.m.
mate. Spoken Word Nerd gets right. If anyone's been watching our show like regularly, you'll know, or my show from the start, not even the live stream. Spoken Word Nerd was my first ever guest back in the day on the first ever recorded podcast from Rise Above. He was an excellent guest. He kicked off. He's part of the family. But whenever he comes on the live stream, right, I don't know if it's like what he says is so controversial, or George Soros is really gutted about him breaking away from his little clique. But he gets taken down every 30 seconons.
Absolutely.
We're here chatting away. He's got a perfect picture. The pixelation's good. We can hear him. As soon as he starts speaking, just disappears. Magic's too busy.
George Soros says no.
Like making his dinner. Right, so
yeah, Magic's babysitting and cooking Korean food.
Hey, it's lucky it's 2021. It's lucky we had 2 weeks to build for the stream.
Lance, we got plenty to get through. If we just go on our own, we're fine.
Right, so I don't like the word sheep, but it's getting more to the point than there is no other way to describe the way that people are being herded.
I went to fucking Tesco's earlier just to get literally some fucking like mouthwash and just some couple of things. And they had these fucking traffic lights. Do you remember a few streams ago?
Yeah.
I said there was that video of the Irish guy, and he was saying about they're going to bring in fucking traffic lights.
Yeah.
He's like, so you can meet, and they got these
some of
fucking
them.
traffic
Yeah,
lights.
they have facial recognition already that can scan if you've got a mask on, and the lights will not go green if you don't have a mask on.
I didn't even like take any notice of the traffic lights. I just walked straight in regardless of that. Anyway,
Soviet Union is here. It's here, people.
I don't even queue at this point.
If you walk in the exit,
I literally don't even queue at this point,
mate. I've got to a point now. It's probably not even safe for me to go to a supermarket. It's just not worth the absolute bother. Right, so here we go. Let me just put a full screen for
That's what they want, Lance.
That is what
they want you at home doing your internet shopping. Don't do it. They want you out. We need to see your face.
No, I'm going to go out. Well, I only go out to local places.
You have to see. You have to see you in supermarkets, local businesses.
I'm going to go to Absolute Music next week and get you a new boom, because that one's
it's a bit shit.
It's got sellotape.
Yeah,
on
I know. Yeah, that's right.
Big up Absolute Music, an amazing local shop for everything musical, everything for DJs, live musicians, MCs.
I might go headset. You know,
do it.
You
get yourself a headset. Yeah, if you get yourself a headset, then you can free yourself up a hand and you can be hardcore
exactly.
Jamie. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's headset.
All right, headset it.
There you go, guys.
Right, so I'm going to get back to this meme.
That's how we go here on Rise Above.
Right, here we go. I don't like calling people sheep, but the Soviet Union is getting so bad, we're going to have to start really being real about this. Sheep are gullible. Farmers give them a roof over their heads. They feed them. They let them roam free. They can't believe that the farmer could treat them so kind without anything in return. Does this sound familiar? And one day, the freedom they thought they had was gone. They were all put into pens. The sheep have no idea what's happening. Sound familiar? This is happening right now. Some sheep know what's happening, most don't. The next day, they all realize they get loaded into a truck. There is nothing for free, and now they are going to pay the price. They gave someone their trust, and he has betrayed them. Now it is too late for them. The moral is the story is wake the fuck up, you stupid peasants, before the same thing happens to you. Replace pen with lockdown. Replace something to eat with furlough. Replace farmer with the Soviet Union. Look, I don't know how I'm explaining this. There's not a single person watching the show that doesn't understand this. If there is anybody watching that is just like looking at this meme for the first time and just getting it, welcome, thank you, good feeling. I don't think it is. It's probably not good.
How is that red pill?
Well,
that's got to be a suppository at this point.
Well, listen, I'm going to go. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a suppository yet, Andy. Right? I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to revert to one of my favourite little sayings. Right? The red pill is coming to everybody, whether you like it or not. You're going to have to take that red pill. Take it while someone is giving you a glass of water, saying, "Here's the glass of water. Here's the red pill. I will talk you through it." Take that opportunity, because when that opportunity is gone, it is very, very hardcore when it goes up your butthole dry by one of Health Chancellor Gates' henchmen. Yeah, mate, we are still here with a glass of water. That's what Rise Above is. This is a fountain.
Stay tuned, guys.
This is a red pill fountain
every Friday night.
So everyone in the family, I'm preaching to the crowd here with this shit. But the fact is, if there is one single person that is watching this stream that is looking at this meme and thinking, wow, the penny has just dropped. I thought these tinfoil hat conspiracy bellends were chatting a load of poo-poo, right? But the penny has just dropped. If that is you, welcome to the family. Yeah? Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Right, it's Rise Above. We are still offering you a glass of water and a whole pile of red pills. It's much easier with a glass of water. Bradley Golden, the red pill is scary as hell. I think that's why so many resist it. You're right. Bradley Golden, you are absolutely right. The red pill to some people, to me, right, I'm lucky. I completely consumed a whole bag of red pills when it was over a decade away from any actual, even theoretical realization
I
of any of
crushed them
those
up and
things happening.
smoked them, mate.
Sorry?
I crushed them up and smoked them.
Mate, I smoked them. I crushed them up. I snorted them. I cooked them up on a spoon and I intravenously injected that red pill, mate. I was literally overdosing on red pills as a hobby back in the early 2000s when all of this could have potentially been a stupid theory. Back then, I could have been a fucking stupid nutter talking about absolute garbage, right? And crazy enough, some people think I still do, even after 2020. But the fact is, if you are having the red pill for the red pill platter for the first time, while the totality, the manifestational play out. Cheers, brother. Cheers, everybody. Friday night.
Happy New Year, guys.
Rise Above 2021. Back to what I was saying. If you're having that red pill platter, yeah, in the midst of post Great Awakening 2021 Coviet clown world, right? When all of this stuff is actually happening around you, that is a traumatic experience.
Fuck yes.
That is a rude awakening of biblical proportions.
Could you imagine somebody reading to you, telling you about 9/11, and then saying, just look out the window, and then it fucking happened? You would literally be fucking shitting yourself, the two things put together. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? It's worse enough that it happened anyway.
Who have we got? Who is it?
Guess
who
it's
it
Magix.
is?
Magix.
No, it's
and we
not.
got Word Nerd. We got Word Nerd and Magix
Oh,
in the place.
oh shit. Oh yeah, four-way.
Everyone,
Yo,
okay.
it's Rise Above. We've all got the t-shirts on. What's going on, everybody?
Oh yeah, four-way. Yo,
Right,
Good evening, everyone. Sorry I'm late.
Look at Word
Yes.
Nerd. He just looks like
Word
such a
Nerd, how you doing?
badass
Magix,
every
how you
week.
doing?
Sorry I'm late.
look at Word Nerd.
Right, it takes a little second for the sound to
Oh, we're not in the Soviet Union at the moment.
No, we are. Well, we're not in the Coviet Union at the moment, mate, because we've had to jump forward and back because we're waiting for Magix. The Coviet Union bit. Keep the hat on. It's good anyway.
Word Nerd, you look like such a badass, mate, every week.
Who's using speakers?
You look like you should be on Top Guns / Madagascar.
Oh no, he's a bit slow. Right, okay, let's go back to a screen grab. We were talking about this. Right, it's Friday night, it's Rise Above, it's four-way. We have got Spoken Word Nerd and Mr. Magix they're out of the green room, they're in the stream now. So this is what we're talking about.
What's up, lads? What's up, Magic?
What is up? The International Monetary Fund has called for people's coming Coviet credit score to be tied to their internet search history. Oh, really? Yeah. So this is a big story. This is big out at the moment. They're talking about the coming Coviet credit score. I've talked about this in that Coviet one view video. Look, we've almost got 140 people.
This is
tuned in.
really fucking scary.
This
shit.
is really fucking scary, right? So
This is how it starts. Lance, your friend, was it China, who approached you at the protest, said this is how it started. The credit
He
score
was full on
system.
gong.
He said this is how it started.
Right, basically, I've told this story before. Long story short, London protest. I've gone on. What is it?
There we go. There's Word Nerd gone.
Word Nerd's gone already. Didn't last long.
George Soros is tuned in.
Right, yeah. So at the London protest, I've done my thing on and done a few little speeches here and there, and I've gone up to Trafalgar Square, and there's this Chinese guy with some pictures on the floor of harrowing people having their organs cut out, and like in concentration camps.
Deep shit.
And I was like, mate, are you full on gong? And he's like, yes. And mate, I was pumped. And I put my hand out to shake his hand. I was like, yes. And I started going, rah, rah, rah. And he was like a bit shook. And I was like, mate, I want to shake your hand. Thank you for bringing this crazy shit to the forefront. And I said all the research I've done into the track and trace, the social credit score. And I said, this is how they rounded the Falun Gong and the Uyghur Muslims up into the concentration camps. He goes, and he was he's a Falun Gong, mate. You know what they're like? They're like Jedi.
Yeah.
And I was pumped. I was hyped. I've been talking on the megaphone. I was double NMC. And he was like, thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your research. He says, my friend, you're absolutely right. He says, the first step is they will use COVID to implement track and trace. Then They will start implementing a social credit score and a digital immunity passport to control people's travel. And then before you know it, if you have a bad credit score, maybe you will be sent to re-education camps, just like in China. The plan is coming here. So just like in every good Rise Above stream, Spoken Word Nerd gets kicked out every 30 seconds by the Soviet Union because he is an enemy of the state.
He's a serious enemy of the UN.
Right, so back
Word
to,
Nerd.
So yeah, Word Nerd, look at this, right? The IMF, they're going to check your internet search history to give you a credit score.
Aye.
And then look on the right, look at the 3-tier credit score that is being talked about on Twitter. What are you saying? How do you think your score is going to be, mate, after your search history?
I don't think they've got a colour for it there. A slightly darker shade of red.
Well, mate,
-3.
But let's face it, they're going to go past tier 3. We already know it goes to at least tier 5, Michael.
Yeah,
come on,
right.
mate. I was talking about this stuff on a park bench in Bournemouth in July last year, shouting at the top of my head.
100%.
3-tier system. Do you know what that's going to turn into? That's going to turn into a red stop, go green Chinese system where green means live your life, orange means you're questionable, red means you're fucked. Look at this.
At the moment, from what I can tell, anyone who is in China who hasn't had the vaccine, they're not their credit.
Well, I know for sure. I know for sure in at least one province in China, having the COVID vaccine, the COVID cure will give you like a 30% boost on your credit score.
That's right.
Wow, we got 143 people tuned in. This is Rise Above, everybody. We are, I think it's only 1.5 hours into the stream. Holy shit. Right, every single Friday night, yeah, this is what we do. What do we do? Let's get a little banner up. We hit the week's hottest topics from the Soviet Union, from anything that is alternative, anything out of the mainstream media, and we call them out on their lives each and every week. My name is Double LMC. This is Andy PG. This is Magix, and this is Spoken Word Nerd. How's everybody doing? We've got 145 people in. Hang tight, all the regular family and all of our new viewers.
1 hour 33 in, guys. Should we play a tune?
Let's play a tune, right? Let's play a
right.
tune, right? Okay, because do you know what? I've got loads to get through. Yeah, big up all the new
What a
viewers.
week
We
it's
have got
been.
Rise Above T-shirt. Oh yeah, holy shit. It has been a week.
What a crazy week
Mate,
it's
there's
been.
so much to fucking chat about. It's ridiculous.
Right. Let me play this.
Greasing corks inside the Leviathan.
Let me know if this sounds alright.
Greasing corks inside the
Can you
Leviathan.
see sound? Hear it, yeah?
Greasing corks inside the Leviathan.
Home Beats, Double LMC.
Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. Up against an immovable object inside the Leviathan. Up against an immovable object, the Leviathan. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on additional odds. Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. Bear witness to this phenomenon, a clear sickness as it's coming on. That's their business, so I carry on beating my fists on the walls of Babylon. And if you're a vagabond in the British Isles, it ain't Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon, just malicious, climbing the echelon. So we gotta break them chains, be personal best and make them gains. It's a hurtful mess, so abstain from eternal threats and a long campaign. Enough stress, but we don't complain, and I'm hopeful, so I won't refrain from a global test. Gotta maintain on a mobile flex with no disdain. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional onset. Yo, it's cruel from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks, ill writing, designing formats. It's life, gotta ride it, raw back. The mind's climbing, not wiping the floor mat. Creasing corks inside the Leviathan. People watching the ice.
Big up everybody tuned in.
Sound of the
Having a little break, playing a tune.
Turn this inspiring, not inspiring, expanding, inquiring to get standing. A fall from the top equals a crash landing. Don't get fooled by the devil's rebranding. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Up against an immovable object. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Placing bets on illusional odds. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. 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 They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. They make the rules, but we got the game plan. You ain't with it, get out the way, man. Short-sighted, take off the raid band. Sourcing ethical goods, not name brands.
Yes,
no
shot the dog.
Execute. Bitch get home with a fine tooth. The control system is not absolute. Revealing the truth is the way to reprove the youth. Collating a mountain of proof
Thanks,
while
Robert.
they're stacking a mountain of lies. Cracking the code is eternity striving. Like drinking the fountain of life. like a rhythm that I'm already riding, aiming to bring down the houses tonight. The mic's in with imminent rising. When I draw this run figure line, greasing corks inside the Leviathan. 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 They make the rules, but we got the game plan. Up against the movable object inside the Leviathan. Up against the movable object, the Leviathan. Up against the movable object, placing bets on illusional odds. Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. Greasing corks inside the Leviathan. Militant stairs.
Martial law.
Militant stairs. Militant stairs. We fight the military here. 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 I never revive the military here. We fight the military here. We fight the military here. It's you. We fight the military here. We fight the military here. Gore-Tex boots, ankle holster, kit, low visibility grey. Shock troops, 50k taser, crowd dispersal energy ray. Flame retardant combat fatigues, 9mm Glock 17s. SIG, 516, carbine with high cap magazine. Red dot sight gun mounted flashlight, backup clip, strapped to his leg. Counter protest firearms officer, CS grenades across his chest. Strict orders, encrypted frequencies. Combat civil unrest, across all borders, untold secrecy. Rolled out on the streets of the west. We fight the military here. I never revive the military here. We fight the military here. We fight the military here. It's you. We fight the military here. We fight the military here. Yo, smoke clears on the battlefield. Now we can see the opposing force. These guys think they're freedom fighters, but they can't fight for the cause in skinny jeans, Doc Martin boots. Feeble frames are dressed in black. Mask face, dark balaclava, hammer and sickle red communist flag. Minds filled with a poison doctrine, far left ideological trap. Hordes of social justice warriors, protest signs, poised to attack. Radical feminist virtue signals, body spelled in luminous green. I
just want to say one thing. Who else is rapping about radical feminist virtue signals, poorly spelled in luminous green? Is there any other MC in the world? Come on, let's be real about this. Spoken word nerds and magics are back in the game. Right, I want to apologise to everyone for the fact that we can't seem to host 4 people at once. Here is the good news. On Monday, I have got the men from Richard Branson's Virgin Media coming to the Rise Above studio, and we're having that super
Soviet motherfucker.
Look,
No, but
it's either Rupert Murdoch,
be there,
it's either BT or this dude. This dude can give me 500 megabits per second, and I'm getting that. So we're going to have a minimum speed. At the moment, do you know what we get? 10.
Yeah.
10 megabits a second,
That's
10
right.
megabytes a second, whatever it is. From Monday onwards, so for next week's stream, we're going to have a minimum speed of 250. It's going to be absolutely sinister. We'll be able to have 20 guests. Let's get this right. Okay. So where were we? Should we get back to the old slideshow?
Let's go back to the old.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's go.
So 3-tier system, guys. It's coming. It's
Oh,
coming
right.
for you.
No,
It's coming for
I
me.
need to get back to the slides.
It's coming for all of us. Word
Yeah,
nerd. It's
it's-
coming for your fucking search engine, mate. Your search history.
Imagine word nerd search history. now.
Got your fake facial recognition of you, all your protests you've ever been to. Yeah, you're going to be literally
What
the
do you mean?
lowest-
Like, the UN recorded his shit directly.
Yeah, exactly. And he stepped away, mate. So he's on bad terms with them to start with, let
Yeah,
alone
like
all
him.
the shit they're going to find out.
He's
He's been
dangerous,
searching
mate. He
for.
knows too much.
He is dangerous.
He knows too much, mate. Where do we get to? This slideshow is extensive.
I think I don't like being over this side of the thing that my face is put.
I know,
on
no,
the
no. I'm
rise
going to
above.
move it. I'm going to
There
move
we
it.
go.
That's the magic's is gone.
So
Here we got to. This is good. This is good. Watch this. Pow.
So in regards to the meme earlier, where it had Zuckerberg and Sugar Mountain and Bill Gates chatting, he said,
Right, for anyone that doesn't know what Sugar Mountain is, right, this is Rise Above. No, this isn't Rise Above lingo, right? Oh no, look, they're both gone.
Oh.
Hey, COVID Union. For anyone, when we say Sugar Mountain, that means Mark Zuckerberg. For anyone that
explain
doesn't
why,
know,
like, explain
if
why.
anyone that doesn't know Yiddish, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is an Ashkenazi Jew, so his surname is a Yiddish name. Zucker is the same as in German. It means sugar. Berg means mountain. So Zuckerberg is Sugar Mountain. Now let's think about it. Facebook. They say when you get likes and stuff on Facebook, what happens? You get a dopamine hit. What gives you a dopamine hit?
Sugar.
Sugar. a can of Coke. So a sugar mountain is a social media network that has a whole mountain of sugar, a whole mountain of dopamine hits. We're talking about Zuckerberg, word nerds, Sugar Mountain.
Aye. That's it.
Aye. Yeah.
So yeah, we had a meme earlier with Zuckerberg, Sugar Mountain, and Bill Gates. And Bill Gates was saying to Zuckerberg, "You censor him, I'll delete him. You censor the people, and he'll delete him. So you're too dangerous, word nerd. You'll be deleted immediately."
Yeah, well, I told him.
You'd just be eliminated.
Let word nerd speak because he's going to go in 20 seconds. Get it.
Go, word nerd. Get it out.
I've laid down the rules. He knows the situation regarding his plums. If he deletes me on Facebook, I don't even really want to be there. But
I saw that you called him out this week, didn't you?
Yeah, most recently. Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah. Word nerd. I just told the viewers, right? See, you and Magic's always keep getting kicked. I think it's because my internet is very basic, but I'm leaving Rupert Murdoch's internet on Monday, Sky. I'm going over to look, he's gone again. I've already told the viewers. I don't need to say it twice to him. So anyway, this meme right here, this is a hybrid. I've got a good name for a hybrid. It's a Mulhern. Do you remember that guy who the TV presenter?
I know who you mean.
Richard Mulhern.
That's it. Yeah, Richard.
Right,
Yeah.
Right. The reason I call a hybrid a Mulhern, right, is because me and a couple of friends thought that Mulhern was basically like if Ant and Dec had a cloned love child,
which
Mulhern looked exactly like a cross between Ant and Dec, so a Mulhern is like a hybrid. Right? This meme is a Mulhern of.
Yo, word nerd, turn your mic off. Turn your camera off.
Yeah, word nerd, turn the camera off. Then you can speak. Then we can do it.
Is it? Do you reckon? Right.
Yeah, it's about the connection. Right. Okay. So Magic's and word nerd. I've already told the viewer this. I'm just going to tell you. On Monday, I've sacked off Rupert Murdoch's Sky Internet that gives me 5 to 10 megabytes, right? And I've got Richard Branson's Paedophile Network Media, and it will give me, mate, for the same price.
Pizzagate Network.
I've got the Pizzagate high speed fiber optic, right? And it's going to give me the same. It's going to give me 500 pizza bits a second.
Pizza bits. This is brilliant.
Yeah. So basically, by next week's show, you two will not just be like kicks out every 2 seconds.
It's the bandwidth, isn't it?
It is the bandwidth, mate, because like my internet's very basic at the moment. Like the missus in the other corner, she's knitting. I was like, turn off the TV, turn off the YouTube, just shut up, be quiet. This is the Soviet Union. I'm trying to make a broadcast here.
Well, look, we've turned our cameras off.
Yeah. Look, this is perfect. Now we've got look, now there's 4 of us. Right, everybody, behold this meme. Behold this meme.
British imperialism. Chinese communist imperialism.
Oh, he's gone. All right, at least we got Magics. Right, so this is the Mulhern of the Drake meme and the NPC meme, right? British imperialism, no, brother. Chinese communist imperialism.
I'll take it.
Ooh. Well, does it come with a Netflix subscription?
Well, yeah.
Does it come with an extra 500 points on your Chinese credit score for being Drake?
Well, yeah.
Damn sure it does, mate. Right, next meme. We're rabbit holding too much already. This is Rise Above, people. Wow, 135 people still tuned in to watching a few idiots chat gas about conspiracy theories. Stupid tinfoil hat wankers.
You take those hats off.
Believe it or not, this is the Soviet Union, and objects in the mirror, in your rearview mirror, they appear closer than they are. Communism is closer than you think. Big up all my people in the combat sports and the martial arts world that on Facebook have been making posts. Paul Boys, Dominic from Cage Steel, my sensei in a Guardians Lee, saying, "Hey guys, all you fighting men, all you alpha males, all you testosterone filled men that provides and men that protects, you've been blindsided. This is what my sensei. I've told you about this dude, right? This guy, and I won't. My sensei. It sounds so gay saying that, right? He's a personal advisor. He's I'll say this. He's a
spiritual advisor.
He's a progenitor of the UK MMA scene back in the 90s. He's an absolute badass with a sick Japanese fighting record. And he is my security advisor on a physical, non-physical, and spiritual level. And he is one of the people that has been posting. Get rid of the camera, word nerd. Actually, I don't think it's anything to do with you. It's about your COVID restrictions. It's more to do with Magic's bandwidth. You're going to get kicked out no matter what. But I was saying, he's been saying, along with other people in combat sports world, in martial arts, you guys who are not paying attention, you've been blindsided. Totalitarianism and communism and fascism They're all the same thing. They're right around the corner. And everyone that thinks that they're a protector, thinks that they work in defense, in security, well, do you know what? What's the number one thing you have to protect?
Yourself.
And your way of life.
That's it.
It's not someone at your job. It's not this. It's not that. It's you. It's your way of life. It's your culture, your family, your livelihood.
Your circle.
Your circle, exactly, Magics. And I hate to say it, it's like that meme that I posted the other week about the guy sat in the armchair. It's like, what did you do back then? You're not. That butt hurt so many people, and
Sat there on their ass.
And I tell you what, they were all fighting men, mate.
It's still butt hurting people now.
Mate, yeah, it's still butt hurting people now. I've still got people on my Facebook that butt hurt now about the things that I've been saying because I've been very consistent with what I'm saying. It's been almost 12 months. It's been 11 months now. 10 months, 10 and a half.
No, mate, no. I was out snowboarding in Austria in February. Okay, this time last February, and that was when it was in China. And then I came back a month later.
You were out there a month after me because I came back to the UK from Asia on January the 15th, and I saw all the Chinese people.
Yeah, that's right.
In the airports on my way back because I heard about it before I went away.
Yeah,
but you know, I'm used to being around loads of masked Chinese people.
Exactly,
Chinese people have to wear masks, and I'm not being racist towards Chinese people here. English-speaking Chinese people don't act like this, but actual Chinese people that go on holiday in Asia do act like this. They spit all over the place, and they don't give a crap, right? And I don't care. I will say that.
Yeah.
Chinese people that have come over here and learn now English, they will talk about Chinese people from China the same. They do. They don't give a fuck.
In a very negative
They gob
way,
and spit everywhere. So as far as I was concerned, if Chinese people on holiday when I'm around them, because I'm surrounded by Chinese people when I go on holiday, they want to wear a mask to stop them spitting on me. I'm happy with that. I've been spat on by Chinese people at least 3 times, and not a single one of them meant to spit on me. It was accidental every time. That's how carelessly.
So maybe it's the language. Maybe it's getting that.
I'm not blaming anyone. They've been through the communist machine. Please don't think I'm cussing Chinese people. It's not their fault. They've been absolutely mangled by communism. Andy Pandy says Lance is a tinfoil hat. COVID marshals told him. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
get
that's
on
right.
BitChute. The COVID marshals. He said to me. He didn't say you are. He called me a tinfoil hat wanker. I said I'm a what? He goes, you're a tinfoil hat. So this tosser, he didn't even understand what the insult was. He doesn't even understand the context. You have to wear a tinfoil hat to stop the voices getting into your head. That's what happened. It was EastEnders where this comes from. It is, you know this.
No, I think this was from like back in Roswell times when they labelled people conspiracy theorists, saying they put tinfoil hats on to stop the aliens monitoring their.
All I remember is when I was a kid at EastEnders, Jamie, who was like Phil Grant Mitchell's son, when they were little kids, they thought that Grant was talking to him through the TV, and they actually made a hat made of tin foil, a proper tin foil hat. So obviously, that was my first
to like reflect the beams of his voice.
Yeah, Grant Mitchell was coming through the TV.
I don't know, mate.
No, mate. Honestly, I must have been what was young. My mum was a hardcore EastEnders.
That's brilliant.
Fan. Yeah, that's where I thought tinfoil hat comes from.
No,
anyway,
I thought this was from like.
I'm sure it comes
60s,
from no,
70s.
Mate, I'm sure you're right.
From
but
like
that was
Roswell and people they do. Magic, you're the UFO expert, mate. Where would tinfoil
Magic,
hat
you're
come
the craziest motherfucker out of all of us. You can answer that question. Where did tinfoil hat come from?
I mean, he's even there.
Oh, he's muted himself. Did we mute him? Right, spoken word nerd. Are you there?
What's up?
Where
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, where did the original phrase of tinfoil hat wearer come from? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know. Is it to do with the Tin Man, maybe, and Wizard of Oz?
I remember it from EastEnders in the 90s, early 90s, when Grant Mitchell's son was going crazy, Jamie, and he thought Phil or Grant was speaking to him through the TV, and he wore a tinfoil hat to stop the frequencies getting into his head.
That could be it. I mean, does it block any kind of thing, or that would just been an idea at the time?
If it was actually tin, but nowadays it's aluminium foil, so it doesn't.
But back then, maybe.
Shit. Oh shit!
Whoa,
oh shit!
whoa,
Virus
whoa.
man! Virus man! bruv. We need to
Virus
stop.
man.
Right, virus man. We were
Stop the stream. Stop the stream.
Stop the stream. Right, mate. What happened to you, virus man? What happened to your Instagram? We've missed you. We thought you were dead. I've prepared a whole eulogy for you, mate.
Yeah, we've got like a.
Oh, who's that gone? Magic's is still here. Obviously, spoken word nerd. He says a few words. Soviet Union kick him out.
He just kicks in.
Standard
kicks
procedure.
in and kicks out.
Right, back to business. Communism. The Soviet Union is closer than you think. It's right here. It's on your doorstep. It's breathing down your neck. Lord Schwab is injecting nanoparticles and antennas up your butthole.
Schwab dust. That's what it is.
Nano Schwab tech.
Schwab dust.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
Now-
Look at this shit. Look at
Listen,
this.
listen. I saw this and I've just posted. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is really Tom Hanks. This is the right top right. That's the last you saw of Tom Hanks, right?
The top right is the last I personally saw of Tom Hanks. He apparently there was a lot of controversy back last year in the summertime about Tom Hanks in regards to Peatsgate stuff, and if he was making videos from a prison or some kind of facility, something underground bunker or some kind of shit. Yeah. So he made a video. He put a video on his social media saying he doesn't respect you if you don't wear a mask. That's what he said.
I don't respect you if you're a paedophile.
And this was him. So this was about 6, 7, 8 months ago. In the top right hand picture.
Hear me, yeah?
We
Oh,
got
yeah,
you,
Magix, I
mate.
can hear
We
you
got
now.
you, mate.
You'd muted yourself, bro.
Can you hear me,
Right,
yeah?
Magix.
So
yeah, we can hear you.
In the
mate. Can you hear
centre,
us?
you've got
Sorry.
2021. Allegedly,
can I
this is Tom
quickly
Hanks.
tinfoil hat?
Yeah, tinfoil hat. Where does that come from? Where is the first instance of you are a
So,
tinfoil hat wearer?
That comes
This is
from
so good, isn't he?
Julian Huxley, which is the brother of Aldous Huxley. Julian Huxley coined the concept in 1927. Culture King.
Wow. So Aldous Huxley, who wrote the Gateways
that?
of Perception. Yes, I got that, mate. So for anyone that doesn't know, Aldous Huxley wrote. Is it the Gateways of
1984?
Perception? No. That was George Orwell. What Huxley wrote was very similar
And
to
Brave
George
New
Orwell.
World?
A Brave New World. That's it. Yes, A Brave New
Brave
World.
New World.
Yeah. Aldous Huxley. So he's like George Orwell. So actually, it came from him.
Similar
Wow.
kind of author.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Magix. You
And
are
in
the best
regards to
Jamie
what?
this
In
side of the
regards to
Joe
what?
Rogan
What?
podcast, mate.
In regards to what was he using it from?
Yes, go on. Oh, Kintoko's got.
It's a book that he wrote. It's a book that he wrote called.
Yeah, so it's
sorry,
from Brave New World.
in what context?
So in A Brave New World, was it people that spoke against the utopian state? Were they called tinfoil hat wearers? Is that where it comes from? Dissidents?
It's
Yeah.
The Brave New World is where Ike gets a lot of his stuff from. There's the series that's just come on telly recently. But the where the actual
drunk and
tinfoil
shit, yeah?
will have thing comes from is his brother's book, a separate book, The Tissue Culture King.
Oh, interesting. Thank you very much. Excellent bit of rabbit hole in there.
Pick up to Juliana in the
Right,
house.
so-
Regular.
Yes. Oh, who's this? This person's new. All your base now. Big up for all the USA crew. All your base now. Where are you viewing from? We've got Bradley Golden. He's in Texas. We are in South Coast, United Kingdom of the Soviet Union. And we're all in the same boat. Different boats, same storm. So, is this Tom Hanks on the right?
In the middle.
In the middle.
We know
in
it's
the
Tom
middle.
Hanks on the right. We know,
know
it's
it-
Tom Hanks. So
do
my
we, do
point
we?
is, Tom Hanks on the left here was at an award ceremony. We all know this, where Ricky Gervais basically slanted him, all of his friends being Epstein fucking fans.
Steiners.
Steiners. And so he would have been all dolled up here, makeup on, hair done, all that kind of shit. On the right here, he made this video saying last summer saying he doesn't respect people that don't wear masks. So he probably, was at home or, wherever he was supposed to be isolated. So he might have just combed his hair or put whatever. In the middle here, this is allegedly Tom Hanks, right?
Well, that's what it says.
I mean, he looks fucked.
Yeah, but right, okay, let's think about the level of tomfoolery that goes on in Hollywood, right? Let's think about the level of tomfoolery that people do to themselves on the at the weekend, right?
Absolutely.
Who's to say that the last time Tom Hanks wasn't at an award show, he was wearing a hairpiece? Who's to say that this isn't what Tom Hanks actually looks like on a day-to-day basis
Yeah.
when he hasn't had his fetal tissue? He hasn't had his daily shot of whatever it is they take. I don't like to use the Adreno word because it's a bit done by people have ruined it. People have overdone that word. Whatever these people take, it comes from youth. They take the essence of youth to be younger. Whether they are literally cutting people open in some kind of sacrifice or whether they are going to a clinic and having injected into them, it is 100% happening because they talk about it in the media, right? So who's to say this isn't what this guy normally looks like on a day-to-day basis? I don't know. I don't even know if these people are real. And the reason I say that is because wait till you see who we've got on the show next week. Next week, and I'm going to talk about this later, we've got a special guest that is going to rip. If you think you've got a rabbit hole that goes like this, about what is what you see real, is what we see in a green screen. Is it a deep fake? Because we all know about,
Is it a reflection?
Is it reflection? Because you know about the deep fake Queen on the Christmas
Yeah,
message.
of course.
We
yeah,
covered
yeah,
that. We covered that. Well, anyway, my guest next week, human vibration. Human vibration. I hope you're watching. If you are watching, we want to be talking about this kind of stuff next week. Are these people even real, or are they?
I mean,
are they?
If that's supposed to be a Tom Hanks body double, that's a fucking terrible
Is Tom
job.
Hanks? Is Tom Hanks an algorithm? Is Tom Hanks a computer program? Who knows? Oh, spoken word nerd, you're there. You're not being silent. Say something, brother.
I'm back, mate. I'm
Do you
back.
reckon that's him in the middle? What do you think?
I'll big up to Clara.
Well,
my mate Clara. Pick up yourself.
I mean, if that is him, he looks like shit.
I don't know if it is him. I don't know if someone's
I don't think it's
a
him.
random person that looks. Yeah, well, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Unless, without being rude. Yeah.
Big up
Unless
Larry
he's,
Gallus.
Oh, Larry Gallus with the comments.
Larry has got the #1 comments. I was screenshotting Larry's comments earlier on. I was going to make a whole
Absolute
thing about his comments,
fucking
but
gold.
I thought I'd better ask him first. But then we had so much other stuff. Anyway, oh, champagne, mate. Right, next up. These are not the memes. I don't know. I just had to put this in. These are not the memes you're looking for. They're much better. Let's have some fun. This is right above. So these are traitors. Oh no, I thought this was fun. I got mixed up.
No, they are traitors.
They are traitors.
Fuckers.
Let's be true. Look at Gollum in the middle. Potato Head on the sides. Wangcock. What's this guy's name? Van Damme.
Oh, that's
Van
the
Damme. He's Glorious Cure. This is the vaccine minister. No, that
stop
guy's
saying
black,
that
isn't he?
word.
I can't say it. Shit.
Oh, he's gone again.
He's gone again.
Yeah,
but-
word nerds out.
Hey, Magic's. Look,
The
listen,
UN's taking
I know
word
you're
nerd out.
the newest member of the team, but you need to get to know him. Spoken word nerd remotely never lasts more than 25 seconds.
I think I have a
Right.
delay when I
UN
speak.
takes
I
him
think
out
you
every
get it
week.
a few seconds after.
Did I speak directly after you finished speaking then?
No.
Well, you said no to me directly after I
Yeah,
finished.
I mean, there's no delay there.
Yeah,
Like,
no, there's no delay for us, mate. You're good.
maybe
You're
not.
good. So, what do you reckon to this? When the news want you to scare you with some cartoon global pandemic, I'll be like, nah, viruses don't exist. The Earth is flat. Get over it. Well, you'd have to be a retard to believe that because we all know that the Earth is a crater.
That's a crater. And
Oh,
we all know,
maybe. Hey,
we all
who
know
knows?
from God's Vag that
God's
the
Vag-
Earth's
God's Vag
crater
told us.
is in a spherical outer
Who's
planet.
this? Who's this? New,
So,
brand new.
a
The
flat-
World According to Rich. It's his brother. Hello, World According to Rich. Big up all our new viewers. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Who's this?
Shout out the Isle of Wight gang, as
Shout
always.
out the Isle of Wight gang. Yes. Big up all the crew from United Kingdom, USA.
So, do you want to just say about the other stream channel, Lance, for next week?
Yeah, we do. Right. I need to tell you, right? We are under attack here. Under the COVID Union is attacking us for free speech and censorship, right? So
Full like rail guns and shit, guys. Not even, not just your 9mm.
I'm leaving Rupert Murdoch Network on Monday. Richard Branson is installing the 500 mega pedophile bits per second, and I'm getting super fast internet on Monday. Next week's stream, next week's stream is on a brand new station, and you need to get to know about this. The new home of Rise Above live stream, and check out the little banner at the bottom. It's called Rise Above Live. If you can't find Rise Above Live, because we've only got like a couple of hundred subscribers and one video so far, go on my latest video on this channel. It says subscribe to the new channel, and it's in the description. Click on it. This is the last week we're going to be on this station because I cannot get another strike. This is my personal channel. It's got all my stuff from like when I first started YouTube, my music, my travel, everything. I don't want to lose it. So next week we're on a new station, and we've got super duper fast paedophile bit internet from Lord Branson, directly from his paedophile Virgin Islands.
Directly from Pizzagate, guys.
So we've always got to get it from the dark side. I've got
500 million
500
pizza slices per second.
a minute. Minimum 250 pizza bits a minute. So it's going to be quick.
250 pizza bits a minute.
Pizza.
250, guys. 250.
Basically,
Shout out to Concept Self.
What are we going on about?
Right, guys. Right, back to the
back to the
slideshow.
What were we even going on about?
But slideshow, like, it's a meme.
Right,
You
the
had a meme,
slideshow.
there we go.
So, obviously, when they talk about some global cartoon pandemic, we know that viruses don't exist. And if you're a retard, you think the world is flat. If you're a bit more clever, maybe you watch Rise Above. Maybe some God's Fad. You know, the world is
Tune in on
actually
a Friday.
a crater. We'll talk about that later.
Wow, you deep throat that
Boom,
shit.
Boom, boom. Big up
There we
Virus
go.
Man. I'm disappointed you didn't make this one. whoever made it, they need a medal. They need a Rise Above t-shirt. When you tease your husband in public, it looks a little bit like this.
This is fucking brilliant.
$25,000 of hot dogs directly in front of Michael.
We've got the emails, guys. Refer back to our Pizzagate Chronicles videos.
Refer back to what we did back in ancient history.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was
mate, literally,
early last year.
Mate, what was it? Do you remember that comment I showed you the other day? It was on our first Pizzagate video. Someone was like, guys, your work is so ridiculously underrated. It's like, and literally, as you and me sat over there, we had shit microphones. We just talked about Pizzagate emails. Holy shit, Michael. It's a mic drop.
There we go, some mic.
Right,
every week.
Okay, so right. We've done this stream a little bit back to front, right? Because I thought I could just hear Word Nerd sniggering. I thought that we had some really sad news because I hadn't heard from Virus Man since 2020. I thought Virus Man 2020 was a victim of 2020. So I was about to say,
can I just interject, mate? You honestly thought he wasn't going to pop up on the chat before this?
Basically, I've been sat here for 2 days. I was like, I'm going to make the best stream of all motherfucking time, Michael. So yeah, I was like, basically, Virus Man has been a victim of this Soviet censorship. Our top memetic warlock has been struck down
with all his memetic magic.
Right. So I mean, I emailed the V. I said, yo, Virus Man, what happened? Did they take you down, brother? Get on the Telegram. We got Rise Above group. Everyone is worried about you. You've had to bleep out my phone number there. So Virus Man is back. He's in the stream. He's watching right now. Big up your chest, Virus Man.
Yeah, we miss you, brother.
You are a hero. You are a Rise Above veteran.
Keep making those magical memes.
Mate, I want you to get in the Rise Above group. And now that you've been banned from the Sugar Mountain photo group, get in the Rise Above channel.
So
I'll make you an admin.
Hang on. Yeah, make him an admin, definitely.
All the memes.
So now you're Virus Man. So I'm not sure if you were checking us out earlier. We've got, instead of a meme competition this week, okay, we've got guys. Anyone can enter this. We've got lots. Do you just want to get the asset? Yeah. We want anti-Soviet propaganda, counter propaganda. Okay, so find your best NHS, Her Majesty's government document and make it your own. Okay, be creative, make it funny. Whatever you think's, Lance is just going to pull one up here for an example. Like this, guys. This was absolutely brilliant. Lance featured this earlier. So this is the kind of thing we're looking for. You'll get a t-shirt. I'll personally pay for that. Full price for the Rise Above cause. Goes towards studio costs, mics, lights, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I just want to say, big up Barry Hood. Barry Hood is a wicked researcher, which I showcased some of his work last week. He kills it with the statistics. He bought a t-shirt last week. Do you know how much Barry Hood paid for his t-shirt?
Go on.
£50, bro.
Sick.
Thank you so much, Barry. That extra £30 is going to go directly back into Rise Above. And I also,
as it all does.
As it all does. I also want to say thank you to everybody in Truro. Big up to the Secretary of State of Orangutan and everyone in Truro that invited me for that infamous place where I got taken down, struck down by the Soviet Union. They did a crowdfunding for me and the other girl that was arrested.
Actually.
Yeah, because we're both still on Soviet bail. They raised almost £1,000 and they're actually sending me like £450.
Man, that's awesome.
To go into the Rise Above fund.
That's really sick.
So like with the profit. From Truro, Joe, and that. They for me and Little Dancer, they raised just under £1,000. It's amazing, mate. Now I've got to be real, and I always tell everyone, I'm not doing Patreon and that. I haven't monetized the Double LMC channel yet.
Donations. We haven't got the donation banners.
I told you I make £8.50 off each t-shirt. Since the t-shirts, we've got like 550 quid plus. So we've got like 900 quid in the Rise Above kitty. I haven't had any legal fees yet, which I don't know if they're going to come. I'm going to find out next month. But if they don't, then I've already told you guys it's all getting invested back into the show. Right, so.
Yeah, this is for you, Wordner. This means
before
this
we
is
move on.
You would be
wait, Magic wants to say something. Hold on.
Yeah, before we move on, we've got another RIP to do before we go much further. RIP Sheldon Adelson.
Sheldon Adelson?
For those that know.
No.
Sheldon Adelson. Yeah, Zionist guy.
Oh,
I don't want to go too much. I don't want to go too much more into it because you get strikes.
Mate,
just dropped the Z word. Bang,
right.
Up.
Magic.
Yeah, you got to say something more now.
Magic, please hold that 4 until we finish this
very important.
I need to Jamie that and get that up. It's just to
share
do
my
with,
screen.
How do we go on? Right.
I'll
Go
pull
on,
up
share your
another screen. Yeah, hold on. I'm pulling up another screen.
Go on, share. Right, go on. Share your screen because you're not getting booted out. You're not word nerd. Oh, look at this. Are you on StreamYard?
Invite my
brother?
second screen. Yeah.
Look at. Go on. Yes. Go on, Magix. Do your little RIP. Thank you. Give me a little.
Cool. Now share my screen. Here we go. So
I have. We've got a 20-second delay. The screen is shared. Go
this
for
guy
it. It's you.
is one of the famous blueberries.
Blueberry. What's that?
Cool. So we've got a very famous blueberry. For all those that know, it's a secret way to say what we can't say on YouTube. For those that know.
Oh, a blueberry.
But,
you know,
so
he's burning. All right, carry on.
Yes, he's burning. So he's definitely burning right now with people like John McCain and others.
Okay, we're on the same. He's
he's
works
a very bad man.
He works for the Parasite.
Yeah. We can't go too much into it, but it's a little.
Whoa!
RIP.
Oh wait. So how did he die? What happened to him? What happened?
Old age, nothing spectacular.
Oh well, old age for the preach class. That means someone like cut off their supply of everlasting.
So he's a casino magnate. He was a major Trump donor, which is a thing. But casino magnate, Zionist person.
Yeah, Marcus says here.
Someone that won't be missed.
This is the thing. I've never heard of this before. Blueberry.
No, I've never heard of this.
And let's face it, right? We're not. Even if you know what that means, it's not about who you think it is, though, is it?
No.
It's not. We're not talking about regular people, are we? We're talking about a very particular,
parasitic.
And it's not about any kind of culture,
collaborator, priest class, aren't we? Yeah, they're not. Yeah, if anyone knows what that reference is, it's not who you think it is.
Yeah, they're not your.
You know who's, and not those people from the Bible.
Dewberry.
right.
With a D, guys. With a D.
Right, next. Let's get back to business.
So yeah, we can bring up stuff from my screen then.
Oh yeah, sorry. Right, go on. Right, you were screen sharing. I was trying to get rid of your. Mate, stop doing that. Why are you getting the?
I like it.
No, because he's doing Inception. And
no, I like it.
Stop.
No, it's kicking it out. It doesn't. You can't do that, Magic, bruv. You're gonna kill the stream with your tinfoil hat Inception. I'm sorry. I don't think we can share your stream.
Stop. There we go. Stop.
No,
stop,
we can't. Right.
No, it's because I went back to the StreamYard. It's because I went back to StreamYard page.
Right.
It goes
you know what you're doing that. Are you
Inception.
ready? Are you ready to share your screen before you cause like you rip a new butthole of the universe?
No, you don't need to. You don't need to. Back to the show.
Continue.
Right, back to the
ring
show.
piece.
Right, back to the show. So where do we? Oh, mate, I need to know to where we got to. Hold on. So we were on this. Where even were we, mate?
Oh, Michael. Right, so big up to all the regulars, guys. 141 people watching, 2 hours, 9 minutes into the stream. Sigma 44, Andy Pandy, Matthew Perkin, big up, guys. Juliana.
That is how we create Tin Hat Inception.
Yeah, don't do that. We've already got the audio Tin Hat Inception. I don't want like some visual tunnel vision. Like rise through your own butthole, turn inside out. And
it's all good. I'm in control.
Even the Jews hate the Zionists. They aren't any more Zionists.
Yeah, of course, real Jews hate the Zionists. The Chosenites, the Nazim, they are not. They're not
Jared
really
married
they're
to
not,
Trump's daughter?
They are not Jewish. They're just not Jewish.
You don't even have to be Jewish to be a Zionist these days. They'll take anyone now.
Parasitic.
It's like the way that I look at it, it's the relationship between actual people who follow the Quran, actual proper Muslims, and people that go around talking about Muhammad and talking about violence. Because they're not Muslims, are they?
No,
absolutely not. It's the same
Definitely
thing.
not.
Right, okay,
Yeah, exactly.
So we talked about Virus Man. We thought Virus Man had been struck down. So Virus Man 2020 is our in-house memologist. He makes the dirtiest memes on the internet. He strikes down the Soviet Union with every given chance. And unfortunately, the Soviet Union struck back. So that's where we got to. I'm just trying to find. Yeah. Okay. Here we are. So Virus Man, yes. Very sad news. He's fallen. So I'm saying everybody right about now needs to do this. They need to get on Telegram. Because guess what? On Telegram, you can say whatever you want. No one's going to fact check you.
And that's where we are.
No one's going to strike you down. Nobody is going to ban you and silence you. I don't care who owns a Telegram at the moment because it's not censored. If it gets
There's
censored,
something coming soon anyway. I was watching a stream the other day. In about 2 months, everyone's going to have personal nodes, and you have a hardware node, and you'll have basically an unbreakable social media. Similar to email, it would just be so decentralized. It'd be impossible to censor anybody.
Is this the Internet 2.0 that people?
Nah, this is something separate. But this is like an addition to it. You can have it with
one of my friends, who's also my opposers online, or Mr. Wes.
Oh,
who,
Christ alive.
I love Wes is a lovely guy.
I love
I know
your
he's my
to and
friend.
fro.
He is my friend, but we
Internet 2.0 is a thing now. That is, it's the
we
guy
diametrically
who
opposed
created
line,
the
and he
internet.
said, when I posted about that thing with Lord Schwab earlier on and how he's going to get your search history, he goes, I've already bypassed that. I'm on Internet 2.0. And all I said, well, it don't matter because your historical search will still be there for Lord Schwab
that's
to
all still
access.
logged.
But then someone else told me that Internet 2.0 is a trap anyway. So
No,
explain. Go into more into
Mate, I don't know. I don't know about Internet
So I know a bit
2.0.
about it.
No,
The
go for it.
guy who created the internet, I can't remember his name. Basically, when he created it, he wrote an open letter to all governments saying that if you start censoring people and doing things like this, I'm taking the internet back. It's not for you. It's not for government. And they've done what they've done to Trump, and he said, "Fuck this." In about 2017, he started doing this, and he's
I've heard of him
creating
before. He's a controversial guy, isn't he?
very controversial guy. But he's just like, "Fuck it all. I'm making a new internet." So
Said
it's a real
something
thing.
like, I'm not going to ask Google. I'm not going to ask Apple. They're not
Yes,
consulted.
exactly that
Yeah.
guy. It's a
Okay.
real thing. I've been following it.
Yeah, I've heard. I know it's real, but I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's crap, but it just seems like
It's just a separate network.
yeah, but I'm sure that at the end of the day, when the Soviet supercomputer and the actual proper parasite,
The algorithm,
the parasite intelligence is turned on,
well, you'll never
that's
stop
not
a
gonna
person.
That's not going to care about a firewall. It's not going to care about if you're on the regular net or the dark net or Internet 2.0. That's going to be.
it's already turned on. It's just not expanded as it needs
Well,
to.
no, as far as I'm concerned, it already exists. That already exists somewhere on a private server. If they turned it on the internet right now, the internet is not powerful enough for it. They need 5G. This is the way that this is my understanding of what's happening. If they're really going to summon forth the parasitic entity into our realm
globally,
they haven't got the bandwidth.
Yeah, there's not enough bandwidth for an actual, basically.
How ironic.
4G.
How fucking ironic.
4G is not powerful enough. Basically, Rupert Murdoch's megabytes per second is not powerful enough to actually host the proper physical
Pizzagate network isn't strong enough.
The actual eye, the all-seeing eye in the middle of the pizza needs at least that 500 mega pizza bits a second. It does.
Well, it's all about these things this guy's creating, these nodes. They're like going to be to put in your pocket, and they just
Right.
make you separate.
Yeah, but Magic, you must have heard about this. Apparently, when they switch on 5G and the Internet of Things happens and the singularity happens, the idea that each one of us, when we've got the Schwabian nanotech inside us, we are essentially a node within the 5G network. You've heard of this?
That's
Yeah,
right.
I've
You
heard
Schwab
of
dust.
Yeah, because if you've consumed enough Schwab dust, yeah, when the 5G network is fully online,
You haven't got a choice. You're in it.
the Internet of Things comes on. So that's like what 20 billion devices, because each person in the Western developed world has more than one ready for Schwab. You know, like HD ready.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
Well, Schwab ready.
Have you seen that?
If you've got a 5G capable device, that's Schwab ready.
So when the Glorious Cure was rolled out in the UK, the day there was that week, that Friday night,
you on the node.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
On that Friday night when we did stream, we pulled up the meme of Bill Gates in control of the first woman, the 97-year-old woman, who he was like had a little
What was her name?
controller.
Do you know what the funny thing is? Her name was the name of William Shakespeare's first wife. And guess who the other? We've covered this before.
Yeah, we covered this.
Margaret something.
Yeah.
So Bill Gates' first date in control of Margaret, and he's got a little.
He's got a little controller. It's like a remote control car
Oh,
car
that's so
controller.
good.
And
then
there's a
the second-
person on the wheelchair, like with a crash helmet on, sending it into the air. Off a
Do you
fucking
remember the
ramp.
second meme?
Brilliant. It was fucking
Do you remember the
brilliant.
second meme?
Which
It's
one?
like-
Which one?
No, it's directly after that. I just pressed down. It's like Margaret goes on a rampage through the town. There's just
That's
fucking
right, yeah.
explosions happening. Right, so yeah. Well, we thought Virus Man had been struck down by the COVID Union, but he hasn't. He's still watching. Virus Man, you're watching right now. I beg you, Virus Man. Lewis McGrath. Schwab dust. Yeah, Schwab dust. It's 200 crypto shekels a milligram. 0.1 milligrams of Schwab dust is 200 crypto shekels. And you can only buy it through your QR code COVID OneView app, you abject peasant. Thank you, Lewis.
No
Cheers.
cash.
No cash. No cash is accepted by Schwab dust dealers. Oh, guys, I must say, I'm fully enjoying the stream tonight. Stream 11. 1-1. The two towers of digital Freemasonry. This is I feel like this
The
is
pillars.
I feel like this is a
Pillars.
pivotal stream. This is a pivotal. I'm trying to smoke this joint through the microphone. Like this.
We
Keep
should
making coughing, I'm laughing to it.
we should set up a visit to the Twin Pillars.
Oh, what?
It's not that far. We should set up a Rise Above road trip to the Twin Pillars and visit some stuff en route.
The Twin Pillars. What?
Yeah, it's just the
in New
entrance to the
York.
Mediterranean. No, it's the entrance to the Mediterranean. The two pillars of Hercules.
Fuck me, mate. Boris
Where?
has just
In
banned
Spain?
all international
It's
travel.
at the-
at 5
it's
PM
at the
today. We can't even
coast, at
fucking
the-
leave the
Wait,
country.
hold on. The number one Soviet defector is going to join the stream for 15 seconds before he's kicked out by George Soros' digital 77th Brigade henchman. Here he is. Spoken word now.
Well, no, what you got? Quick, 30 seconds. Go.
Get this that quickly.
I need the numbers, guys, on the actual number of people that were protesting in DC before all the shit kicked off at the Capitol.
Well, we're actually going
Estimations
to talk
I've
about
had, anything up to 1 million or more.
I've heard a million.
And that could be way
I've heard a
overestimated.
million.
So and I have no idea because the mainstream media is gone so far now that they don't
The-
even cover
the one they did in,
numbers. Instead
the
of
one they did in
lying about the
Washington
numbers,
fairly recently.
they're
the
just
last
ignoring
one
them
they did in
altogether, even
Washington,
if
they
it's
said
historic
there was a million
sizes. So,
people.
hey, what's that,
Stop
mate?
talking over each other, you sort of struggling peasants.
I've got
So,
5 seconds here,
word
Magix.
word nerd. You are saying that before that pantomime kicked off, because
What's up, mate, Magix?
we are going to cover the pantomime in a minute. Spoken word nerd. What you're
I'll
saying
speak
is
to
okay.
that
Well,
the
I'll speak to that as much as I can.
Yeah,
I've
what you're
been,
saying is-
3 days on it.
Right, you've been 3 days on it, so I've got lots of slides to show in a minute. And when I show those slides, I would like to hear your commentary because it was blatantly a pantomime, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot going on that day.
Yes,
Okay,
What we'll do, we'll get slideshow ready when we want to carry on with it.
Mate,
And
but Word Nerd's got 5 seconds left. He's
yeah,
gonna be going any
yeah,
minute.
that's what I'm saying.
Mate,
Let
he
Word
comes in-
Nerd.
Word Nerd comes in
9/11
with
was an inside job.
We'll let
No, it
Word
wasn't.
Nerd and
It's
you
the
do
blueberries.
the slideshow together.
Before we start talking about
Well,
America,
it was-
right, I would like to speak about the special guest that we've got next week,
Absolutely.
right? Because what we're about to talk about in America, I believe, is essentially a piece of theatre. I believe it was live action theatre. However, if you are watching Human Vibration, our special guest next week, this person who I've been chatting to on Twitter, I've been blown away by their Twitter, Andy. I've showed you some of it, yeah?
Yeah, it's really good. Interesting.
Right.
Really fascinating.
Very interesting, right? I don't even know this person's name or if they're a male or female, and obviously it doesn't matter. But Human Vibration is a seer. I'm going to say it.
Fucking hell.
Right, I'm going to go
Seer.
to then. This is just. I'm not going to tell you too much about what they're going to present to you next week. But we talk about augmented reality. We talk about CGI. We talk about deep fakes. We talk about the illusion that's before us, right? And we talk about. And I've told this person that the Rise Above audience is fully versed in all of the esoteric arts because we are.
Absolutely.
The Rise Above audience, all of you guys that are watching now,
Collectively.
you are ready to see what this person, Human Vibration, is going to present to you. So these pictures here, right? This is Plato's cave. So top
Okay.
left, this person here that's behind a wall and they're looking at this reflection on the wall. This is the metaphor for the I don't like
Fucking
it.
media.
But the media, the sheeple, here's the media and the priest class behind projecting an illusion on the wall that people are watching and thinking is the real world. If you've heard about Plato's cave metaphor, Magic, spoken word nerd, I'm sure you've heard of Plato's cave. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So this is the way I'm going to start. Human Vibration speaks about frequency and they speak about color a lot. They speak about current events. They speak about false flags and they speak about illusions and the color of illusions. And it gets very, very interesting. I'm not going to spoil it too much. We talk about the occult, vibration, frequency, word, power, sound. Yeah.
Just on that,
Go on.
I've got a little piece of homework for everyone to do for next week.
Yeah. Why not?
Okay. All you got to do, okay, is, and we'll have guys chat about it next week in the chat, is go any day this week, in the coming week, go onto your any mainstream news, literally any mainstream news, and see what color is most prominent. Okay, and then we'll chat about it next week.
Well, it's very funny.
It's
you
most
say that.
prominent. Okay, there's going to be different colors, but what is most prominent?
Look
there?
at top right here. I'm not going to give you too much away, but human vibration talks about color a lot. And here is a color graph, and apparently this represents visible light.
Okay, so this is one of the things I know a lot about
there's
is
something
the
here-
frequencies of how we work and what makes us susceptible and what makes us susceptible to manipulation.
And I'm not going to ruin it too much, but human frequency talks about this line of purple on the visible color spectrum.
That's right.
And how potentially out of the RBG, red, blue, and green, we actually have this sort of illusionary field of crossover. And that's all I'm going to say. Next week on our stream on the new channel, and let me just get that banner up. Remember,
Interesting. The top center picture there, Lance. The sort of, kind of
See that? I put
rainbow
that there
shape,
for
the
a
archway,
reason.
the archway.
This is a teaser for next week.
See
guys.
what's on the right and see what's on the left. Red, right, left, blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what are the colors for the political system?
Exactly.
Red, right, left, blue. There you
So
go.
it's
guys.
actually
That's a little hint. So
Yeah.
any news, any mainstream news, go and watch it. 6 o'clock news, 12 o'clock news, whatever.
Look at the
see,
colours.
See what color you think is most prominent throughout, and then we'll chat about it next week.
Okay, so we've got a lot of people in the comment section. This is our special guest next week. They are called, let me get back up, Human Vibration. If you want to do your homework on human vibration, and guys, Rise Above Family, I recommend if you are on Twitter, you do your homework on human vibration. This person is deep.
Okay, bald and broke. You're on the right track, mate, but it's not correct. Okay, but you're on the right track. But you look a little
Ooh.
deeper. You look a little deeper, mate, and you have a little.
I would,
think,
yeah, but that's what I would say. If I was going to say, what do the colours mean? I would go for
No, this
that.
is not
that,
correct.
Is that a
This
surface
is not
level
correct.
interpretation? Anyway, right, our special guest next week, Human Vibration, and I hope you're watching. It's going to be an awesome chat because I know the Rise Above posse are ready for this level of rabbit hole girth because this is the girthy wide rabbit hole mush. Trust me.
Rabbit
In it, because when there's a rabbit
That's
hole.
some good old Dorset
Oh,
chat.
mate,
there.
at heart, I'm a carrot cruncher. I know I've picked up a little bit of a London twang when I lived up there for 6 years, but at heart, I am a born and bred
I
carrot
thought you
cruncher.
spoke Thai, mate.
I do put Thai. Maybe I put Thai Mark Sujord. Okay, right. Let's get back to it. So that's our special guest next week. Rise Above. Ooh. Should we go back to the US stuff before we talk about?
Yeah,
this? I
let's
think
go.
we
As
should.
we've got word
Yeah,
nerd.
yeah,
This
right.
is- it must be
Okay,
a
word
fucking
nerd. Right.
miracle
So,
for,
word
the length
nerd.
of
This is the
time.
longest you've ever been on the show. How you feeling, bro?
Feeling good. Good. How you doing?
The Soviet Union have allowed you to be
Make
there
sure,
for more than 2 or 3
make sure
years.
you got everything else what you're doing shut, like all your programs, all your
Yes. I'll
tabs,
tell you what,
everything's shut.
Thank you very much, Madge. I'm going to do that right now, bro. Because
we can't call
You
it
too, word nerd. Word
Magic,
nerd. That's
Magic,
you.
Magic, Marge.
I don't know what you're talking about, Magic. That's
Madge,
nice to meet you.
Hey, man.
Madge
Yeah.
Simpson.
Hey, Madge.
Hey, Madge. Right,
I've
so
only got 5 and 6.
pardon me. Wait a minute.
Shut everything.
Right, shut everything. Okay, so what we were going to talk about is the super duper pantomime that happened in the US, and I've got some decent slides prepared for it.
And it's still unfolding.
Oh yeah, it's still unfolding.
Did you
This is an
finish that, guys?
unfolding story.
Did you get the
Michael.
timeline I sent you? Yeah.
Mate, you sent me, as you
Yeah.
normally do, you sent me 500 slides, mate. Right? And I told you, you need to fillet this for me. You need to be the fishmonger. You tell me you're a 33-degree fillet master, yeah? Don't send me the whole carcass. Send me the fillets, bruv.
Lance, how long does it take you to get the slideshow together?
Mate, it
ready
takes me at
fair?
least, mate, I got, right, yesterday I spent doing the graphics, doing the little cuts. Today I got up at 7 o'clock and I came down here at like 9:30, started doing the slideshow. It takes a whole day. If I'm not on Coviet furloughing myself, taking that Coviet, I don't know how I'm going to have a time to do this. Anyway, right, screen share. Right, I'm going to hand over the mic to Magic's and Spoken Word Nerd. Andy, you can do up and down on there.
Absolutely.
Right, so we're talking about the pantomime that unrolled in the US. Big up anyone that supports Q, or if you think it's a stupid psyop, if you like Trump, or if you think
And then
he's a
we're just
satanic
going to
paedophile.
lose half
I don't care.
half the viewers.
No. I want to be real. If you think if you support that or not, if you think everything's a stupid psyop, if you think anyone's stupid to believe it, let's put that to the side. Let's just look at the ridiculous media spectacle that we are told was an organic storming of the capital of the most protected city in the world.
Go
Take it
for it.
away. Right.
there's plenty to talk about that is grounded in reality, and we don't even need to go there, to be honest with Q. It's such a spectacle in itself that when you take a close look at it, there is so much to talk about without Q. And obviously got 20,000 soldiers plus in Washington anyway.
Exactly.
So.
Keep it grounded, mate.
Well, first thing is I actually don't know the numbers of people in terms of, because I still haven't finished my report, but I can't find any mention. Mainstream media these days just say tens of thousands. And they're so cheeky now that if it's a protest they don't want to give coverage to, but they have to give.
Oh, no.
And there goes Word Nerd. So, Magic.
Ouch.
You're right there, mate.
That's a painful drop.
What's going on there? What's going on your end?
So yeah, Larry Gallis on the same as you. I've heard that there's 20,000 troops there.
20,000 troops.
Yeah, Pelosi's asked for another 7,000, and she was told to shut the fuck up, basically.
27,000 troops. That fucking mad woman.
So it could be about 20 to 27,000. Is that Word now coming back in?
That's Word now back
Yes.
in. Word Nerd, you back?
Take over. So we just
I'm talking about literally nothing here. So I'll just talk about some really peak shit if I can't even talk about that, because this is tame. We're just talking about something that literally just happened. So anyway, the numbers I'm not sure of. Even if it's at the low end, what usually happens is you have a very large march, and then if you're talking about any kind of something a bit more spiky at the end, such as a large crowd gathering outside the Capitol building, usually there's a massive drop-off in how many of those people there are. And then if it's a protest they already want to ignore, they'll take that number. So even if it's the low end number, which would be somewhere from 200,000 in terms of who was at the Capitol building, that's already a historic protest, I'm pretty sure, because it's
that picture,
very active as activists. There's not there's not been a huge amount of protests from the Conservative right.
That picture,
particular one,
the picture is not the Capitol building. That is the Washington Monument.
No, I think what they're demonstrating though is the level of presence.
Yeah, but it's also not even the same place.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same place. What they're saying is they've the amount of presence they've got for a BLM protest compared with what they've got at the national capital for you know, the presidential fucking Senate or whatever in these unprecedented times. I think is what they're trying to demonstrate, that, you know, for a little BLM protest they've got a huge amount of fucking military. Is this National Guard?
What you've got to remember as well, though, that was like days and weeks and months after burning stuff, so the National Guard were ready for it.
Yeah, sure. Well, I would imagine they're even more ready for anything at this point, no?
I have to say the picture actually, because that circulated a lot very quickly. It's actually, if you actually watch the thing unfold start to finish, it's very misleading, because there was a whole line of police. Admittedly, there weren't soldiers there, and if they were police dressed in soldiers' fatigues, or if they're then National Guard, immediately on this day. But there were lines of police that had a clear line when it got to the point of whether they were let in or not, because at some point 2 policemen dropped their lines. At least that's on footage.
I saw that footage.
So you're dealing with a situation where there's been a large march. We don't even know how large. And then let's say the drop-off is anywhere up to 200,000 people, down to the tens of thousands of people that were outside the Capitol building. What's then happened is at least 2 policemen can be seen dropping their lines. They then appear to then have allowed, couldn't you let a crowd in? If you know anything about crowd control at protests, that does not happen. And there's 10 years of examples for this. And then this is the Capitol building at a very contentious time, a very hotly contested time. It's unthinkable that anyone with any semblance of experience with protests, even from the organizing of that side, let alone a policeman, would drop their lines, because in a crowd where you have thousands of people, that's the crowd in. So that appears to be how, when the live stream starts, and if you want to watch it, there's a 2 or 3 hour live stream of someone on the ground. That's why you have a huge line of police and you have thousands of angry people. A lot of them were legitimately angry. Their constitutional rights are being infringed. The right's always very active on that. And the debates I saw on the front lines were saying, we supported you when Antifa were calling for the funding of all the police stations and da-da-da-da-da. So, you know, where are you? This is our building and we are trying to hold them to account. And I saw hours of them arguing like that on the stream. So there's lots of things. I'm sure Magic knows so much about it as well, and you've got some on the stream, but there's lots of things to go by. But it certainly looks like it was overwhelmed from the start because certain people dropped their lines.
So according to Alex Jones,
just one anomaly.
police all stepped back, and he said instantly they could see it. There was a green fence section that was lower than everything else, and everyone was just sort of pushed towards there, and it was almost like, here you go, there's the entrance.
Exactly. And people were allowed to just pour through. And once you've got a situation like that, the Capitol building, once that's been penetrated, which they've allowed to happen, there's multiple points of entry. And then you've got the people inside there, like this guy. There's, I think, at least 3 people that have been photographed that are directly tied to Antifa. I think that's what
we need to go back. We need to go back one slide.
Like, they were at Antifa demonstrations. So, I mean, for whatever reason they're there, they've got as much right to protest as anyone else. But at the point when the building's been infiltrated, you have at least 3 of these guys who are photographed at Black Lives Matter demonstrations. They'll have to speak. I believe one of them's been arrested as to why they were there and to what their involvement was. But it's strange that they're there. And these kind of anomalies come up a lot. I watched the stream for 3 hours, and although there were a lot of angry people and patriots on the front line arguing with police, there was a lot of scuffles. It's hard to keep track of this stuff. I've only watched one person's 3-hour live stream to try and get a run through of things on the day, just from someone's camera's point of view, which obviously used to be a lot easier. So yeah, as far as I can see, when people were screaming in the faces of police, that was the guy with the dreadlocks who even stood out. I was watching the stream live like anyone else. It's like, this guy's got dreadlocks and like a Trump beanie, and he doesn't look like your average Trump supporter. And he was the one, even though there was pushing and shuffling and scuffling, he was the one screaming in the faces of the police, and someone that you might think would be an antagonizer, even though things were already heated. So it's a really complicated situation, and the media is obviously doing their own thing, putting their own spin on it. But
so the guy on the right
that are legitimately angry that have been encouraged through as well. And why would you do that?
These are the slides that I got from Magix.
So the guy on the right hand side, John Sullivan, he's the guy that's been arrested. Yeah, he's the guy that's been arrested.
Yeah.
The guy waving. Yeah. That's signature wave. Like, that's the guy, right?
Yeah, do you know what? On Facebook, some people were suggesting that we were absolute loons for telling people that this was some sort of stage event with quasi actors. There was no way that you can't, these people, whichever side they're on, they are quasi actors. These people are plants.
Oh, that small group that got right the way through were let in, and I can speak to this based on the live stream anyway, because if it's really serious to call it an insurrection. If it's not an insurrection, and the media band it around, but they know what they're doing, but most British people won't make the link. That in America, that's quite a serious accusation when there are words like this in the Constitution, just as it's serious to accuse someone of treason if they're not guilty of it. So to call it an insurrection, I can be objective because I've been looking at protests for 10 years, and honestly, people were upset. It was tense in the air. But what they're not mentioning is if you actually watch the live stream, at least from this angle I've seen, which looked like the main doors being pushed through, it was thousands and thousands of people who were already angry, and the lines keep getting dropped, so the line keeps pushing forward. But it was a very small number of people that actually got into the building, and then they opened the doors, and people sort of kind of trundled in. There are some shots where people have and they were, and as soon as the warning went out, because someone was shot, that use of deadly force had been authorized, I watched on the live stream as all these people turned around and they walked out. There's only 3 cops on the door at that point for some reason.
Yeah, I guarantee none of
people, like normal good people, heard the fact that there was an incident and they left straight away. If that had been an insurrection at that point, sorry, just let me close in case they cut me off. If that had been an insurrection at that point, on the live stream, you had thousands of people outside that were pissed off. They could have gone forward, march. They'd have taken over the whole building, and been there for a week, like Antifa do when they take over a building. But that's not what happened. A small number of people did and this whole thing got photographed, and a lot of people then went into the building because it had been breached. But if you watch the whole thing, it's very suspicious and crazy. And it wasn't at all that they just ran in their thousands and did it. And if that was true, they'd still be there now, because there was like 10,000 people outside. Yeah, it's just simply not true. The layers of security
actually nailed it.
These clowns were allowed in, and there were several ops going on at the same time from the looks of it.
Yeah, there was multiple things happening at once, because let's face it, those people that got shot, they were not these people here. These people here didn't get shot.
No, that woman who got shot's been at Trump marches for loads of them. She's been quite prominent at Trump marches.
Someone made a comment here, Lord Arahim, yeah? It's all meant to be deliberately confusing so as to gaslight the public. And I think what spoken word nerd, and I'll tell you what spoken word
a huge thing to go with what word nerd said. A big
No,
thing to say with what WordNerd said is,
Go on.
if you check Alex Jones's live stream, and I know it's Alex Jones, but it's video.
Yep.
He was doing his speech whilst Trump was still doing his speech, and it started to kick off, and the majority of the crowd walked away before it even happened. They walked to
because
the other side.
Magix, I've seen multiple streams from Trump supporters that were basically stood on the steps, and when they realised what was happening, they were saying, "No, we are patriots. You're acting like Antifa. Stop!" And they were trying to stop people from rushing in.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that video thing that you shared to me earlier, what's it called, Grabian? I've seen a few streams on there, and there was people that were blatantly like sort of YouTube journalists, and they were streaming as they broke in. And it was like
the CNN woman. She was snuck in there. The CNN woman snuck in there with John Sullivan.
Anyone who believes that, what are you trying to get up?
Basically, they're a crowd of thousands of angry people. They allowed security to be lax. They allowed people in. They had some idiots that knew that was going to happen and made a sing-song inside. And most people, if you watch...
Oh, no. As well as that, you had a few opportunists who just went in with them.
As soon as I got a Facebook WordNerd done.
So it's what WordNerd said. There was a few people in on it. There was a few opportunists. There was just a few people let in. The majority of people walked away.
Yeah, you're right. So the reason that WordNerd just got kicked out is because Andy just like, we need to put up this thing. A minute ago, we were looking at pictures of Joe Biden that aren't real. Go on, before you go for a piss. Right.
So these are apparently these are three fucking completely different people.
No, that's not the same person as that. That is not the same guy.
Exactly, it's what I'm
Michael, listen, this is not the future of hip hop. Quincy Jones has got something to say. Michael,
these are not the same people.
No. Right. That's a rabbit hole. You just want to go for a piss. I saw you just getting up.
Yeah, but these
go
are.
on. All right,
this
okay.
is more
I'll speak
important.
about this. You go and do your thing. Because right, I apologize, WordNerd. I'm really sorry. Yeah. It's the bandwidth and the Soviet Union. WordNerd, sorry, mate. As soon as I got up these,
what the fuck, man?
As soon as I got these, but mate, WordNerd, thank you very much. You absolutely just nailed the situation, and I'll just get that back up again. One sec. You just literally nailed the situation that was going on here, and the comment for Lord Arahim as well. It was a mass confusion event. Many things going on at once. Real Trump supporters staging a protest outside. Paid actors. Double agents. You know, who the hell knows? But all we know is that this is a pantomime. This is a theatre.
Well, and they've been doing these protests for months at loads of different buildings, and nothing's happened.
Yeah. Well, let me wait a minute. Let me just go back to this one here. This nails it as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
To say nothing's happened, the odd thing happened.
A US Capitol BLM protest, when they actually had real, genuine people who were getting violent and doing bad things. And I'm not going to say every single person that went to a BLM protest burnt someone's business down. I'm not going to say that because I know that's not true.
The majority did.
Well, was it really the majority? Do you really need... If you... Right, Magix, let's look at it this way. If at a BLM protest you have 10,000 people, how many people out of that 10,000 do you need to be throwing Molotov cocktails at small businesses to make it really bad? I'm going to say you only need 5.
A handful, apparently. 5.
I was going to say 20
I was going to say 5 as well, Magix.
Right. So, okay. So then add another group of people that are spray painting, be it hashtag BLM. On the
you must know people that just have to go kick off as well, innit? Just random
Let's
people.
face it, we're not strangers to how powerful the force can be of a tiny number of absolute wankers.
Mate, let's be real, mate. I've been a young person. I've been in mob mentality. I've been on holiday when there's 20 lads and it kicks off and stuff like that. So if you're at a protest and one policeman starts getting heavy-handed, or someone chucks something through a window and someone goes, "Whee!" Yeah, you get caught up with it. So when something like this happens, you're going to have genuine people that care about racism. You're going to have genuine people that just want to go there to smash down the system and capitalism because they're like radicals. You're going to have people that are definitely there that are paid to be infiltrators, administrators, adjunct provocateurs, whatever you want to call it. Everything is on a scale. It's not black and white. It's 50 shades of Poitiers. 50 shades of everything. That's the way that I look at everything. Nothing's black and white. Everything's 50 shades. You with me?
Nothing's 2D.
Nothing's 2D. We're living in a multi-dimensional reality.
Reflection. reflected off the crater firmament.
So,
From
what
the
I'm
APEP
going to say, what this
installed
meme
by the
says to me,
APEP system.
yeah, the APEP system, Planet of the APEP. So what I'm going to say to me is this is not a left or right meme. This is not a racism meme. This is not a white or black meme.
This is factual.
This is a meme to say that when there are genuine people that have been, agitated or disenfranchised by a genuine situation or a manipulated situation or a media manipulated situation, and they are literally burning places down willy-nilly, whether they're genuine or manipulated, this is the actual response here at the top. At the bottom, when you have a group of people that are there to make a peaceful protest, and then you have a large amount of actors, infiltrators, agent provocateurs, who are being literally allowed to do whatever they want. This is what it looks like at the bottom. Where is this picture at the top? At the bottom. If this situation at the top was happening, the situation at the bottom wouldn't be allowed or able to manifest. Am I right? Am I wrong? I believe I'm
It's
right.
also the angle of where you take the picture from.
So the
Oh,
way
yeah, of course.
And if you want to be real and be honest, there was a lot of security there that day, and actually,
Yeah,
based
but
on
we've all
Trump's
seen the
rallies
videos.
and the size of the crowds, they don't go around. They're conservative.
Okay, so security is one
it's just
thing.
new that they're protesting
These
in large
guys are a
numbers, but they don't
completely
go around
different
breaking shit. They don't. I mean, it's just a reality. It's just new to
Oh,
us
no,
that
no,
they
no.
protest in such large numbers, because normally it's activism, and they're very active and they get a lot done. If anything, a lot of
spoken
the time
word,
more
though.
active.
I understand
They're
what you're
not- They're
saying.
quite new to mass protest.
I understand what you're saying, but let's face it. If these characters at the top dressed like that were stood on those steps before this picture at the bottom happened, I don't believe it could have happened.
No, it wouldn't have happened.
No way.
No, they totally allowed this to. They've allowed the Capitol to be
Mate, do you remember
stormed.
that
It's not
video
an
of that
insurrection, and they're
grey-haired
calling
guy?
it an insurrection.
You remember the video of the grey-haired apparent protester on the streets of the capital that went up to the militarized police, stepped in the way, and they booted him to the floor.
That's right,
And
yeah,
apparently
yeah,
blood
yeah,
started pissing
yeah.
out of his head. Now, we saw loads of videos and memes saying that guy was
an
a
agent,
professional
yeah.
protester with fake blood.
With an
and
agent-
a
with an
pipette,
agent
et cetera, et
provocateur,
cetera. Who fucking knows what's true? But I tell you what, it's all on the table. Every possibility is on the table. This is the COVID.
And we should
union.
say you're absolutely right. And I know we spoke to this privately or publicly on Facebook, but Obama did legalize the use of what you would say false flags, because he authorized that the media
absolutely.
could hire private actors in order to spin a story, and that they could create
i.e.
scenarios.
crisis actors.
Crisis actors and false flags in layman's terms, and he legalized it. He made it official. Not to say it wasn't happening before, but he officialized
Was that
quite
one
a
of
lot,
his
didn't he?
executive orders, weren't that?
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but he definitely did it. Was it an executive?
I'm pretty sure it was. I believe so.
Bradley
Don't
Goldman
quote
said hopium, salty legion. And I understand what he's saying there. Hopium is this idea of people like us that have been very pessimistic about the world stage for a very long time, understandably. And when something like the Great Awakening, Q, or the White Hats comes along, it's like hope, and it's also like opium because it provides a dopamine or a hopamine hit. So I understand, and I'm going to be honest with everyone. I was proper posting Trump memes, etc. a year ago. Very like, I think he's going to do something, and I'm going to be real. He has done things. Epstein, Weinstein, Nagard, Brunel, Vatican, Nexium,
Haiti.
Federal Reserve, etc., Deutsche Bank, etc.,
Clinton Foundation.
Nadrangada. They all of these institutions which are involved in the dark arts are not in the same situation before Trump came. Yeah, right. The world is not the same. So I still believe in what happened. However, I have sort of waned in thinking that this white hat takedown is going to happen. But while I'm saying that, people are still messaging me every single day. And as we're coming near to the wire, you know, me and Magix have had this conversation today, haven't we? Like,
it's a strange one.
Is this final Uber Trump card actually possible? Like the last executive order, the people that have been collaborating with the PLA.
It's very strange.
All I know is, let me just say it before I'm going to shut up. All I know is that it's true. There are international conglomerates in every aspect of what we're talking about that have been collaborating with the CCP and the PLA So if it's true that Trump has got this last tiny bit of Quincy Jones, this tiny last executive order, well, hey, the facts are there. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't know. But all I know is what day is today? It's the 15th.
It's possible.
We've got 5
possible.
days. Wait. We've got some good comments. Hold on.
Right. Big up Kirk.
Big up everyone in the comment section. We've got bare new listeners tonight.
Big up Kirk.
UK,
Trump
US.
needs to declassify everything
No, you
because
just
regardless,
down
they
in
are going to
comments,
destroy him.
Right, funny
Correct.
you should say that.
Absolutely
Funny you
right.
should say that. Apparently, the big declass has happened. Kirk, earlier on, before we had the bad internet, I had to get the links down. I had it up. Fox News is saying there is a stack, a meter high of paper of Obamagate and Spygate stuff that's been declassified today. That's coming out on Monday.
Do you know what? It won't do any good. Because what do you mean come
I
out
think
on
it's
Monday?
too late. I think it's too late.
I think they need to do like what they originally said, in the rumors that they were going to literally stop the fucking world media, take down the internet, and take over the system.
Well, they haven't beat the media yet.
The emergency broadcast system, and that's what it needs to be broadcast
Right.
on.
I'm going to say one thing. If I believe,
In my
if I
opinion.
believe all of the podcasts, all of the streams, all of the messages I've seen in the last 5 days, there have apparently been 2 attempts to initiate the emergency broadcast system. Yeah. Gene
Apple turned theirs off.
Yeah. You've seen this word nerd.
So,
yeah?
talk to me about this.
Word
This is
nerd, tell
news to
them.
me.
Tell
Yeah,
them. Do you know what I'm
word
talking
nerd,
about?
Get in there.
The
Obviously, Trump has
emergency
been blocked on
broadcast
Twitter.
system
Go on.
is a system that has been integrated into the American defense network for many, many years. And it's so that in case of an absolute crisis, such as one we keep being told we're in every day, the president has the authority to take control of that system and to communicate directly with the public. And then so it can just provide updates during like an earthquake or something like that, or a storm.
It'll come straight through to actual
As soon
TV.
as it was announced through the drops, for whatever you make of them, they have then sent out warnings, I think, that came out recently from an official channel saying make sure yours, make sure it went out to the operators of the system saying make sure you're operational and that everything's working. And Apple's response, and I believe Google's as well, was to shut them down to the point that people are turning off their updates on their phones to avoid it disappearing because they want their emergency alert system on.
Did you see what
I've seen all of that. I've seen all of it. Had it with Obama. I don't know how often it's been used, but it is supposed to be there.
Right, and this is what Q said, and I'm not saying that Q's right or wrong, but this is what Q said. Q said that when Trump addresses the nation using the emergency address system, it says, "My fellow Americans," all right? Magix, we were speaking about this today, weren't we?
Yeah, well.
Did he not do that in the last speech?
Yeah.
In fact, was that not the speech that I cut up earlier on in Rise Above? He started
No,
with
it was the one before that, I believe.
It's the one before that. Right, so a lot of crazy stuff. I'll be honest, right? There is so much happening in every level of what we're talking about, whether it's the COVID 1984 situation, whether it's the censorship, whether it's the Great Reset, whether it's all of these other avenues. There's so much going on. We're all finding it hard to keep up with what's going on, yeah?
Have you seen Idaho? Idaho banned Twitter and Facebook from their...
I read that, Magic.
It's literally, it won't come through to anybody.
So basically, what's going on in China, like that, they literally can't get it. Do you know what I mean?
No, Idaho.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Isn't
It's the same thing. It just literally won't go
but
to
isn't
that
it,
area.
Yeah, but
It's been switched off.
Technically, but isn't the reason the opposite? In China, they won't have Facebook and Twitter because they think it's Western. Whereas in Idaho, they won't have it because they think it's Chinese.
That's how ironic. This is
We don't have that communist shit over here, bro.
They've literally just, maybe that's a testing zone. That maybe they're like testing it, just turning it off in that those geographic.
Nevada.
This is not a test anymore. This is not
this is what I mean.
This is not a drill. This is not an exercise. Live, something's going on, right? Big up Inner Guardians, my sensei Lee Hasdale. He posted a post 5 days ago saying, "This is not an exercise." Yeah, and I reposted it. Everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" You remember this post I made, Magix? I said something about the shit's about to hit the fan, right?
A large amount of
shit is about to hit an industrial fan at 100 miles an hour. This is the post I made on Facebook. Everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Listen, all I know is that from all of my sources, and people think I chat so much shit, but I'll tell you, my sources are not over 50, but not as much as 100. and they come from.
I would say the Rise Above team collectively, our sources are probably close
mate,
to
I'm not even
250
talking
to
about that.
500.
I'm talking about like before I had cognitive dissidence.
Oh,
I'm not
right,
even
okay,
counting
yes,
that. I'm talking about like the people that
right.
contact me for my just genuine information feed is more than a 50, less than 100, and they come from about 12 different spheres of influence, whether it's technical professions, administrative, law, civil servants, health, defense, military security, or esoteric, i.e. fortune tellers and mystics. Yeah, I count those as just as good as sources, right?
And seers.
And seers. So what I'm saying, in the last 5 days, I had close to, I don't know, 30, 40 messages saying things are happening, whatever sides of any agreement you think on, things are happening internationally, geopolitically, esoterically, financially, economically. So within that, Bitcoin went down, 20-30%. Boris said no more. We got loads of shit. Yes,
We got Marcus. Marcus incoming.
Yes, Marcus. The Italians have opened up and told the state police to fuck off tonight. Right? Yeah, we've been hearing about this. I think the rebellion has happened. This is what I'm saying, right?
There's multiple reports of multiple places, multiple countries that are doing something.
Yeah. What I'm essentially saying is there is a geopolitical situation where potentially China is being exposed as it's not the Chinese people's fault. At the end of the day, it's a deep state. It's not about one country releasing this virus, or even if it is released by one country. It's about the fact that this is an attack on all of us.
Guys, don't forget, right, Lance, before you even posted a video to this channel, you made what the channel was about, right?
Remember.
Lance, I remember you saying it's really important that you put this in. I thought it was really good because you sent it over to me before you put it.
The preface. It's
the preface.
man.
That's right. Lance put it out, and he said it's very important because there are warring factors. Okay, there's warring factors within the deep state. The deep state's not all on the same page.
It's the first video I ever made.
That's right. It was literally the first. It wasn't even a video. Yeah, there's a preface. It was like the preface for the channel. The very first thing for Rise Above. It was before. Yeah, that's it. The preface. Here it is. This is exactly it. Check this out.
Wow, I can't. This is mental.
This is the very first thing Lance made.
Hold on.
You sent this over to me before you put it up, posted it.
Welcome to the Rise Above podcast. This is episode 0, the preface. I'm Lance Murdoch. I'm going to be your host. Some of you guys know me as a combat sports MC. Some of you guys know me as Double L, a bass music artist. If you don't know me, for the last 20 years, this microphone has not only taken me all over the world, I've also been on a personal, intrepid journey. First of all, of de-indoctrination, and secondly, of discovery. For as long as I can remember, it was like my first childhood memory. I've had this feeling that there's more to know about this existence. There's a deeper meaning to this game. I remember in 2001 when on live TV I saw the Twin Towers fall into a cloud of dust. Something sparks in my mind, and that fire's never stopped burning until this day. Since I've been a kid, I've been conducting daily research and investigation into a plethora of subjects. From geopolitics to the hidden history of mankind, from quantum physics to Amazonian shamanism, the world religions to Freemasonry, the Jesuits, the Knights Templar, the Sumerian tablets, the Nephilim, Bible prophecies to transhumanism, the rise of artificial intelligence, gematria, symbolism, hermeticism, Luciferianism, the hidden hand, the cabal, the network of secret societies, and the glue that holds their web of deceit together, ritualistic satanic abuse. After years of studying the modus operandi of the global elite and the detailed plans the various warring factions of them have in store for us, and there are warring factions.
See, there you go. There are warring factions, guys. That's what we're talking about.
Did you make us watch that whole thing just to get to warring factions?
No. I just wanted to pause it there because that was my point from what I brought this up from.
Mate, that makes me feel emotional. How long ago was that?
You made this back in April.
Holy shit, that's almost a year ago.
So,
mate, I look well skinny. Look how fat I am now.
We're gonna
look what Rise Above has done to me.
We're gonna play it. We're gonna keep playing it. But that was my point of why we come here, because there are warring factors within the deep state.
There are definitely warring factions. They're not all on the same side. I know that to understand this fundamentally, you have to understand these subjects, as crazy as that might sound. Now, if you're still listening to this video, still watching, if you've come this far, you can already feel that we are collectively as a society on the edge of a precipice. We're stood at the cliff face looking down. And I've got a feeling, what I'm going to suggest to you is that what we're about to face is bigger than a virus, bigger than a pandemic. It's bigger than a military coup, a global power shift. It's bigger than a takedown of banking elites. It's bigger than a global financial reset. It could be bigger than the revealing of an international human trafficking ring. I'm going to suggest that what we're on the edge of could be a shift of consciousness, the movement of one epoch to another. Christians might call it revelation times. Muslims might call it the coming of the Dajjal. Some of us call this the Great Awakening. Throughout the Rise Above podcast, we aim with an understanding of this varied plethora of subjects to shine a light on the shadows and provide a guide through these current events in the form of long, unedited discussion, video presentations, interviews, and field reports. If this has captured your imagination and you want to know more, I will see you in episode 1.
So there you have it.
That freaks me out.
There you have it. So that's what I would say. Back to what we're talking about. Right, all that there are warring factors within the deep state, and there are everything. They are not all playing on the same side.
There are warring factions. Listen, if there weren't warring factions to the anti-humanist, Sabbatean, Frankist, Zionists, Nazim, whatever they are, if there weren't a force against them, they would have already done it. But the thing is, the problem is, the force against them, they're not very good either. The way I look at it, and I know we always do this rabbit hole about who really are they. Fuck the Soroses and the Rothschilds and the APEP. Sam Carno, right?
Big up
right,
Sam Carno.
Right. We're gonna be. Have we talked? We haven't even come on to that subject.
We got so much time.
We haven't come to the VAD yet.
We haven't come to the God VAD yet.
Right. If you know that what you live in is a realm and you don't care if it's flat or round because you're not that much of a peasant, if you know that the initiates look at where we live as a realm, and you know about Gojvaj, Goloj Vamast, or whatever he's called, we've got a bit of an
God gives namaste.
Goj Vamst. He's from Belgium. He's Flemish. I've been chatting to the dude. I've been chatting to Gojvaj. You know this.
We just butcher his name.
Have you got his reply? Have you got his reply?
Mate, Magix, you're going to be blown away. I haven't just got his reply. I replied to his reply.
Mate. We got a whole segment.
Mate, I caused a YouTuber beef. I caused an esoteric YouTube creator beef because I was bigging up Gojvaj. I'm not going to spoil it. This will come later.
Yeah, wait.
Creator dreaders.
Anyway, let's get back to stay on point.
No, Rise Above is not about staying on point. It's about transgressing. So we were talking about the US situation. Right. Oh God, let's get rid of this. Let's get back to the screen grab. We've still got 144 Soviet peasants.
Just go back one, Lance. Go back one.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, one more. One more. There you go. So these fuckers, like, this is ridiculous. Like, you don't storm a fucking Capitol building
because Word No smashed it, but we'll just eloquate on what he said.
You don't just stroll in like you're visiting for the day, pay your ticket.
So these are the apparent. Wait. Oh God, I can use the wheel.
No shit.
The wheel of Poitiers.
No shit.
Right. So these guys here are apparently right wing, white supremacists. Pepe loving Kekistani racist motherfuckers who stormed the Capitol with no regard for democracy, for morality, and for public safety. However, they walked directly inside. Come on.
Next.
Right, I'm going to say here, right, this dude, I know Word No broke it down.
Virtual insanity, mate.
Virtual insanity. Let me tell you, whoever this guy is here, whether he is actually a Trump Q-tard, whether he is a US Marine that has been embedded with Antifa with cameras in his horns spying on Antifa, whether he is literally an actor employed directly by George Soros, I don't give a shit. The fact is that this man is the lead star in the pantomime. The fact is that these people here here, here, and here by anyone who is not clinically retarded, you can see that these are not Trump supporters.
No, these are just
no one.
These are just bodies.
No one that loves America, supports POTUS, and is a right wing.
It's going to storm the fort. You know,
they're not going to look like this. Look, these are not Trump supporters. Okay. This person here has not got what it takes to storm the most heavily protected building in the world. This is bullshit. Anyone that believes this needs to go.
This is someone who's been let
test.
off a bus with a packed lunch provided. Okay, they've been promised a nice mellow time. They're not going to get hurt.
She's holding the flag like a knitting needle.
Yeah, they've got no. She's never held a fucking protest banner in her life.
Right,
she's doing it to make $100.
I'm going to recap. When really pissed off people, real protesters, real rioters, real looters that are actually throwing Molotov cocktails, they're actually posing a threat to public health. This is the actual response here. When you have a bunch of pantomime actors pretending to be something they're not, this is the response here at the bottom. Word nerd, you smashed it earlier. I'm just recapping for everyone else, right? Violent protesters and thugs do not do this. Yeah, just to recap. These people here are communist actors. This guy, who knows who he is? I don't really care. This Lego set tells you everything you need to know about this Soviet pantomime. Capital invasion, age 6+. The reason is if you're over the age of 6, there's no way you believe this. So if you're over the age of 6, it's a toy. If you're younger than 6, it's reality. That's why 6+. Okay. So yeah, Jamiroquai is not happy. He's just knocked this absolute puffer's tooth out. And I'm not being homophobic. Puffers are not gay. They're just waste men like him. So here we go, right? Let's be real about the censorship. Let's be real about who's inciting violence. Here, I don't know who this bold Dalek is here. There needs to be unrest in the street. She's a Democrat. Kamala Hitler says protesters don't let up. Protesters don't let up. Just burn the whole fucking place down. What's her name? This old crony here. She says, what's her name?
I'm not sure.
Walters, that's it. Walters.
No, Waters, isn't it?
Waters. If you see anybody from the cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you go there, you create a crowd, push them back, set fire to them, fucking poke their eyes out. Communist. Pelosi, yeah. I just don't know why they're uprising all over the country. Make sure there will be. So these people at the top here, these are definitely not inciting violence. They're not telling you to cause shit. Up here, this is what DJT says. These are things and events that happen when a scared landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and victory stripped away from the great patriots who played blah, blah, blah. Go home with love and in peace. Remember the day forever. I'm going to be honest. He did say march on the Capitol. He did say that. March.
He did, yeah.
He did. I'm going to be real. Because I don't think this meme is totally genuine. At no point he said burn shit. At no point he said kick the door down. And guess which one was censored?
This is my thing, right? Oh, right. So everyone's supposed to be voting in a democracy, okay?
I just want everyone to know we're not like going, oh yeah, Trump's still saying the plan. We're just commenting on.
No, I'm just saying it.
Yeah.
This is my opinion. The people are supposed to be voting in democracy. They've done that. It's been clearly fraudulent. What the fuck else are they supposed to do?
I'm not being funny, but
what literally other option have you got supposed to do?
If there's legitimate evidence that it's actually been swung the other way, or it was using that software.
What else are you supposed to do? I'm not saying riot, but march on the Capitol and demand the Supreme Court fucking do something about it, because that's their fucking job.
Let me say something, right? Let's just pretend for a moment that all of these actors and LARPers, LARP, live action.
That's what they are, LARPers.
They are LARPers. Let's just imagine for a second that all of these LARPers are actually Trump supporters. Just stick with me. If all of these LARPers are actually Trump supporters, what did they actually do? They broke into a federal building with little resistance. At worst, they smashed a couple of windows and kicked down a couple of doors. 4 of them were shot. A couple of them died. They didn't burn anything. They didn't ruin anyone's business. They didn't kill anyone.
I believe one.
They filtered out as soon as the first shot was fired. A tannoy system came on and said use of deadly force has been authorized, and a whole bunch of them just walked straight out.
Were any law enforcement officers or any civil servants or were any injured?
He was killed. One
What? Oh, one was.
No, well, hang on.
I
saw
don't
that-
know. You guys know more than me. Right. Oh shit, he's gone. Obviously, spoke about magic. Carry on. As far as you know, because you looked into this, were any law enforcement, civil servants, or government people injured or killed?
Well, the stories I've heard is one was shot in the neck, and then you had
Trump
a guy-
supporter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then you had a guy who tasered himself, apparently.
Okay.
And then you had a policeman that was killed through something.
A policeman was killed.
Yeah, one.
Oh, okay, right. So one policeman was apparently killed. Right. Okay.
Yeah, they
so
found out.
one policeman in total. Okay, I stand corrected. If I'm wrong, I always admit it. One policeman was killed. In total, how many policemen or law enforcement people were injured or killed in Black Lives Matter protests?
I believe it was 30 something.
30? Fuck. I was about to say it was 10. It was 30.
I think it was about. I think it
Well,
was
let's be
46
real.
people altogether.
Well, that's over a period of 6 months, at least. So let's be real. Right, Andy, to recap, what I just found out is that apparently one policeman or government official was either injured or killed during this event.
I'm not surprised. But
Well,
I mean,
yeah, well-
again, you know, was that a George
Mate.
Floyd sacrifice kind of
Right,
thing?
listen, I saw a video of someone smashing a window, trying to climb through, and from the other side of the window, a policeman or a security guard popped around the corner, licked off a shot at them, and they dropped from the window and they died. And they fell to the floor. And as soon as they fell to the floor, on their side of the window, policemen turned up on their side. So you've got police shooting for this side through the window at the person shot, and you've got police, as soon as they're shot, appearing on the other side. That to me sounds mental.
Well,
I can speak to this, lads, because I if I don't get cut off because I was just trying to speak to this just now and I got cut off. Basically, as far as I can work out, the only serving person that had died supposedly was this police officer that was beat with fire extinguishers. So it was quite a serious story. And as far as I worked out, the precinct have put out a statement saying he hasn't passed away, but there was an incident, and I think they said there was a beating, and I don't think if they clarified the fire extinguishers. So there could have been a gnarly incident, and I don't want to say it if it's not true, but I think it should need to be investigated.
Mate, we have to tell both sides of the story. So what you're
That's
saying
both sides of it.
So allegedly, either a security guard or a law enforcement professional was bludgeoned with a fire extinguisher.
Yes, allegedly. That's shared correctly.
We need to hear that. If that's been reported, we need to hear it because we are not. Listen, this is Rise Above. We're reporting on what's happened, and I believe, or at least my opinion, is at some level this has been a manufactured event. So we need to hear every side of the story.
100%.
Unfortunately, it's manufactured, but also with bullshit narratives. So that's a very easy thing to put out. But apparently, I did see another source that claims the precinct to put out a statement and said that's not true. But there was an incident and there was a beating, but he's fine, which means that no one's died. Yeah, that was serving.
So while we've got all four on the stream,
because I believe the accusation is just one person, which that would make it 0. And the other one is very strange because I believe it's a long-time Trump supporter and someone who was in the military. And the story I read, which was a mainstream one, which I haven't had a chance to dig on yet, was that supposedly she was breaching, and then they gave her multiple warnings. And when she didn't stop trying to breach that particular barrier, which is quite far into the building, they then opened fire. And I find it hard to believe that anyone with any semblance of military training would not know. You know, when someone's warning you and they're pointing a gun at you, they're not messing about, and you're going to know that. So that's a strange.
How many warnings do you think is acceptable? 3, 5? I would say 3. After 3, if you're not going to
you've got thousands of people outside, and a small number are actually breaching the chamber when there are people in the chamber doing their job, you know, regardless of what manner of absolute dirtbag they might be, they were in the chamber, all of them. So that does represent a real danger if you actually want to protect the American system, because they were in there. So that could have been very dangerous. And at that point, I believe, according to the mainstream, she was breaching like the final inner chambers, was the small core of people, very small core of people. So that's not an insurrection, by the way. Sorry, but it's just not. And you shouldn't be calling it that if it's not. And you only have to watch it, really. I watched a live stream of watching it unfold. So they shouldn't be calling it.
Excellent insight, mate. I'm just going to boot you out and invite you back because apparently you've got echo. But, mate, that was an excellent insight. Thank you very much. Hold on.
Every incident problem you can imagine today, and a few weird, strange things happening.
So we've got Lewis McGrath saying that Word Nerd has got a bad echo. Could I just get some feedback? Does anyone else have a bad echo? Because what we find sometimes on these streams is a couple of people notice something, but then other people don't. You've noticed that, yeah?
Some people get the echo.
No, thank you very much, Lewis. Thank you very much, bruv. Right, for anyone that just heard that wicked little insight from Word Nerd, did anybody else have an echo? Because like this is what we're talking about here today. This crazy pantomime, mate. We heard no echo from Word Nerd.
No, it's perfect our end.
Yeah, bad echo. Okay, all right. Well, right, Word Nerd. Let me just get to a next slide. Where's he gone? He fucking disappeared. All right, that was Word Nerd. Anyway, yeah, I think it's just him. Anyway, when I've got that Pizzagate internet next time. What do you want me to pull up, Magix? Anyway, right, okay. Shit internet. Right, hold on. Right, so we were doing the whole. Here, hello. Magix. Now you're cutting out, mate. So apparently, right, with all of these crazy amount of troops going to the US Capitol, this came out either early today or yesterday. Yeah, Magix. I can, mate. But the stream is kind of stretching.
Yeah, on my screen. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, right. We're having a problem with the old echo. That's a stream. Right, so let me just put you two out for a second. I'll just say something. Hopefully we can just sometimes it needs to recharge. Right. So everyone's seen the crazy amount of troops going to the US Capitol. The report is their National Guard, but this report came to me today. Magic sent it to me. And guys, I'll get you back in a sec. Just sit in the green room. I just want to charge up the internet. Got 150 people tuned in. Friday night, Rise Above. Whoop, whoop. Right, so this General H. Berger dude, commandant of the United States Marine Corps, and remember, the US Marines are the proper bad boys in the US. My old man's an ex-Marine. They're the real bad boys in the military. The Army are bad as well, but Marines are badder. He says, a Pentagon source speaking under promise of anonymity told Real News that Pelosi contacted General Berger late on Monday night. So that's at the start of this week. She besieged him to commit 5,000 US Marines to help ensure a peaceful transition of power to prevent a repeat of the January the 6th siege of the Capitol. General Berger, our source said, didn't understand why Pelosi needed additional soldiers to augment an already impressive force assembled by federal and state officials. That force includes 15,000 National Guard from DC, Delaware, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, and an undisclosed number of FBI and DHS agents who already arrived in DC. Pelosi said she wanted battle-ready reinforcements because radicalized Trump supporters and kooky QAnon conspiracy. Oh shit!
The only one that's
Conspiracy
fucking
people.
radicalized is Pelosi.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing, right?
Radicalized left.
She implored him to reconsider arguing. Right, basically, apparently, this guy said, "Listen, the only person on planet Earth that can deploy the U.S. Marines is the commander in chief. That's Donald Trump. In case you didn't know." Right, I'm going to invite everyone else back to the stream.
Wait, you missed the next page.
I know I did, but I'm trying to avoid the stream just going.
You know, that's it. Who protects the president, and who usually or used to protect?
Yeah, this one here. Right, Word Nerd.
Aye.
Get 30 seconds on you, and I want to hear if anyone can hear an echo. Word Nerd, comment on this, please.
We're looking at human vibration on Twitter.
No, where are you watching? Oh wait,
No, that general you just showed.
this one. Nancy Pelosi, Marine Corps, right? Rebukes Pelosi. She requested the U.S. Marines to come to the Capitol, and the Marines were like, "What the fuck are you talking about? We only work for Donald Trump." It's Word Nerd. People need.
Yeah,
to
right. Nervous Nancy.
She shakes me.
She's getting twitchy. Well, she's always pissed, so that doesn't help. She's always drunk.
I've pissed off like bad come down off like heavy deep state pharmaceuticals.
100%.
Yeah.
She's full of heavy metals.
Gonna go loose.
She's full of heavy metals.
Get rid of boom.
Right, so Word Nerd, mate, just give us your take.
Yeah, Word Nerd sounds
on
clear.
this.
Yeah, boy.
Give us your take on this, mate.
Yeah, we'll get to
Nice one, but I haven't even got to the comments
Give us
yet.
your
guys.
take on the whole situation.
What's the take? Let's see. Haven't even got to the comments yet. There is internet
Yeah,
fuckery
yeah.
afoot.
Fuck the comments, mate. You only got 30 seconds word now.
Yeah,
Get
word
down
now.
to the
We want to
business.
know what you think, mate, about what the shit is going down at DC.
This guy looks like someone stretched the skin over his skull. He's ready for action. Look how many colours he's got on his chest.
His reptileness is bulging out at the fucking face.
Right. I think hopefully there are good and bad reptiles because this guy is definitely a reptilian. Right. He has barely got that scales stretched over his his mammalian like body. Like whoever this burger guy is.
Word nerd's gone. So.
Yeah, obviously
Yeah,
word nerd's
Word nerd's
gone. Right. Okay. I tell you what. I need to go for a piss.
Have you got the next page for this? Because that dialogue carries on.
Magic. I couldn't get all of your stuff on. I've gone straight on to King
Now you've
Jong-un.
just dropped Kim Jong Un.
Right. We are only 3 hours in. We've still got another hour and 45 minutes. I vote that we play a video. We have a little break and we'll come back.
Yeah,
in
let's
3
do it.
minutes.
Let's
Let's
do it,
fucking
yeah.
do it.
Let's
right?
regroup.
Yeah,
Regroup here in the
because
studio for a
listen,
couple of
listen.
seconds,
We
guys.
the war isn't won. The battle might be won, but the war is not won. What we need to do is we need to regroup, resettle, and collect our thoughts and just come back very soon. So while we come back, let me just
Shout out to everyone in the chat, guys. Shout out to all the regulars.
Shout out to all the regulars. Shout out to the newcomers. If this is your first time at Rise Above, welcome to the family.
Shout out to Clara Warren, Pat Riot, Robin Thane,
We are not as
Kenzie
crazy
P,
as you
Carmen
think.
Berry, Bailey Mont Blanc, Andy Pandy, Brady Golden, all the guys, all the regulars. Big up
Do
yourselves.
you know what I'm gonna
Keep
do?
listening,
I'm gonna
guys.
play Don't Believe Me.
Don't believe, yeah, nice mellow one.
Oh
We've
no.
got Word Nerd back coming in now.
Wait. Word now he's back. Okay, so I'm gonna play one
Click
of
him
my,
back in, then he can.
Oh, hello. Yeah, it'll
There you
disappear
go.
soon. Now, this one's called The Unfolding Agenda. We're going to go for it. We're going to go and relieve ourselves. And we'll do that very soon. Rise Above family. 2 more hours to go. Hold on.
So we move in the shadow, it's time to evade. We move in the shadow. We move in the shadow, it's time to evade. The all-seeing eye will see. So it seems like they turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agendas. And this means we'll meet for the fender away from your breathless dream, unconsciously rendered. You surrender the ways and means to fight and combat and kill a vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination bomb that. The lax ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother, so just tell me what you want that. So I write these rings to push the extremes. Tired of blood, flowing in streams and the fire inside with luminous streams. Clouds in the sky, not cumulus. I'm serious, far from humorous. Your biopsy results are tumorous. Outlook is dubious. The bad news starts when you exit the uterus. Do you really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you're stood on the edge of the precipice, you can't look back and reminisce. It's too late now, you should have took heed and note of subliminal messages. Looked in the cracks and the crevices. Use your brain to identify blatant menaces. Blinded by Babylon's benefits. Denying the Amazon's evidence. Too ready to consume the remedy dispensed to you by your enemies. You be moving in the shadows in attempt to evade. You be moving in the shadows. The all-seeing eye. You be moving in the shadows, move in the shadows, move in the shadows, move in the shadows. You be moving in the shadows, move in the shadows. So we move in the shadows, it's time to evade. You be moving in the shadows. We move in the shadows, it's time to evade. The all-seeing eye, all-seeing. Solidarity, cohesion, together resist their lesion. I never stop it while I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the topic, I'm steaming. Forever seen psychotically reading, documenting, plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching, leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the layers of deception, mirror tracks, untrue directions. Peer through cracks in perception, say my prayers and face my reflection. Knowledge of self and power of mind, intellectual wealth, powers of mind. Come up the hour, give you these powers to burn down the tower that threaten mankind.
Literally just finished. Don't believe me.
Oh, don't believe me. Okay. Shut up. He's like, quick, do it. No, Right, that's enough of that. Right, while I came back, I've literally just knocked the beer all over myself. Holy shit! And I have no, mate. I've soiled myself heavily. Andy's just going to get some paper. Right, where were we? We were still doing the slideshow. It was getting deep, mate. Magix is here. Spoken Word Nerd is still here. How long have you been here before the COVID units kicked you out? It's got to be some sort of record, mate. Thank you very much.
Word Nerd is like a full-blown nighttime person now.
Word Nerd is like a bush baby. He's one of those small nocturnal marsupial creatures.
I've noticed. It's only because I'm one as well.
When Word Nerd comes to stay at the Rise Above HQ, like I'm a late riser, mate. I'm not a morning person, you know. But at the weekend, like I get up at like 9:30, 10 o'clock, and I come downstairs. Word Nerd is still slumbering until like 1 or 2, and I'm like, where's he gonna wake up?
Mate,
I'm busting him
at
out
7 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning.
I know he's a proper early riser. Since I got the Rise Above cats, those little bastards wake me up.
Early
so
bird
early.
catches the worm, my man.
Oh mate. Right.
I get up with the sun.
Where did we get to? We still got more. Hold on. Well on a minute. It's Rise Above.
I got cut off because I presume I mentioned tunnel systems, but like everyone knows that there's tunnel systems under DC. They were built there for a situation exactly such as that, so that people could be evacuated. If such, you're saying the capital's under siege. So
this is Pizzagate.
He's straight in. He knows he's going to get a cut off.
Cut me off, and I'll just talk about more. I don't know if you've noticed, but I do more every time you censor me. I increase the output. So what's the fucking point?
Just go.
We already clocked. It's not about what you're saying. I think that you just on some sort of like random timer. Sometimes you can say absolutely nothing, they cut you. Sometimes you can drop
on the reset clock.
He's on the reset clock. Sometimes Word Nerd can drop the absolute bomb for 5 minutes. I'm like, how the fuck are they letting this get through? Like a minute ago, he was literally like Rambo machine gunning, red pilling people about what happened in the Capitol, and they didn't come for 5 minutes. Like these people don't know what they're doing. So anyway. Why did Biden get no virus? He sniffed everyone.
He literally does that.
He does sniff everyone.
Have you seen? Can we leave the party politics aside and just appreciate a good troll? Because have you seen? I was watching Proudly, something recommended by YouTube these days, which was watch people die inside. And it was all these
I watch
clips
that
of,
every
like...
day, mate. It's great.
Yeah.
No, me and the missus, we watch that every day. Watch people die inside. Ultimate fails. It's
amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, they didn't get everything wrong. Anyway, and they allow a lot of it. A lot of it's us, and they just allow it. You know that, guys. Anyway, so I'm watching that, and then Trump comes up. He's in the room with Kim Jong-un, and he's already called him a fat little rocket man on Twitter by this point, before he's gone to have dinner with him. And then they're having dinner. Yeah, on Twitter, and then Twitter. On the Twitter. And then basically he was like turned to the cameras in front of everyone as they got brought together to meet at opposite ends of the table and said, Trump said, can you make sure you get a good frame here, make sure we both look nice and handsome and thin?
Super good, Mr. Trump. You start letting go better. I love you, Mr. Trump.
He's just like,
I see you on Apprentice. Super good. Listen, I know Southeast Asian people. If Kim Jong-un is anything like my mates in Southeast Asia that think they're Jews, like Kim Jong-un does, right? His father, Kim Jong-il. Everyone thinks that he was the ultimate communist, the ultimate anti-Westernist. Do you know what? Do you know
American culture?
Do you want to know some facts about him? He was the #1 personal single consumer of Johnny Walker's whiskey in the world. There is no one individual who would make larger orders directly from the Johnny Walker's distillery than Kim Jong-il.
I bet John Wayne drank more whiskey
No. He might not. He might have drunk more. Kim Jong-il ordered more. The second thing he did, he had the largest VHS or DVD personal collection of Hollywood films. He was an absolute movie buff. Yeah, he loved American culture, like his son Kim Jong-un. They got educated in the West at the best education, the best Phoenician education that's available in the crater in Switzerland, as we know. It's not about Israel.
Tartarian.
It's not about
education.
Israel. It's not about it's about Switzerland. That's where the good shit is. Yeah. So educated.
We won't get into that now. We'll get into that at the end of the show, guys.
Educated in Switzerland. Yeah. So don't tell me that these people, like Kim Jong Un, Kim Jong Il, they're actually communists and they actually hate Western capitalist culture. They fucking love it. That's why Kim Jong Un is best mates with Dennis Rodman. He's so basic. He's so communist that he's taken one look at the NBA. He's like, Dennis Rodman, he is super good. He's got green hair and he's a cross-dresser. He is #1 NBA star.
We all know.
I want to be best friends with him.
We all know it's one rule for us, one rule for them.
But do you think Kim Jong Un is them? Obviously, he's them in their country, but compared to the other global elites, don't you think he's a
no,
peasant?
for him.
What?
He said, I'm not a fucking communist. But you can have your
standards.
That's what I mean. One rule for them. So he might not be in with the crew, but the rest are globalists. But he's still, he's not a peasant.
True. But I sort of see him as just like another victim of it. He's like people that were sucking up to the Soviet Union. He's like, I will love this state. I will be allowed one pair of blue denim capitalist jeans, because I don't know if anyone knows about this. You're the same age as me. I'm
2 years younger than you.
2 years younger than me. So all I knew about the Soviet Union when I was young,
I'm 34 for the viewers.
Okay, so blue denim jeans. Did you know that in the Soviet Union they were seen as pure decadence?
Really?
You heard about? All right, okay. When I first learned about communism and the Soviet Union when I was really young, like i.e. younger than 10. So I'm saying late 80s, early 90s, right? The first thing I learned about the Soviet Union was that people weren't allowed to wear blue denim jeans, or if you were very rich and you were like a government person and you were allowed to own or import the blue denim jeans, decadent.
Right.
Interesting. So like,
I know in India, parts of India, when jeans weren't, I'd say maybe in the sort of 70s and 80s,
when every motherfucker
was wearing jeans.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, every motherfucker globally, but every motherfucker in the West.
In the West, that's what everyone. That was the fashion.
Over
Everybody
India,
wore blue denim jeans.
India, they were
But they had socialism back then, didn't they? They weren't capitalists. This is what people forget.
That's it. There was a thing back in India about having jeans. If people could have jeans,
that was a sign of affluence, decadence,
Absolutely.
Western capitalist pig. You wear blue denim. You don't wear grey.
Especially
Soviet,
the women. Especially
Soviet
if women
corduroys.
Because of their class system. Especially if the women wore denim, any kind of denim.
So the reason we're talking about is the way that I look at it is if it's that true about Kim Jong Un's dad, Kim Jong Un Il, that he had this crazy love of Johnny Walker's whiskey. Shit. The biggest collection of VHS and DVDs of Hollywood movies, while everyone else didn't have it. Maybe that's because he was the only person that was allowed to have it. And he loved it. And he was a prisoner of their system, communist China too. Because I've heard this. This
multiple,
guy maybe was a prisoner and was rescued by Trump. Maybe he's not a dictator.
Those pictures, right? Everyone says a picture tells 1,000 words, right? So a picture's worth 1,000 words, sorry. So there's that picture. Do you remember of when it was announced that President Trump was going to go over to North Korea and it was going to start a fucking World War III?
It was like, nuclear holocaust. Yeah. Trump's going to press the button. He's going to fuck everything up.
And the picture of that. Actually, Lance, you know about this. I'm going to find a picture. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And
are you talking about the Obama-Trump picture?
No. The picture of when Trump met Kim Jong-un. And it was just like, this guy, he looked like a puppy who had been set free rather than some fascist dictator who was about to press the fucking red button on the rest of the West. Like, it was,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So what Andy PG, aka Jamie, is just looking for is sorry. This is why we need a studio technician. Anyone in the Southwest loves Rise Above, wants to come and be our studio technician, please come. So, out of a whole life, if you're my age, I'm 30. How many splits am I burning at once? 5. If you're my age, if you're in your late 30s, for your whole life, North Korea were the embodiment of evil, the axis of evil, absolute communist dictators, absolute totalitarian, genocidal dictators. At the same time, Kim Jong Il loved Johnny Walker's whiskey, love Hollywood films, educated in
Love the
Switzerland,
smoke.
love the smoke, educated in Switzerland, where are all of the highest class, highest level elites educated? Switzerland. Yeah. So how much can you hate Western culture if you are immersed in the upper echelons of Western culture? So everything we've ever been told about this dictatorship, should we believe it? Should we believe it like everything we've ever been told about everything else, which is patently, demonstrably a lie? Should we believe everything we've been told about North Korea? Is this family what we've been told or not? Who knows? We talk about global resets. We talk about historical resets. We talk about John Levy. We talk about Gojvaj. Yeah. So if history has been reset and this bad, and we have grown up in the internet age, we have people of our age group, i.e., 30. So 30 to
millennials,
50, 30. Yeah, but Rise Above. I've looked at the demographic of Rise Above. Do you know what it is?
What are we at?
It's 60 to 70%, 35 to 45.
Okay.
So it's our age group. We have a higher demographic of 45 to 55 than we do 35 to 25.
Okay.
So the youngsters are lost. Young people, what Rise Above more learn.
Yeah.
So
anyway, Patrick,
is it true? Is it true about North Korea?
Look at this picture, right? Look how happy he is. Like, look at that. You know,
is this a guy that has been brought under the thumb of the capitalist pig that he hates, or is this the person that has been, what should we call it?
Rescued.
Demonized. No, before he was rescued. Demonized, scapegoated. People like Saddam Hussein. Right, okay. I'm not gonna make it. People like Gaddafi. I'm not gonna make a case that Saddam Hussein was good. But
Gaddafi was definitely used.
Yeah. Gaddafi's a better example, right? People can say what they want about Gaddafi, right? But he's got a very similar thing. Don't quote me on this, but he was groomed, educated, and raised in the West. I believe he spent some time in Switzerland, if not in the UK. Magix, would you care to? Gaddafi's education, Magix, yeah. I know for a fact, I'm half right on this. Gaddafi was either educated and raised in either the UK, Switzerland, or another European Renaissance stronghold. Yeah, he was a leader of a developing country who used. I'm not going to say Gaddafi was a communist, but he had some things about communism, like the good side of it, like when you get married, we'll give you a $25,000 grant. Like, we're an oil producing nation. We'll give you highly subsidized fuels. Sigma 44. Yes. Right. We need to get Sigma 44. Sigma 44 is special forces. Yeah, so did Bin Laden. Exactly. Yeah. Bin Laden construction.
It looks like he was educated in the Middle East.
He was. No, mate, I'm absolutely positive that Gaddafi spent at least a couple of years, a sabbatical, a degree in Europe. Please dig deeper. I'm absolutely sure of this. So all of these characters, all of these stooges, are they? Where's he gone? Larry Gallis, Sigma 44, our special forces, Inner Guardians, yes. Get ready for the Biden inauguration day psyop, gaslighting. Lee, will come back to that. Shit, Rise Above, so many rabbit hole avenues. Right, we have got so many sick people in the comment section. Word nerd, thank you back. Right, Sigma 44, Special Forces, Inner Guardians, UK MMA Legends, Special Forces, Protection Specialist. We've got so much expertise in this comment section. We're currently talking about
educated in the Middle East only.
Really?
Yeah.
He did not spend any time in Europe, like Amsterdam or Switzerland or Venice.
In Sirte, wherever that is, Libya.
Okay, maybe, mate. I'm ready to be wrong. Maybe I was wrong. I thought Gaddafi was one of those that came over this side. Right. So Sigma 44 says so was Bin Laden. Right. In case anybody doesn't know, Bin Laden was the poster boy of the CIA. He was a CIA plant to be the front man of the opposition for the Russian-backed Soviet forces that were invading Afghanistan. So he started the Mujahideen, which later morphed into I don't know whether to say Al Qaeda or the Taliban. I know
It's,
that
it's the same branch. Sorry, same
I'm not sure it is
organization.
because I know that Al Qaeda is the word for database. So the Al Qaeda is actually the Islamic Arabic word for CIA database. I believe, this is my understanding, Taliban is the name that they gave to themselves. But the see, it gets complicated. Anyway, these people.
Word nerd in the comment section there.
Sorry,
Ask
word
you
nerd.
a
Back
question.
again. So, Sigma 44, bruv, your special forces. Can you give me a little bit more insight into the similarities between characters like Bin Laden and Gaddafi? Because I'm not sure about how.
Gaddafi's more of a like who's the leader of, is it Syria? They're more like patriots of their country, and they just got shafted by the West, pretty much.
Do you mean what's his name? Oh, fucking
Al-Bashir.
Al-Bashir is the common one, but I've heard that Al-Bashir is actually a separatist, that he only cares about the Alawite people. Because if you notice, Al-Bashir, he's not Semitic; he looks white. And I don't mean to take it racial.
So he's from a different region.
Alawite.
So
it's not about Sunni or Shia.
So
he's
guys,
about a different breakaway sect.
just to explain some.
And I know we've got Muslims watching, so please interject.
So Semitic doesn't just mean Jewish. That's a type of Jew.
No, it means Arabic.
Yeah,
Semitic is a tongue.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
it's nothing to do with being Jewish.
Exactly. So when someone says anti-Semitic, you're being anti-Semitic talking about Jews. It's complete horseshit.
The most anti-Semitic nation on the earth is Israel.
There you go.
Aren't they all Semites anyway? Aren't Palestinian
I'm going
Semites
to tell
too?
you. Let me break it down. Do you know what a Semite? Right. While I talk about this, please.
Yeah, go for it,
please,
Lance.
Jamie.
Yeah.
As far as my understanding, right, a Semite is someone that speaks a Semitic language. And as far as I'm concerned, the only existing modern Semitic language is Arabic. So anyone whose mother tongue is Arabic is a Semite. Arabs and Jews alike, if they are ethnically from an area that has a Semitic language, an Arabic language, i.e. the Middle East. If they are ethnically from the Middle East, they are a Semite.
So here we go, Lance. So
Palestinians, Arabic, Arab, Muslim Palestinians are Semites.
So it says here, Lance,
Sephardic and Hebrew Jews from the Middle East and Arab Jews are Semites.
This is on Wikipedia.
Ethiopian Black Jews from the Middle East are Semites. They have Semitic blood. They speak a Semitic language. White, Iranian, and Aryan Semitic people in the Middle East are Semites. It's nothing to do with being Jewish.
So this
Let's
is
be real about this. This is what being a Semite is.
This is here is from Wikipedia. So it says Semitic peoples or Semitic cultures.
Turkish Farsi, Robert Thane, they are Semites too. Turkic people are Semites.
Was a term for an ethnic, cultural, and racial group. The terminology is now largely obsolete outside the grouping Semitic languages in linguistics. The first used in the 1770s by members of the Göttingen School of History. Biblical terminology for the race was derived from the Shem, Hebrew, one of the three sons of the Noah, and the book of Genesis.
Muhammad was a Semite.
Together with the parallel terms Hamites and
if Jesus is who we told her,
Japhetites.
he was a Semite too.
In archaeology, the term is sometimes used informally as a kind of shorthand. Okay.
But obviously,
But it doesn't mean you're Jewish.
Yeah, right. Anti-Semitic doesn't mean being racist against Jewish people. Let's get that straight. The most anti-Semitic nation on earth is Israel. No one persecutes Semites more in the world than Israel. Let's be straight. Zero Dragon has got a comment here. Let's check that out. We've neglected the comments tonight. They're always dope. Israel admitted they tried to make a bioweapon that would kill Arabs. I've seen it. It's true. But when they found out they're closely related and they would be killed themselves. Yeah, right. Because unless you are absolute out of this crater Ashkenazi with no Semitic material in you at all, which is a lot of people that claim to be Jewish. If you are one of those Sephardic Jews, Hebrew Jews, Middle Eastern Jews, you're Semitic
Fake
too.
Jews.
No, they're the real Jews. This is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
precisely. Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So the idea, if you can make a bioweapon that only kills Semitic people, most of the people, well, at least half of the people that be called are people that call themselves Jewish. So that's very counterproductive. Anyway, this used to be a controversial topic until COVID 1984 came about. This should be the stuff you used to get banned for. Now you can talk about this shit all day long. Well, right, where were we? So Joe Biden, yeah. Right, who's got their mic loud and who's like
I'm calling Word Nerd.
Fiddling with themselves. Word Nerd, have you got your cat in the game or something? What's going on?
I'm using a gaming headset, so I flick the mic down and then it's sensitive and I flick it up.
Stop flicking your bean.
Well, everything's going crazy with my internet at the moment anyway.
Chief there licking your bollocks, mate.
Right, mate, we should be thankful. This is a long spell of Word Nerd. Word Nerd, look at this meme. How could Chancellor Biden on his $100,000 a year?
President Biden.
No, Chancellor-elect President Biden.
What is his title? Should we just nail that off now? Should we put a pin in that?
I will choose his title on this January the 21st.
Right, okay, we'll put a pin in that until
Doesn't he take a cut from it?
Inauguration day.
Right, how does someone, right, the President of the United States, POTUS, DJT, Donald Trump, the biggest white supremacist in the motherfucking crater, he earns how much? Is it $250? Is it $400,000 a year?
No, it's $250.
$250, and he gets it all back. Yeah,
I think I'll do.
So how much?
500, maybe 500.
Even if it's 500, let's assume it's 500. Let's assume that Chancellor Biden of the opposition earns half of POTUS, which is $250,000, roughly £210,000. Please tell me how a man who earns £210,000 owns on record these 4 properties. These are the 4 properties on record.
So were these actually personally his or the Biden family?
Well, apparently, according to this meme, and obviously I haven't cross-referenced it because I just don't have time. Apparently, these are Biden's 4 personal properties.
So can I just throw it out there as well? The Biden family also owns the island next to Epstein, neighboring island.
Are they all racist pedophiles, or is it just Joe?
Well, no, straight
don't
in
know
there.
whole island.
Get it out while you can, my man.
What's up?
That guy that I've been sharing on YouTube, he's called Alistair something comedian, and he's absolutely epic. This English dude with a skinhead, about our age, quite well spoken, and he's been doing these fake news broadcasts, and it's so funny. I've been sharing it on Facebook. He goes, and have you seen it? Right, and he goes, coming President Biden, he is the head of the largest crime, one of the largest crime families in the world, right? And he's this fake news broadcast. He is. He is.
He is.
What, you think the fucking Gambinos or something earn more than this dude? Look how much this guy's family, if it's true, and it is, his family, him, his son, how much have they been creaming off the top of one of the strongest democracies in the world?
100%. And how much did Biden get off China?
Well, I mean,
how much?
Well, even on his own record, he said $500 million.
How fucking hard?
Oh, no, sorry, that was Ukraine. 500 million.
Sorry, yeah. What did he get off China?
I don't know, billion.
I mean, how fucking hard is it to get any money out of China in the first place?
Well, it depends.
Let alone if you're a
what you're
Westerner.
ready to do.
Well, precisely. That's what I'm.
If you're
That's
ready
what I'm
to
saying.
do anything for the Red Dragon, I'm sure it's pretty easy.
That's
to
precisely what I'm saying.
Well, here's a good comment. Dan Greet says, "I'm not a Jew. I'm Cornish."
Oh, I love a good pasty, my
Anyway,
man.
D Jews, D at the start. We'll be talking about the creator life soon. And if you're new to Rise Above, if you think what we've been talking about is weird so far, wait until what we talk about in the last hour of the show. Hold your horses.
I've been gathering
Big up
some
God
goodies.
badge if you're watching. Right, so we're talking about Health Chancellor Biden, and in the last stream, maybe 2 ago, he said, "Listen, just wear a mask. It's the most patriotic thing you can do. If you don't, everyone's going to die." Well, new strain, new style. Wear 2 masks, Chancellor Biden.
Can I just say, so a mask is a great way for these body doubles not to be questioned.
Yeah, it's a great
I'd just
way
like to put that out
make
there
a
as
deep
another
fake even easier to
yeah,
accomplish.
exactly. Just as another thing. I'm
Body
just
doubles
putting that
exist.
out there. There's one. No, there's one. No, there's
He
one.
goes,
No.
body doubles exist.
That's
Word
the
Nerd was like-
UN.
he had his like conspiracy theorist computer. But body doubles exist. As soon as he pressed the button, instantly cut. The Soviet Union strikes straight away. So after all that craziness, yeah, nothing. I cannot concede, and he's back. Word Nerd.
And he's back.
Body doubles exist.
So-
It's not a conspiracy theory. Everyone knows that. You just need to do a bit of research.
It.
It's not allowed these days, but you know, we're still free, and that is true. And that is not a conspiracy theory. A lot of them have doubles. Body doubles exist. I'll keep saying it. Okay.
Hashtag Hillary Clinton.
Hashtag Hillary Rodham Clinton. Nothing to do with the Rodham crime family, I'm sure.
Anyway,
there's no connection. And you're a fool and a communist if you make one.
Thank you, Rednut.
In the immortal words of Bill Hicks.
Anyway, speaking of body doubles, here's Joe Biden's plural.
No way.
Plural.
Look, he's got different coloured eyes, bro.
Yeah, look at this fucker. This is a completely different person.
And I would.
Yeah, he definitely looks different. Yeah.
Look at the mouth. Look at the mouth. I know he's not smiling.
Anyway, right, where do we get to? Trump is going to concede nothing. Well, Trump is still my president. Right, in case anyone... Right, listen, I know that whenever we talk about Trump, we always split the crowd. The fact is, Donald Trump is still president and there are 5 days to go. I had already given up hope that everything we thought might happen is going to happen. All I know is that...
5 days is a long time in politics,
5 days
mate.
is a long time. I remember at the start of what we called the Great Awakening, when I started this channel, and I was like staying up for 2 or 3 days at a time and doing these crazy long posts. In 24 hours, so much could happen. All I'm going to say is, who knows what will happen, but I hope that he literally does like a Samson and just pulls the pillars down on the way.
It's like the stock market, right? It's 24/7. It's just different geographical areas that are asleep at any one point. Okay, but shit happens all round the clock.
Yeah, all I know is that I've put my eggs in different baskets. And whatever happens, I hope that I can make a nice little profit off of it because, yeah, the markets are all over the place. Right, where are we? Oh, this is interesting. Let's go here. Boom. So, who thought Epstein? Who thought Maxwell? Who thought that was finished? Guess what? It's not finished. Guess what? 2 weeks ago, I showed you that, what was it, John-Luc Brunel? Nygaard. 2 other Epstein-esque characters from different continents. Done. They're going actually, well, who knows if they're going to be outed as well, but they're being charged for child trafficking too. So let's look at this. Daily Mail. I don't care if you say Daily Fail. These guys have actually done a little tiny incremental amoeba of actual investigative journalism. Exclusive. Disgrace. Victoria's Secret mogul Les Wexner, the guy that gave Epstein the mansion. Epstein abused young girls at his sprawling Ohio mega mansion, a different one, while the paedophile posed as a modeling scout to recruit his victims. New bombshell lawsuit claims.
So there was that hashtag arrest Wexner going around for months and months and months.
Yep. So this guy is another chosenite. He's another fake you-know-who. He's the same as Epstein. He's the same as Weinstein. They're not who they claim they are. They're not God's chosen people. They like to do you-know-what. So it says here. Yeah, he's a blueberry. He's a parasitic collaborator. An explosive new lawsuit contained by Daily Mail claims Victoria's Secret mogul Les Wexner let former friend Epstein abuse girls at his mansion. Yeah, no shit. Wexner, 83, has faced a mounting scrutiny over his decade-long ties with Epstein, but he's always insisted he knew nothing about it, even though he gave Epstein for free the biggest house in the whole of New York State. Do you know this?
No,
Sorry. The biggest physical property in the whole of, it's not New York, Manhattan. So imagine the whole of Manhattan state. Imagine how many dope properties. The biggest, baddest property in the whole of the state would belong to Wexner.
Did he sell it to him for $1?
Yeah, $1.
Yeah, it was for a couple of quid or something. It wasn't for
So everyone knows this. Here's the lawsuit. This is real. It's happening. So everyone can say what they want about Trump. I don't care. Before Trump happened, all of this was a conspiracy theory. Now, these people are either having to disappear, having to basically disappear off the map, or they are actually going to prison, like Weinstein is. Weinstein's fucked. I don't care what anyone says. That's not a conspiracy theory. See a video of Weinstein going to court. He looks like an absolute cripple. He's finished.
Yeah, he's fucked.
Fucked. Finished. Sometimes it comes home to roost. It does. I don't care. Not everything is manipulated. Not everything's a conspiracy. Sometimes things are real. Where do we get to? Okay. Other news. Oh no, we went through that before. 1 sec. We did the slideshow backwards. So let me just go through this. Do some comments.
So what we got here in the comments section, big up to Lee Gould. Werner was described as the head of the snake by Virginia Duffy, the victim. The head of the snake. So that's, that's a base. So what in my research, in my Pizzagate research, what Epstein, the connection with Epstein, he was just one of 50. Apparently there was 50 Epsteins, one in each state. Okay. So maybe Lex
It's hard. Les Wexner. I say Les Wexner.
Yeah.
Les Wexner.
Les Wexner.
Les Wexner
was just another one of 50. So let's be honest, he's gone down. Epstein's gone down. Jean-Luc Brunel, I mean, he's international. He's French.
Who's Werner? Is that way? Was described as the head of the state by Virginia Duffy. The thing is, right, I'm not saying that's wrong or right. Who even knows if we can trust Virginia Duffy?
Yeah.
Because if they're put forward, this is what I'm going to say. This web of deceit is so thick, yeah. If people like Duffy and that are put forward as the main witnesses, how do we know that they're not controlled opposition?
On hazard pay.
Yeah. How do we know that they're not the collaborators? Like what was the one with Nexium? The one that was recruiting people. The actress in Nexium. She was in Superman.
Oh, fucking I know the short woman. Yeah, no, I don't know.
With the bob.
I know exactly.
We know that. Yeah, I can't think of her name.
Sorry, I know exactly who you mean.
Someone will come up in the comment section. Yeah, but how do we know that they weren't like just the ones that spoke, the ones that
and the scapegoat?
Yeah, the scapegoat. So
on serious hazard pay. So don't forget, a lot of these people are pretty washed up anyway. Who knows what actual money they've got.
And everyone knows what's going on there. Everyone's looking to jump ship.
Yeah, so if everyone's looking to jump ship, they'll take a fucking paycheck to sell out because they're fucking satanic, because they're working for the parasite, because they are the parasite.
The parasite is deep. And as we're talking about the parasite, that's actually my regular slideshow and all of the things we want to talk about today on the agenda to a close. So this is the time where Rise Above really comes into its own. Gets quite interesting. Obviously, Wordner has been kicked out. That's just standard.
I'm sure he's there. He'll be in the chat.
Wordner's been on point tonight. When it comes to stuff about the US, Wordner's on point. No one can touch him. He knows his shit. Magix, you still there?
Here's Wordner.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're there. Yeah, so that's my slideshow brought to a close. The only thing we actually went through the Gojvaj beef, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
Oh, we didn't.
No, we haven't.
We haven't. Right. Okay. So
haven't touched it.
Right. So big up everyone that's still tuned in. I'm just gonna get rid of this boom and go freestyle because it's about that time. Wow. Yeah, we're 4 hours in. Big up everyone. Whoa, still 130 people. Friday night, Rise Above. How's everyone doing? Maybe just a little beat in the background for a moment while we just collect our thoughts.
Yeah, let's get some background tunes on. Let's set up for Godvaj, and then I'm gonna present a couple of little bits.
Oh yeah, you've got to present.
Yeah.
All right,
let's go Godvaj first.
All right, okay.
Let's do Godvaj because we've already
right. So
we'll
do
because my stuff kind of leads into that reset.
Right, we'll do another tune. I'll play a video, and then you can do your little presentation. Okay.
No, we'll do Godvaj first. Godvaj first.
What, before the tune?
No, after the tune.
After the tune.
Yeah,
all right.
After the tune, but then we do Godvaj.
Yeah. Because everyone wants to know about our favorite new YouTuber and about Creator Theory.
Yeah, we love this shit.
Oh, mate, this guy's dope. Okay, so I'm going to play a tune from me. At me and Omen Beats, as we normally do.
Don't believe me?
Shut up. Well, we just collect our thoughts and then we'll go to the next level of Rise Above. Hold on.
Don't believe me? Don't believe me? Go study history. Go study history. Politicians, professors, and scientists, controlled by some rioters. Through 2 world wars, they've been trying it. Corporate investment, no matter who the finalists. Don't believe me? Go study history. Check the activity of bloodline dynasty. Sumer, Egypt, and Rome. Consistently pan-European imperial misery. World conflicts enact social change, so they want it. But we must abstain, acquiesce, and you're in for a world of pain. A workhouse where you dream of a minimum wage. That's the plan, but it's closer than you think. We'd be there now if it wasn't for the cosmic shit. They're panicking, the game is up. It's all illusion, the only truth is love. Don't believe me? Don't believe me? This goes deep cause they rewrote the history books. You can't quote how the real history looks. Empires thrive from the lands they took. We're in the same boat, it's kept afloat by crooks. Been the same way for more than 1,000 years. There's no love here, all you're allowed is fear. Break through the clouds so the sky is clear. Satanic whispers hidden in the sounds of prayers. Dark suits, cold hearts, no empathy. Fill positions of power in our embassy. Stone circles and burning effigies. Chanting mantras to bring forth energies. Secret meetings that map out our destinies. Hooded figures, manifest entities. Pollute our minds so we got no memory. For centuries helplessly trapped by the treachery. Don't believe me? Obelisks and illuminated torches. Landmarks of malevolent forces. Sorcerers aim to contain your mind state. Open your eyes where you're already blind, mate. You want the truth, better ask and why. Your worldview got squeezed through a needle's eye, and here's the proof. They extinguish lives. Conflicts built on evil lies. No surprise. We don't know of no agenda. Disguised from the light from the moment you enter. Survival of flight. You're a lifelong member. That's right, since they sliced the placenta. Now, welcome to the slave race. Very few will ever find out how the game's played. Unless you wake up, keep on playing it. They look at me and think, why is he saying it? Don't believe me? Don't believe me? Don't believe me? Go study. Don't believe me? Go study history. Go study history.
Big up Omar Beats in the studio.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract sonnets, rise above, domino, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate.
And we're back.
Mate, I was called it like a drink apocalypse like this. But, like, yeah, every week when we upgrade the studio, like I make more space so we can have more drinks. We have these boom mics and shit. Oh, man, it's like so many potential disasters. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed the tracks. Obviously I'd love to play other people's tunes, but
we don't want to get told off.
Well, to reach out to, I know a lot of the artists which I listen to, but I don't know all of them. So to reach out to everyone, it's very difficult to get their permission. Like we played some people's tunes that I know without oh god. Okay. Right. So where did we get to?
It's our channel. We should play
our
fucking
channel.
tunes. Maybe you
but
need to make some more tunes.
Do you know what? Sometimes I listen to haters too much. Like, you are just on an ego trip. You're narcissistic. You're riding off people's death, talking about COVID to boost your career. Well, in case you hadn't noticed, my
shit's been written years before this.
Yeah, but in case you hadn't,
iTunes.
yeah, but mate, my career is already finished because the platform on which you could have a music career has been diminished. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, like when I wrote these tunes 4 or 5 years ago, like I didn't make any money out of them then. I ain't making any money out of them now. But like I made those tunes as a document. So like when I play these tunes, like, oh yeah, he's talking about killer vaccines for wicked regimes and that. Oh yeah, rah. Yeah, well I wrote that 5 years ago. So make what you want of it. Right. So where did we get to? We have been completing our COVID slideshow. We've talked about what happened in the US. We've done censorship. We've completed all the agenda. So now we get loose. So we go right down to the bottom, past all of the other dope stuff we've talked about, and we get to this level of Rise Above. Hold on a minute. Does anybody remember this amazing YouTube channel which we've been showcasing?
Enlarge that, Lance.
I'm going to. Don't you worry.
Just get that.
So, Andy, in the last couple of weeks, we have been showcasing a certain YouTuber.
He's the bomb, mate. He's my hero.
He's the bomb. And where did it start? It started because someone brought up
It started with my man John Levy.
Yeah. Okay, so
right, that's where it originally came from.
Start the story. Greta Reset.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Great Reset current reset, past reset, 1850s reset, John Levy. So we started talking about the last supposed
That's what it's all about.
reset of history that apparently happened in the 1800s or potentially earlier that came from an excellent YouTuber called John Levy, right? And we started playing this guy's videos, giving him maximum credit.
Spell Levi,
like
guys.
Levi, John Levi.
Levi.
He's Levi,
Levi, Levy, whatever you want.
Yeah. And Levi or Levy, John Levy, is an amazing YouTuber. He's very eccentric, very eclectic, and he's got a really soothing voice you can fall asleep to.
And there's the
Yes.
correct spelling. Thank you, Miller Lee.
So,
Miller Lee.
right,
Thank
so
you very
Miller,
much.
Miller Lee, I would guess that you would call this Godgvalamst. Godgvalamst. But I don't care. I'm going to call him Godgvaj. Because as far as I'm concerned, he is a god of the rabbit hole, and he presents a crater-sized theory that looks a bit like a vag that you could fall inside.
Absolutely.
It's a wide, girthy.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't care. Let's get rude. This is a wide, girthy rabbit hole.
And
that looks
I can't help but look over to your Jizza poster on the wall there, Lance.
Oh, mate, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Right, right. Everyone knows that we've been talking about crater theory,
right.
And Godfad has identified our crater. Everyone knows that I'm an MC. I love East Coast hip hop. I love Wu-Tang. Right, watch this.
So Lance pointed this out to me about 2.5 weeks ago, when we first originally started talking about Godfather's work. Once he'd watched a few of his videos, once we got into it, Lance pointed this out to me on his fucking poster, which we got sat in the studio. We look at it every day when we're around here. So this is a Jizza, authentic Jizza poster with the same fucking, hold it up, Lance, hold it up. Hold up. There we go. You see the crater with the entrance to the outer earth, basically. We're in the crater, essentially. So we don't know if that's just a coincidence or, someone knows something. But anyway, I digress. So back to
After a whole bottle of Coviet supermarket champagne, I'm not going to even try to put that back on the wall. So this started because we've been talking about the Greta reset, resets of history. John Levy talks about history being reset, a potential mud flood in the 1800s. John Levi or Levy was watching a channel called Godvaj or Godvlamst. This dude has taken everything to a new level. And the reason we started talking about him is because someone said in the comment section, talk about flat earth. And this is what I said. I don't want to talk about flat earth because I think flat earth is a mind cul-de-sac, right?
Yeah, it goes nowhere.
I'm going to say something. Yes, NASA is fake. Yes, a lot of the measurements we're told about the earth and the sun and the moon are bullshit. Yes. Yes, Antarctica is a mystery. Yes. But flat earth is a mind cul-de-sac. And I always knew that. And this is what I always said. And I said this to you. What have I said?
Disinformation.
It's disinformation. So when people say, is the earth round or flat? What do I always say, Andy?
Fuck no.
I say,
Doesn't matter.
I say, stop being an ignorant peasant.
It doesn't matter.
This realm is a 3D holographical projection projected from 7 billion points of perception to the horizon in real time. This is what I always said.
It's a reflection of the macrocosm is a reflection of the microcosm.
However, if you want to talk about the physical realm, I think there is a superior theory to flat earth or globe earth, yeah?
I think the flat earth is disinformation to stop you looking at this theory.
But I think the NASA idea of the round earth and the globe earth is also disinformation to an extent.
However, we all know these fuckers like to base their life
they like to
on
double
a slither
dip,
of
mate.
truth.
They double dip. They play
There's
both
a
sides.
slither of truth in it, which means there is a spherical ball, which we are all floating on the plane, but that's the greater Earth. We're in some crater within
I've got a lyric, right,
which is flat.
Guys, if you've listened to my lyrics in one of my tunes, Bradley Golden, earlier on, the Leviathan tune, I say something like, the earth isn't flat, I've seen the circumference. And what I meant is that I thought that I'd spent enough time on planes to look out the window and see the curvature of the earth. But then someone I respected a lot, my friend Mickey, who lives in Laos, in a part of the proper Soviet Union, he said, mate, like all of those windows on planes are concave. He said, look at the horizon right now. It's always at your eye level and it's always ultimately flat. When you fly the plane back to Farangistan, back to the Soviet Union, look out the window. Forget that the window is slightly curved. Look at it. The horizon is always at eye level. It's totally flat. And he was true. It is. Now, we're always told that when you fly a certain level up, you can see the curvature of the Earth. No one has got a consensus on how high that is. But all they know is that commercial flights that go 20, 30, 40,000 feet in the air can't see the curvature of the Earth. So how fucking big is the Earth? Here's another thing flat earthers go on about, and I'm not a flat earther, anyone that's listening. Flat earthers talk about the Suez Canal that's 200 miles long. And they talk about if the Earth is as big as we're told it naturally is, when you look down the Suez Canal that's 200 miles long, by the nature of the diagram, not the diaphragm, the circumference
it doesn't
of the Earth,
work.
It doesn't work, right? So what I'm going to say is the reason that people believe in the flat Earth theory is because it has legs. Oh yeah, yes. Are you sharing your screen, Magic?
Magic's just changed.
No, he
his
just did a
picture.
profile
He's just
picture.
changed his profile picture.
Right, in case you don't know, Word Nerd is Martin Power. Word Nerd, elevator pitch for creator theory. The ball is bigger. Yes, we live on a bigger ball. What I'm talking about is, let me show you something. In fact, I'm not going to go back to the start of it, but we're going to show you this YouTuber who has a theory which is superior to flat Earth.
Look, hit up a small portion of one of his videos.
Yeah, but,
just a little,
for the
just a
family,
touch.
will they mind if I go back to the start? Because we've
Absolutely
done
not.
this
No,
before. Of
because
course
that's
they
where
won't.
everyone
Mate,
needs to
we're
fucking...
everyone's on a learning curve here. Yeah,
We're just gonna just give everyone a little shout because you've got new
so
viewers.
just type in G. If you type in G, Godvad comes. Look, top
immediately.
Immediately.
Godvad. It's straight at the top, guys. That's all you
Right,
need.
Okay, right. I'm going to tell you right now. This
Guys,
man
don't
here,
search for Godvad. All right, here is the
Godge Vlamps. I hope you're listening, right? Because I'm going to show you some comments on it. He knows about the Soviet Union. He watches Rise Above, this dude. All right, playlist. He suggests, and I'm going to tell you in the first one.
But
that.
So we take the sun.
Here we go.
And we let it shine on the Earth. The Earth is giving a reflection on the plasma belt. And on the plasma belt, we see our own reflection. The reflection is, surprise, the moon. What do you mean the moon is the reflection of Earth? What do you mean? Where are all the rivers and the forests? Yeah, but let's suggest that Earth is 1,000 times bigger than we are told. Then the moon is a reflection of a gigantic big Earth. So let's move over to the flat Earth. It's simple. We take the flat Earth and we zoom in into the moon. And then we see all those circles, the so-called asteroids impacts. Well, let's suggest that one of those asteroids impacts is a flat Earth. That would mean that we are surrounded by other biosystems. So, if this theory is correct, now we understand why Antarctica, the so-called Antarctica, the snow wall, is being militarized. We are afraid of other biosystems attacking us. It's like in the series Game of Thrones, where there's a gigantic ice wall protecting us from invading species. So, when you hear another story about aliens coming from other star systems, well, maybe they won't be coming from other star systems. They might be coming from planet Earth. Maybe on one system you have the humanoid species being dominant. Maybe on the other biosystem you have the reptoid or the insectoids being the dominant species. And when you hear the story of Jules Verne, when people are going to the middle of Earth and they discover a totally new...
Okay, so we're going to address some comments.
Yeah.
I got excited. I started talking without the mic
Big
in
up
my hand.
Wolfie Executioner. If no one knows about this dude here, right? This dude is a fucking badass, right? Wolfie Executioner. I've seen this man on Facebook. He is a savage warlock of the Red Pill Alliance. Trust me.
Right, Nick Glenister. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right.
Does
Right,
everyone
Force.
understand this theory so far? Right.
Right.
We're not saying we definitely think this is true. This is interesting.
I'm saying this makes the most sense to me. Right. So Nick here, he's questioned Space Force. Okay. Right. Space Force to me, right. Okay. No matter how much I love Donald Trump, okay, I have thought now. You know, I've gone off Donald. You think I've slightly gone off Donald Trump in my original.
We've got no
viewing of him.
alliance apart from the goddamn mother crunching truth.
Right.
Yeah.
I personally think that Donald Trump has been used by the deep state unknowingly. Okay. And in turn, he doesn't know about this theory and what the true occult knowledge is. Okay. To this level. Right. So what I'm saying about Space Force is essentially a branch of NASA, which we all know is disinformation.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, NASA is Operation Paperclip.
So let's think about it. Let's think about it. So after
Space
World
Force-
War II,
Space Force military.
Let magics. Oh, magics.
Like NASA isn't military, Space Force is, as far as I know.
Exactly. Right. Okay. Don't forget, after World War II, okay, and all our parents, basically the 30s, 40s, your parents,
Boomers.
their generation, the boomers, okay, NASA was their proud thing. They put, men on
That
the
was
moon.
Elon Musk for them, mate.
Yeah, exactly. That was their Elon Musk. This is our generation's version of that. That's what we're going to be proud of, kind of thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So
NASA wasn't even American, it was the fucking Nazis, wasn't it?
yeah, of course, it's all Nazis, mate, because they're all fucking Jews anyway.
they're all the Jews. Well, we are all the Jews.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, right? This pharaohstocracy, the Pharisees, the Phoenicians, the Pharaoh class, the slave master class, that did the Soviets, that did the Nazis, that did the CIA, that did NASA. We're talking about the same thing, and they're not Jewish, right? According to this guy, we are all the Jews, but this
all
comes
the
later.
same thing,
right? So if anyone's just tuned in, what Gojvaj basically theorizes is that we're not on a flat Earth. We're not on the ball Earth that we think we are. We're actually living in a small crater on an Earth that is 1,000 times bigger. And what we think is the moon is the reflection of the entire Earth.
From the firmament.
The reason
or plasma belt.
Or plasma belt, or the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. So the basic premise is that when we look up at the moon and when we see this wasteland with all these tiny craters and it doesn't look like our planet.
And Lance, that would explain why it doesn't spin.
That would
every other so-called moon.
I am so glad you said that, Andy PG. Why is the moon the only heavenly body in science
that we're
told does not rotate? Yeah?
Because
Why do we
be
never
honest,
see the
we
dark
don't
side of the
fucking
moon?
know. Have you ever been up there, Lance?
No.
Has any of the viewers ever been up there?
No.
The only people
I'll
that
take
we
that as
can
a no.
trust are dark occultists, Freemasons,
Precisely.
Sabbatai, and Frankists.
So
Yeah?
all that we're getting is the information from these motherfuckers, which we know don't like to
So
tell
all that
the
we
truth.
know is the last time they went to this thing that's apparently physical is in the 60s. All that we know
I'm
is
getting quite pumped about this.
Yeah,
Sorry,
me
I'm
too.
gonna
This is a
take it-
fantastic
yeah.
stream, and we've got the numbers to show. We've still got 130 people.
I've
tuned
drunk
in.
7 beers as well.
I've drunk a whole bottle of supermarket Coviet champagne and 4 beers. You're how many blunts did you roll?
I've smoked 6 months. tonight.
Well, I only rolled 4. I'm on my
I'm
second.
feeling pretty fresh.
Okay, I feel great. But all I'm saying is, right, if this theory is true, it explains an awful lot. It explains why everything that we learned about Antarctica is a lie. It explains all of the crazy flight patterns.
You think back to school. What were we told? What were we actually taught about geographically about Antarctica? About about the planet? We weren't really taught much. Let's be honest. We were
we're
about
taught nothing.
No, we're taught about rocks. We're talking about where a country is, but we weren't really taught about
And Andy
geographical.
Pandy's enjoying this, right? I just want to
you
tell
know-
you, Andy Pandy last week was so gutted that our stream was not on.
Yes, he was. Oh,
His
yeah, he
comment,
was. Yeah.
he was kicking off. He's like, those fucking fascists on
Yeah, yeah.
Facebook. They've stopped the boys from
Big
doing
up
the
Andy
stream.
Pandy, mate.
Andy, thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Mate, I love doing this, and I'm really
Happy
enjoying tonight's
fucking New
stream.
Year, guys.
Happy New Year. Happy 2021. We survived the meme apocalypse of last year. We are now talking about Godfaj and his crater
Don't be
theory.
silly, Lance. As if the deep state can survive 2021.
Well, yeah,
That's the question.
they can survive. They've got deep underground military bases. We don't need that
We'll
shit.
see.
We'll survive anyway. Listen. So we are talking about something is post flat Earth, something is post spinning ball, the dimensions that we've been told. We're talking about God Vaj's crater theory and the idea that we actually live in this small crater, which is reflected. The moon is a reflection of our small crater. It's called Suspicious Gallus, like Larry Gallus. Big up,
Suspicious Gallus.
Suspicious Gallus, right? Let me just. I'm just going to play this. We need to expand.
Yeah, hit it up, hit it up.
Maybe there are tunnels
soothing
here on
tones.
Earth where you can reach other biosystems, and instead of going to the center of Earth, you are going to another biosystem. So why would they not be telling us this all? Well, maybe the elites are thinking, well, our population is not ready for this information. They will panic when they know that we're not alone on this planet. Well, for myself, I would rather hear the truth than being lied to all the time. So guys, what do you think? You know, what I'm saying here is not the absolute truth. It's a suggestion. It's a good idea. It's creative. So let me know what you think. If you think it's pure madness, no problem. I can live with that. But I think there's some good ideas in it. What do you think?
Okay,
I just want to address this. Woke Realist, thank you very much for joining the chat. We really appreciate your comment. I'm not sure this is flat Earth because this
it's
means
not. It's not flat Earth.
No,
it's
it's
flat
not.
Earth times a million.
Well, it conquers flat Earth because
It's flat Earth on steroids. No, it is flat Earth. But however, because what they're saying is the map we've been showed is not real. We're not on a spherical.
Yes, but
plane.
what I'm saying is, okay, if all of those things in the sky are projections and they're not the real heavenly bodies, it still perpetrates that we are on a large spherical thing.
Yeah, that's it.
1,000 times
So
bigger.
it's not flat Earth.
It's not flat Earth. We're not on a motionless plane.
But
We're
they are
not at the
correct
center of the
that our
universe.
map isn't correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This encompasses all of the maps that don't make sense. It encompasses all of the NASA lies. It encompasses all of the things about Antarctica, all of the flight maps.
That's what I mean.
It's
It's flat
actually
Earth
solves-
times a million.
Yeah.
In my view, flat Earth is a huge disinformation campaign.
So the reason that we're bigging Godj up is because we have been showcasing his work as the Rise Above family know. And if you're new to the stream, half of the reason we talk about this is because I have attempted to let me just get rid of this screen. I've attempted to contact this guy, yeah. And listen, I'm a YouTuber. I'm a fledgling YouTuber. I've only got 4,000 subscribers. Godj has got 25,000. So I sent the guy a message. Listen, I'll show you. I'm real. So I sent him a message. I said, "This is for me, Godj. You are an incredible researcher. On my show, on Rise Above, we talk about your work all the time. I give my viewers homework to watch all of your videos. Please, we would love to have you on as a guest. Here's my email, right?" Godj replies, look, here's his reply. "Hello, thank you for the compliments." And I'm not taking a piss, Godj. I like doing voices. "Thank you for the compliments and invitation." He's Flemish. "I've seen some of your programs and I love your idea of the Soviet Union. Great entertainment. Unfortunately, it is all true. The implementation of a global dictatorship." Godj has seen Rise Above. Godj, he knows about the Soviet Union, right? Pick up Godj, bro. Right? He says, "Great humor too. You look like a nice gang. Reminds me a bit of the atmosphere of The Young from the 80s. I think he means the young ones.
The young
right?
ones.
Okay,
Yeah,
right, so let's-
yeah.
right, if we're the young if we're the young ones, who's who?
I'm Neil.
You're Neil. Am I Rick Mail?
You're probably Rick Mail.
Yes!
Yeah, you're probably Rick Mail.
Right, I'm Rick Mail. Who's Magix?
Magix is Neil.
Magix is Neil because
Magix
he
is
mumbles
Neil.
in the corner.
Yeah.
You're Eddie, bro.
I'm not Eddie. Yeah.
No, you know the bald guy. What's
Yeah,
he called in
yeah.
Young
I
Ones?
don't know what he's called.
So
yeah.
that means that Word Nerd would be Spudgun, the little short.
Yes, which is ironic. 'cause
Right,
he's
for any
tall.
of our viewers that are not in their late or mid 30s like us, if you don't know who the young ones are, or you've never seen Bottom, yeah, you don't know who
Homework.
that's some homework. Yeah?
Homework.
Right, everyone that's watching Right Above now, you don't know the young ones, you don't
Go
know
watch the
Bottom.
episode.
This is homework, yeah. So yeah, big up, oi, Godj. Thank you so much. This means so much, right? Because we've been bigging up your work. We love to widen the diameter and the girth of our personal spiritual rabbit holes every single week. Yeah, we're all here to learn, right? Everyone, some of my detractors think that I'm a bit of a know-it-all. Obviously, I am. I do think I know loads of stuff, and I know quite a lot of stuff. But I'm here to learn, right? Rise above, Andy. I've said this to you, right? How many times have you blown my mind on the show?
Yeah,
Right?
plenty. Yeah,
Magics, right? How many times have you shown me something on here which is literally giving me a headache where I have to turn off the stream? Oh yeah, it was good badge. Sorry, yeah, right. So listen, I don't know everything, right? The more I know, the more I appreciate what I don't know. Yeah. So when we come across a guy like this with a YouTube channel like this, please get that picture up of the young ones. Let's work out who's who.
What do you think, guys? Let us know what you think.
Right, Godfraj is saying that our stream, Rise Above, is a bit like these people. If you are too young, and I know like Sensei Lee in the Guardians, I know you know. Comrade Renix, you're probably, I don't know.
So it's not Spud Gun, it's Mike, isn't it? So it's Mike.
Oh, it's Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
Right, we're crossing two different things. We're crossing young ones and we're crossing bottom.
Yeah.
So right, Eddie or what's
no,
Vivian.
that's bottom. Vivian, that's Vivian. Vivian.
Right? I think
Vivian, Neil.
All right, you're Vivian, bro.
Am I Vivian?
Forget who's got long hair or not. You're Vivian. Magix is Neil. I'm what's he called? What's Rick?
I don't know.
And Word Nerd has got to be Dave Hedgehog or Spud Gun. It's got to be.
Is that Spud? That's not Spud. I'm saying that's Mike. Is that guy's name Mike?
He's called.
It's Mike. Word Nerd is Mike.
Right, thank you. Comment section. Who said that? Where is it?
eConnect.
You knew. Big up eConnect. Have we seen you before? Thank you for joining. Word Nerd is Mike. Yeah, but right. Let's get this right. Is it in bottom that he's called either Dave Hedgehog or Spud Gun?
I can't remember.
In bottom. In bottom. He is with a fat bloke.
That's it.
And they're called Dave Hedgehog and Spud Gun.
That's right. That's right.
Got it. Right.
Got it up. So it's you got Vivian, Rick, Neil, and
I'm Rick.
Mike.
Yeah,
Mike,
right.
it.
So you're Neil. And Vivian.
Alexi.
Oh, Alexi Sale's in it as well.
Anyway, should we get back on point?
Yeah,
on topic?
fucking hell.
Yeah.
We love a little rabbit hole here. Wait a second. Right. So what are we talking about? Godfraj. Right. Back to Godfraj. Right. So anyway, right. I bigged up Godfraj with my comment. He messaged back. He said, "Your gang reminds me of the young ones." Right. I wanted to get him on the show. The guy, his second language is English. Although it's very good, this is what he said. He doesn't like speaking to a screen. He prefers physical interaction. He said if he was near the Rise Above Young One studio, he'd be here next week. So thank you very much for the reply. Right, this is what I said back to him. So thank you for the reply. I understand about speaking to the screen. Physical interaction is much better. And let's face it, right? We speak fast here. It's Rise Above. If you're Flemish, and he speaks very good English, let's be fair, but he might get a little bit lost in our stream.
Yeah, of course.
So I said, listen, if we always speak very highly of your work every week. Rise Above viewers love your shit. If my team put together a detailed question for you to answer, perhaps you could record a video reply. Because let's face it, Andy,
that's
magic. We've got a lot of questions.
Yeah, a lot. We've got like probably a whole show.
I thought I was the man with the answers. When I met this dude, when I saw his show, I had questions, bro.
What I think we need to do is actually come up with multiple questions to ask this guy, and then he would then reply with multiple videos.
Well, this is the thing,
to answer multiple questions.
Andy, this was my plan, right? I wanted to open a dialogue with this guy, so we would come together, we would ask a question of his work collectively as a Rise Above collective, send it to him, and I get a reply.
100%.
Right. So here's what he said. He said, "Double LMC, I have many questions too. That's why I'm making these videos in an attempt to solve them. I'll do my best." He's a humble dude. Let me like that.
Very humble.
However, this is what happened. I'm going to tell you, I don't care. I'm an open person. I accidentally caused a YouTube creator beef. This is what happened. Someone called First Person View Angel, and this person I know watches Rise Above. They commented before, and I'm going to be fair. This is what happened. This person said, "This is taken from APM research, the 400-year research videos. We put them together over a year ago. Godfraj is not giving credit where it's due. He's making quite an egregious claim here that Godfraj has actually pirated his work." So I was like, whoa. I thought, I'm not shy of getting involved.
Hang on a sec. Hang on. He's not saying he's taking his work. This is taken from APM research.
Oh no,
Is that
no? I've watched his channel. His videos.
That's
are
his
called
research.
APM research.
Right, okay,
So
okay,
like
I'm with
my
you.
channel's Double LMC.
I'm with you,
and
I'm
it
with
shows
you.
Rise Above.
I'm with you.
His channel is FPV Angel. And guy, mate, if you're watching, I'm just going to be honest with you. This is what I think. His channel, his research is called APM. So I said, right, first person angel. I've heard of this missing 400 years before in a few places, and I have. Years ago, at least 10 years ago, I had read articles, I'd read research about the medieval ages, the dark ages being fake, 400 missing years. I wasn't interested in missing history back then.
Yeah.
So I disregarded it. So I said to him, mate, I've heard of this before. The way this guy, Godvaj, has put it together with the crater Earth and the mud flood is pretty special, yeah? So I'm sticking up for my boy, Godvaj. I respect this dude. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Right. FPV Angel says, sorry, Double LMC. This is a blatant rip-off of our research. It is what it is. Copy, paste, waffle isn't research. Whoa, shots are fired, mate. Shots are fired, right? I'm a creator, right? So, in my view, right, listen, I have watched thousands of researchers. What I think and my worldview, what I put out in my Rise Above videos is the culmination of all of the research I've done from all of those hundreds of people.
Sure.
Right, if I directly quote someone, I always credit them, and I have done that in the past. But I can't credit everyone that's influenced me ever,
sure.
right? So he said this, right? And I said, right, first person angel, is this research on your channel? Can I check it out? He gave me the link. He said, here's a first of a 3-part video from August 2019. Rise Above Massive. Here's some homework. Check this guy. One moment, and here Godvaj comes in. He said, FP Angel. He said, one moment I'm from the Flat Earth Society, and later it's suddenly copy and pasted from your channel. That makes you a Flat Earth Society idiot if I copy and paste. So, right, let's put this in perspective. Godvaj is caught in between people that claim to be Flat Earth Society, people that claim to be Globe Earth.
Because he's neither.
And I'm going to be honest, right? As I said in these comments, I'm going to be honest, I watched 20 to 30 minutes of this first person Angels APM research. I actually found it a little bit difficult to follow. It's very esoteric, very spiritual. I couldn't decide if they're a flat earther or a globe earther. They certainly didn't talk about a crater.
Listen. I think, right, this is why it makes sense to me, because you've got flat earth and globe earth. That is a divide.
It is, and everybody's got to choose a camp. I'm not in a camp. I'm interested in everything.
This guy is bringing it together, bringing those two together, which is what the controllers or the deep state, whatever you want to call them, do not want.
I think FPV Angel, I'm not sure if he is a flat earther or a glober. I think he is also someone that thinks they've got a superior
Again,
theory.
he just wants the truth.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not going to call anyone out, but my impression
Sorry,
is that
God.
Yeah, I think Godfather was
yeah,
true.
yeah.
My impression is I'm going to be honest. I've watched 25 minutes of FPV Angel. It was deep. I found it a bit difficult to follow. I couldn't decide if they were flat Earth or globe Earth. They were talking about
check
angels.
it out.
Yeah, please, everyone, check it out. The link is there. And listen, I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong. I'm just commenting on what's happened. And hey, it's a little bit of YouTuber beef. It's interesting. So, FPV Angel has said, no, let's get this straight, Godvaj. The map and the model you use are from the Flat Earth Society. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think it is. Is what you said. Oh, shit. Is what you said. We debunked them years ago, and is why we don't use them. So this person is not a flat earther. This is where it gets really complicated. Godvaj says, no, I copy and pasted it from your channel, apparently. That's what I do, steal from other channels. So he's just saying you're chatting shit, basically, right? And FPV Angel said, you already said you were influenced by us. What more is there to say? And it'll be funny. What's the problem with being influenced by someone? I've been influenced by shitloads of people.
Yeah, that's what we do.
So I don't know if everyone else is finding this interesting, but this is YouTuber beef, because we've been following Godvaj, and I said to Godvaj, where did you come up with this concept? Because as far as I'm concerned, he has drawn together a pastiche of so many different concepts. That's what's so great about him. I don't think he's claiming any of it's his idea. So this is what I said. I said, do you know what, FPV Angel? I'm not really convinced that what you're saying is true. I've heard of this missing 400 years fake history narrative at least 10 or 15 years ago. So it's certainly not your original idea.
This is why it makes sense to me that neither are correct, the globe or the flat earth. Do you know what I'm thinking? Check this out, right? Years and years ago, decades, what we're taught, right? It's all been religion. The whole country, the whole world is run on religion. Your religion, you know, if you weren't Catholic, you know, you were fucking persecuted. If you weren't, the Christians were persecuted, you know, it's all religion, religion, religion. That's like fucking full right brain thinking, yeah. So what we've transitioned to now is left brain thinking.
Yeah, holding
that's
many
what
different
it is,
ideas.
So
Right?
it's not about religion. It's about law, logic,
And it's not
science.
about owning an idea. It's about sharing ideas.
No.
Isn't
So
it?
we've transitioned to the other side, right? So what is going on here is that you've got the same thing. You got fucking globe Earth, right? And now they've thrown this flat Earth theory out there to completely flip the other side.
And people are treating it like a battle. Look what
Yeah,
Chris
it
Yar
is
says,
a
right?
battle. It
Look
is
what
a
Chris Yar
fucking
says.
battle.
That's why we look at this stuff, isn't it? Inspiration.
Precisely.
I don't know who it was, what philosopher said. It's like, if you want to be truly enlightened, the idea is that you make your thoughts light like a feather rather than heavy like metal. So
That's
then you
it.
can hold lots of different thoughts and you're not weighed down by them. That's what's great about Rise Above. Like, we have people here that believe loads of different stuff and we discuss them all openly. So what's here? Wolfie the Executioner. This guy's dope. What are you saying? I can prove the Earth is a globe. However, I don't think it's about it's being flat. I think it's about what the real agenda is, to spread the theory. Yeah, it is. It's about, this is what I've always said. Who gives a fuck what shape the physical Earth is? We know that the whole universe is essentially not physical anyway. Why do you want to argue about it?
if what we're saying, if Godvag is correct, a lot of us would be fucking interested and want to exit the crater.
Yeah, but listen.
Because we can.
I think
we don't need a spaceship.
Right,
We
I'm
just
not
need a
saying
boat.
that Godvag is right or wrong. Let's imagine he's right. What is the difference?
It's
between...
the only thing that makes sense to me.
Okay, but Andy, let's be real.
Do you know
What's
what I
the
mean?
difference between exiting the crater and exiting the atmosphere?
You
If
don't
we
need,
believe
you
the
don't need a
crater-
spaceship for one.
Yeah, but you still need an outer crater vehicle.
Yeah,
You
yeah, of
still-
course you do. But
yeah.
we don't know if it's a different atmosphere or any of that out there. It could be the same weather system. It could be anything. We just
Okay, well, one side is you believe you can go to the outer crater. The other side is you believe in NASA. If you believe in NASA, you can go to the moon by using a spaceship. Either way, the globe atmosphere is a prison, or the crater is a prison.
Sure.
So the way
But
I look
what
at
this-
conceptually, it's the same.
what Godvag says in his videos is we are surrounded by an ice wall. Okay. Well, I've personally climbed an ice waterfall, okay, out in Austria. Okay, I know how to do that. If I
Yeah.
arrived on a boat with provisions and satisfactory gear, and there's multiple people that can climb fucking ice waterfalls, you could climb up an ice wall. Okay, with the correct gear, with the technology we've got now, it's easily done. Okay, so what's on the other side of the ice wall?
Well, if you believe Godvag's map, there's a landmass which is
That's
at
what I'm
least the
saying.
size of the rest
That's
of the world,
what
which
I'm
is
saying.
frozen.
That's what I'm saying. So if there was people thinking that there was something out there, then they'd fucking go and do it. They'd finance it. They'd set up a GoFundMe. They'd, people would sponsor this shit, and people would want to go and explore it. Whereas if you got people spinning on a little globe in the fucking in space, or you've got people on a flat Earth, and there's nothing you can't get out of it.
Mate, I'll be honest with you.
Do you know what I
It's
mean?
definitely easier to climb over an ice wall than it is to go to outer space.
100%. There you go.
But look,
So
Sigma
people would want to do it.
44 is a special forces badass. He's got ice cleaning gear. Andy, he's ready.
Let's go, mate. Let's go.
Listen, Sigma 44, I believe you, bro.
Let's
I
go.
believe your profile
I'm a chef,
picture.
Sigma 44. I'm a chef, mate. I will cook. I will, keep me safe, mate. Show me how to do, I've only climbed a little waterfall, but, I'll climb an ice wall if I've got the correct know-how. I will, we can get this financed, I will personally do it. I will cook. I will.
Sigma 44, I have no life-saving skills, but when we get over the ice wall and we meet the Uber mention on the other side, I will be a diplomat and I will welcome them on your behalf. I've got math skills.
Okay, guys, let's get this
Math skills, that
financed.
sounds bad. Right, next up. So anyway, right, let's just go back. Right, so basically, it got a little bit heated.
I've cooked on CPRs and Michelin star restaurants, mate. I can cook you a good meal, Sigma 44, mate. Trust me.
Basically, I said to FPV Angel, I said, look, mate, what you were suggesting in your video, which I didn't really understand, Godvad in his video, I think you're clutching at straws. I think you might be a little bit envious. And I had to be honest, I think he was a little bit envious that Godvad is smashing it. He's got he's got a lot of subscribers. I got the impression that FPV Angel was not totally happy. I'll come to that in a sec. Right, and I'll just finish this. FPV Angel said, double LMC, don't make me laugh. We are the only ones that progressed anything. That's why the others are taking from it. The problem is they're applying it to a map that a child can debunk. There's a serious lack of map and model researchers out there. Rah, rah. To me, this stinks of egotism. Trust me, guys. I'm an MC. I've got an ego, yeah. I know about an ego. But when it comes to research, yeah, if I put out a piece of information, then someone builds it, they make a sicker video, I'll share it and big them up. Right,
guys. What we're
right.
saying, what I'm saying is, neither are correct. We're not on flat Earth and we're not on globe Earth. Okay, neither of them correct because they're both to stop you from looking at what's actually going on. That's what Godvaj is saying. Okay, just to confirm.
He doesn't really say much about the actual physics of the greater
not.
Earth. All he says is that our realm is a small piece of a larger.
He does say in one video it is spherical. Our greater Earth is spherical, so that is not correct. But however, the flat Earth is in regards to the global map is correct. It is flat.
Wolfie Executioner says you will never get there. The Nazi aliens of the Antarctic will shoot you down. Well, that's what
absolutely. That's what Sigma 44Z protects for, being special forces.
Well, that's what Lord Bird said. So yeah, it got a bit heated. Anyway, I went down in the comment section of this amazing video, which we're going to show you in a sec, and I saw some other comments. Right, this person here, Irrepressible Me. I haven't seen them on Rise Above, but they said the COVID-19 virus is because of research like this. They don't want you to know the truth. Maybe this is a coincidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other people calling it the COVID virus. Maybe they've seen Rise Above. Who knows? They don't went down. Oh no, we can't show that. That's a forbidden comment. We got to say that for another time.
Careful, Lance. Careful.
So, you want to do this one?
Whoa,
Right. So this is Glodvad's new video. Right. This is the latest video, and it's called The Flying Ball Circus. Right.
Let's start with an update from our little insectoid hive mind.
Guys, again, he says right at the start of his videos, this isn't what he believes. It's just a theory. It's just an idea. Okay, so don't take this as the truth. All right.
We are right. This is the last segment of the show. We've done.
Actually, no, it's not.
Okay,
we've
no,
got another 3.
But this is when we. Yeah, all right. But we're just going to show. This is the latest edition from Godvaj. He talks about a 400-year reset, the nature of our crater, and the mud flood. Behold.
Parasite friends still trying to spread their.
Oh shit! What have I done? Wait a second. There it is. Sorry.
Let's start with an update from our little insectoid hive mind parasite friends. Still trying to spread their infection onto the bigger Earth. And there's always money for a new rocket, of course. Let's pull the rockets back and rewind to this image. Well, here we go again. This is of course a miniature of our crater. They even show the little craters surrounding our crater.
So in case anybody is not familiar with this particular theory that we're showcasing here, what Godvaj says is on the moon, our crater, which is actually our realm, is this crater here. It's called Suspicious Gallus.
Hence the Jizza picture.
Yeah, that's why we showed you the Jizza picture, because it looks exactly like this. And he's showing you here is, I believe this is the SpaceX launch thing. Exactly like Cape Canaveral, exactly like in Disney World. They mimic the crater. This is what he's presenting. We're not saying this is true or not. We're just presenting to you. This is Rise Above. Hold on. Yes, Kadamawi. Big up the Bristol Massive. We haven't seen you for a while, bruv. Raw Dan Imperial, big up your chest. Sorry.
Oh, they like to play these little mind games. And here again, a so-called failure of the rockets. Look, they are showing us the horns of Satan. Oh my God, I'm so afraid. But still, they manage to land on the place where the cameras are waiting. The fire of the resurrected phoenix.
Look, they are showing us some
Oh
numbers.
no, he comments on that. He comments on that. The Red Bull thing, yeah. I'm sure he does.
We don't need to worry about copyright. Like Godvad,
He's down with us.
Don't. Sorry, but yeah, let's go.
Because the virus has mutated. It is spreading through the internet now. One of my viewers commented.
So this is the map that he was talking about.
For anyone, Jason Renix, our in-house Islamic expert, right? This is apparently a
It is spreading
pre-Vatican Jewish
now.
Viking Islamic map. One sec, I'll do it on here. Here it is. Here it. Oh, fuck's sake,
Lance,
mate. Right, I'm sorry.
Be what Keynes' resonance.
Oh no, you're dropping it all.
It is spreading through the internet
Right, I've just
now.
got to leave it.
We got.
Yeah, just click it there. There it is. That's it. Right. So this
is apparently the map of our crater.
Right.
Okay. This is ancient Muslim Islamic map.
Yeah. So in case anyone is not familiar with this map, the idea is that our world that we exist in is actually this land mass up here in the top left-hand corner before, this bit here, before it gets flooded. This is our entire crater. The idea is this whole portion here, all of it is now flooded and ice, and it's Antarctica. And this is apparently an Islamic map from, I believe, pre-1250. Yeah.
So, guys, we've got the cursor on the screen, right? So what we're basically saying is, because I think he does show some water in here at some stage, but we won't.
This is before it's flooded.
So what he's saying
this
here
is
now,
pre-flood.
so if this is flooded, all here where I'm putting the cursor is all ice wall. Okay. So what we're saying is, if we could sail here, climb up the ice wall, and walk over here, what the fuck's over here?
He shows it in a minute. I'm sure he does. Play it.
One of my viewers commented that the center of Jerusalem reminded him of the Schumann resonance. Well, if this is true, the Schumann resonance might not be what they have been telling us. Let's go back to the energetic pattern of our crater, the two counter-rotating pyramids. The up-pointing red.
Just to explain, right, when he talks about these counter-rotating pyramids, he suggests that they are created by putting monolithic structures like pyramids and obelisks in certain points of the crater. Yeah, this is right, Andy, to create a geometric pattern.
Working on the meridian lines.
Yeah, working on the meridians, creating the energy lines. So this is what the monolithic structures, the ancient pyramids and structures are about, is creating this energy system, which is on a counter-rotating Solomon star pattern. Yeah, this is before the Great Flood, when our whole crater was accessible, theoretically.
Red one and the down-pointing blue one. In the lowest point, we have Osiris, king of the underworld. And in the highest point, in the red pyramid, we have the queen of the hive,
This puts everything into one.
Isis. So we have the red female energy and the blue male energy. Positive and negative. Let's have a side view of the system. You have the double snake, Isis, and the inverted double snake, the mirror of Isis, or Isis.
For anybody that isn't completely following, this guy is talking about an esoteric energetic system that has been built within our realm using monolithic structures, ley lines, ancient geometry. Am I right so far, Andy? To create an energetic pattern.
Talk about the cathodes.
And right, what we're basically looking at here between the red and the blue, the top and the bottom of this negative and positive charged energetic field, we're talking about positive and negative fields. For anyone that's in the marine industry like myself, you'll know about anodes and cathodes. about like a sacrificial anode next to a boat's propeller.
It's copper and zinc.
Copper and zinc, where you have this sacrificial metal element that attracts all the rust to avoid your propeller getting rusted. So he's talking about this SS, as in the Nazis, the SS, as in the perverted SS, like inverted, like Nordic runes. He's talking about the Isis and the Osiris energy of our realm. These are all metaphorical ideas in an energetic pattern. I hope you guys are following. This is proper bottom of the rabbit hole rise above business.
Osiris. The counter-rotating pyramids are creating a force field. The Taurus of Ra. Terra. The Taurus also has two counter-rotating parts. Let's remove the counter-rotating pyramids and take a look at the upper world. You would, of course, expect...
And I just want to stop that there, right? This shape, which he just showed, this toroidal shape, the
donut vortex.
The donut, yeah. For anyone that studies particle physics, this is the shape of the universe, the torus. This is the energy field. This is the magnetic force of the planet, the universe, the solar system.
Without the triangles.
Yeah, without the triangle. The shape of the donut, the toroidal field, the torus. This is the shape of physical reality. As far as we understand it's the highest level.
Let's remove the counter-rotating pyramids and take a look at the upper world. You would, of course, expect the underworld to be red, but the question would be, are we living in hell? Then, of course, you have the underworld, and the connection between underworld and upper world is the Eye of Ra. The 0 point of this system. Is this the way that consciousness is entering our crater?
The transitional point. Jerusalem. That's what it is.
So, right, yeah, I'm about to stop this and offer a critique. I'm not even sure. I mean, you know, we've just had a little back chat there about what this actually is. Gojvaj is talking about, what we're talking about here is before our whole crater got flooded. Talking about a theoretical energetic system that this dark, occult, parasitic force has built within our crater using sacred geometry, using the building methods of megalithic structures to tap into the energy field of the physical crater and to corrupt it. Yeah, is everybody with us?
So I've got a theory.
The young ones rise above.
I've got a theory.
Yes, Matthew Perkins, big up your chat.
I've got a theory. Okay, so
let's have a little break. I don't want to scare everybody away.
Gojvaj talks about the Bam Bam Stone in a couple of his videos. Okay. And for those of you,
Bam, like out of what, Flintstone?
No. You know what the Bam Bam Stone is, right? So the Bam Bam Stone, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically a black pyramid or triangular stone.
The obelisk out of 2001: Space Odyssey that the monkeys started worshipping before they bummed each other and
that's
and
it.
sacrificed
That
them.
fell from the sky, fell from space, and then monkeys started worshipping it, and that's what then they turned into man. So what I'm theorizing is the Bam Bam Stone. But Gojvaj says that when the Bam Bam Stone was dropped to the earth, it then spread its genetic code. Okay, so what I'm saying is
started injecting its genetic
code. Or I don't know. It's just its energy then spread throughout the earth, which then encapsulated into any organic life form. Okay, like which was living. So what I'm proposing is that maybe without this Bam Bam Stone, monkeys, if it wasn't evolutional Darwin theory,
but then you've got to believe that
thing
we evolved
that
from
we
monkeys.
wouldn't. Yeah, but then that's what I'm saying. If we did, which I don't necessarily believe, again, this is just a theory, that we might not, without the Bam Bam Stone, we might not have evolved from monkeys into what we are now.
Right. Okay. Let me just say something.
I don't believe we evolved into monkeys.
Mate. This is why we're talking
I believe
about
in a Prometheus.
I've consumed the
theory.
whole of Gojvaj's library twice, and the way that I understand it is that if these refugees from the other crater, which is Atlantis or Saturn, if they came here because they fucked up their own crater by doing who-ish magic,
sure,
which is what the Atlantean tales say. What
the Dark Wizards of Atlantis.
This is what the Emerald Tablets of Thoth say, that the grand the grand civilization of Atlantis was corrupted by dark wizards.
They were dirty
magicians,
fuckers who fucked kids.
and magi.
Yeah.
that taught them black magic, sex magic, blood magic, and
sex
money
magic,
right?
and the fucking.
So they
start.
started
Pizzagate
they started Pizzagate in their own crater, mucks it up, and you had what is described in all of the ancient texts as the flood. So the way that I understand it is, if we conglomerate the Old Testament, the epics of Gilgamesh, and all of those other flood tales, that they are refugees from the old crater. The god energy said to them, "You're the pure bloodlines. I'm going to wipe this crater out because the unclean ones have corrupted things."
Which they did.
I.e., the Chosenite, you know who-ish dark magicians that said, if you bum this, if you cut that and bleed that, this will happen. You can be powerful. Yeah, the old story. And they came here. Are we to assume that when they came here, there were literally only monkeys here? Because as far as I'm concerned, right, the only people who have ever taught us that we evolved from a primate, a chimpanzee, or a monkey
are dark occultists.
Are the dark occultists, Chosenite, you know who-ish,
Sure.
right? And every esoteric Eastern and what I would class as craterish original theory says that we are 1,000 times older than that when the visitors came here. And whether you listen to
Lance, what if the visitors was the Bam Bam Stone?
Yeah, but what they say is when the visitors came here is we were already in. We were not monkeys. We were not like just mammals. We were pure. This is like. You know that documentary that I've seen that Octavio Reddick sent me.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
The ancient, super badass, esoteric history of mankind.
The white man.
It is Nazi theory because it's all about the Aryan bloodline. And it doesn't mean white people. Please, if anyone's listening that isn't white, Aryans are not white. Aryans can be black, can be Semitic, and can be Hamish.
It's a time period.
And Jacobite, right? Yeah. Anyway. So if all of that is true, that we emigrated from another crater and these bloodlines of black, white, and Semitic people came here, and there were these unclean ones that broke it. They're not who we are.
Hence the world flooded to cleanse.
Hence the world flooded. So everything I've done is when they come here, what they came as gods to were not monkeys. No way. They were actually maybe what we would let's theorize it. Let's metaphorize it. Yeah. Maybe it's something like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, humans living totally in harmony with
organic
nature.
with an organic
hunter-gatherers, culture,
not satanic.
No
monetary system.
Everything we're talking about
no
here is
hierarchical
system. It's so hard to talk about. It's so conceptual, right? But like we're talking about every Eastern.
I get what you're saying. Basically, what you're saying, mate, is pagans, right? But they're true pagans, as in they're people living in complete harmony with nature, not working against it in any way.
All I know is that if everything that I thought was true before I started watching Gojvaj is that the whole idea that a human being, as we know it, Homo sapiens, evolved from chimpanzees and monkeys is completely backwards, dumb, and stupid. That we are actually.
However, there is always a smidgen of truth in their stories. So what I'm proposing is, again, just a theory, that if there was a smidgen of truth in that, then maybe the visitors, which then did change our genetics, was the Bam Bam Stone. Maybe, I don't know.
And here's where it gets different. Imagine if everything that we've learned from these ancient theologies, ancient myths weren't from this crater, that we're not actually from this
from
crater.
A different crater.
So what they're talking about, maybe Atlantis wasn't the first crater, maybe Lemur wasn't the first crater.
Look at the Godvaj's videos. He breaks down the other planets and says the other planets are other craters.
Every esoteric discipline says that we didn't come from here. We came from.
But Lance,
Sirius.
Think about it. You've got our flat Earth crater, okay, and then
flat Earth crater on larger Earth.
No, you've got crater on the larger Earth.
Our
realm within the crater on the larger Earth. You've then got the multiple planets around that we know of. Saturn,
which are other
Uranus.
craters.
Yeah, in other craters on the larger Earth,
which they reckon are within hundreds of thousands of
kilometers. What is the larger Earth in?
Would that
is that actual space, true space?
Well, if Gojvaj is true, right, with his
do you know what I mean? True space.
That everything that we look at, all the heavenly bodies are a projection in the plasma. His theory says that we are on a larger planet.
Okay, so what's the other side of the plasma?
Well, we would have to guess that would actually
Is
be
that space? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that
But-
true space?
Well, if that is, and the Earth is 1,000 times bigger than we think it is, then all of our perspective are off. So everything that we perceive would be nowhere near up there. So we wouldn't know anyway.
So we wouldn't know. So it's too
All I know is, right, the whole idea of flat Earth, that we're on a motionless plane and we're the center of the universe, sounds so preposterous to me that I can't get with that. The idea that NASA is real and everything they've told us, I can't get with that
That's
either.
horseshit.
I know that the universe is not a physical thing. So if we're going to talk about the realm, Gojvaj's thing comes closest. Let's go back.
That's it.
Anyway, we always
Hit that shit. Hit that shit.
that shit. Everyone's still here.
I have made a ladder of this
Sorry.
center because I suspect this is Jacob's ladder. So the question would be
Jacob's
in
ladder
this
through the
system,
eye of Ra.
If you have an upper
Is that a metaphor for Jack and the Beanstalk?
Yes, Jacob's ladder.
No
Jack and the Beanstalk.
fucking way.
No, wait.
Is that Jack and the Beanstalk?
Oh shit, what's going on here?
So when you end creating, and these, of course, when we sleep, this is Jacob's ladder.
Jacob's ladder. Jack and the
So
Beanstalk.
the question would be: in this
Hercules
system,
towers whacking
if
the
you
bow.
have
Pillars.
an
It's all the
upper
same
world,
shit.
There would also be
Symbolism.
Mate, Gojvaj.
It's all symbolism.
Wait. Let me just say, right, Gojvaj is like Lord Schwab. He
That's
will,
it. Yeah, he
will
is, yeah.
combine your flat Earth, your globe Earth, your physical
He'll
reality,
consolidate that shit.
your physical harmonious projection, simulated reality, all into one. Listen to Gojvaj, please. I'm glad you're still with us.
Is this
right
the
above.
place where we go when we sleep or when we die? Top view of this is two counter-rotating squares, and these
This is
of
mental.
course, are creating the rings.
There is no
of
way. There are so many.
Atlantis.
So listen, he's saying that's the rings of Atlantis.
There
That's
is no
it.
way there are so many ancient maps that look like this, with this crazy, ludicrous flat Earth with hardly any sea, for this not to be real. Are we so ignorant to think that these people back then had no idea? I don't think so, mate. No,
This is the ground
mate. This new way of presenting it is fucking things up.
creators of Atlantis.
Yeah, Atlantis. I would just stop it.
Now we can take a look at the consequences of this energetic system on the bigger Earth. Because this system is creating an energetic field around
Here we
it.
go. This is where it goes deep.
A circular one, a ball. So this would be the dome. But when you take a look at the underground, you have a second one. This, of course, would connect to the hollow Earth theory. So when you
So, if you thought hollow Earth or inner Earth theory was implausible, imagine if the Earth was 1,000 times bigger and a tiny little pocket of the inner Earth could be a massive realm. Much more plausible.
Hence Admiral Byrd's theory.
of course, you
Or
will
not
wait,
theory,
wait,
Admiral
right.
Byrd's account.
Robert Thane has just said, right? Why does everything spin around? The reason it spins around is because this guy's theory says that throughout the Earth, where they put monuments, obelisks, and pyramids, you create an energetic field.
Yeah, that's it.
And that energetic field, if you create a counter-rotational system, creates a torus.
Or a firmament.
Or a firmament,
plasma
an
screen.
energy field, basically. This is what this guy's saying. It's super deep.
of moon and sun reflected onto the firmament.
Exactly, yeah.
So every time our little
No one's at that level yet.
scientists use their little scientific tools, they end up on a little blue ball. How is that possible? Well, now you know why. They are measuring the force field around this counter-rotating system.
It's magnetism.
And
This
no,
is
we
mind-blowing.
are not flying in space. we are grounded in the bigger Earth. So next time you measure the Schumann resonance,
He's right, isn't he? Mate, he really is
don't
right.
call it
I wouldn't
Mother
fucking show it my show if
Earth.
this guy was not right. This dude is right.
He's the only one.
Besides,
That's why everyone's trying to
what's
do
in a
that.
name?
Still my work's not known.
The ISIS human
Way
Schumann
way above,
resonance.
way above.
But Houston, we have a problem now. Because one part of the crater is cold.
He's on 32 videos.
We all know that blue is cold and red.
Yeah. Right, Andy just pointed something out to me, and I'll just point something out too. This guy has only made like 32 videos. How many? We made like over 100 videos.
Yeah. This is like 32 videos on the same subject, right? And they're all like 30 minutes long. So that's like what, fucking 15 hours documentary. Okay, this guy's not full of shit.
No. This guy's deep. So again,
and this guy didn't rip off anyone's work.
No. FPV Angels chatting shit. He's not ripped off anyone's work. He has conglomerated a lifetime of work from 1,000 researchers to come up with this. This
is what he's saying. Yin Yang is here.
Mate,
basically,
this map is from what, 1250. This is an ancient Islamic map from one of the highest Islamic scholars of the time. This shows apparently a whole crater before half of it was frozen. I'm just giving you guys a recap. This is next level shit. Like, I don't know if this is true, but this makes sense. This ties a lot of things together.
It's hot. So let's do an experiment with our crater.
Now he talks about a pole shift.
Take the Solomon system and flip it horizontally. Now the blue tip of the Osiris pyramid is creating Antarctica. And the red tip of the ice.
I know it stops it, but I'm going to put this comment from Meili Montblanc. You guys in the comment section kill it every time.
Mate, this is sick.
Some of you are
Really
watching
good
something.
comment. Really good
right,
comment.
I'm going to say something. This is the last of this guy's videos on a 30-step level indoctrination into his 32 level step. You're watching the last video, and you guys are asking amazing questions. Lightning comes from the ground up.
Yes, it does.
We're talking about an energetic, magnetic system, right? Deep questions, rise above. This is what it's all about.
This pyramid is creating the
We all know they like
continents.
to invert everything.
With in the middle
Everything
a cold
inverted.
front, Greenland. I realize now I have created a polar shift. Take a look again
Sorry.
at the land masses. Slow down the pyramids. It looks like this rotation is creating the V-shape of our crater. Now I realize this could have something to do with the mud flood. Remember the principle of the
Right, so for anyone that's been checking out John Levi and this mud flood idea, this guy is about to use this positive negative charge idea in our circular crater, and the energetic system which he proposes has been put in place by this parasitic entity building monolithic structures to create a counter-rotational Solomon star rotating juice system. Yeah, I've got this right so far.
That's it.
And he's about to explain how John Levy's mud flood would happen if you have a pole shift. Hold on.
galvanic cell. You have a negative blue pole and a positive red pole. Energy
This is the blue pill and the red pill.
From the
Innit?
negative
That's it.
to the positive. For this example, I have simplified this Solomon system. I have removed the tips of the pyramids, so that leaves only the squares. So all the energy is going from the blue square to the red square. This means now you have a constant energy flow from bottom to top. You can now create buildings that harvest the energy.
Here we are, right? This explains it, right? This explains why things like the Tower of Babel, monolithic structures like the pyramids were built, Stonehenge, on certain points of the earth to create this counter
On
rotation.
all the meridian lines.
The meridian lines, the ley lines, the dragon lines. Yeah, we're bringing it together. This is Rise Above, baby. Friday night.
It's my suspicion that the 7 wonders of the world were doing that. To simplify the story, you could call this Tesla energy. At a certain moment in time, you suddenly have a polar shift. Your whole electrical system comes to a halt. Short-circuited. Complete destruction. Massive fires. Earthquakes. Mud floods.
Mud.
and
There's your mud
landslides.
flood.
Yeah, here we go. Right.
The reset.
So let me just address some of these comments. Once again, the Rise Above comment section is an absolute rabbit hole assault course. So Mila Lee, big up, you're quite new. I wish there were books to study on this crater theory, the esoteric synchronism. Can you listen, Mila Lee? The only people that we can recommend so far on
Is
this
Godvaj.
theory is Godvaj. And if you want to look at the historical side, you need to check out John Levi, which we'll put up in a second. John Levi or Levy, I will call him Levy. but
I'll
it's
call
probably-
him Levy,
It
yeah.
is Levi though, isn't it? Let's
I
face
think
it.
so, yeah.
Anyway, he literally goes to town on
The history.
the history,
And the narrative of the
history
history.
lies. Whereas Godvaj really deals with like this sort of out there esoteric, energetic theorization.
And this is what I'm going to get to in a minute. Okay, so we're going to just let this play. But yeah, we got another rabbit hole for you guys in a minute.
Right. Sorry, it's going to be longer than 5 hours, isn't it?
The Solomon mixer is turning the other way now.
The Solomon mixer.
This
Tsunamis,
is the
yeah.
moment our continents were created.
So now that he's going to create our world as it is now. Check it out. This is our world. Look. So what he's saying is that whole crater, that whole bit there is Antarctica. This is what we think is Antarctica. Here is the Americas and Europe and Africa.
That's
yeah.
it.
So this is sort of like the flat Earth map, right? So this is a conglomerate theory, which we are currently fascinated with.
At this critical moment in time, in this power vacuum, the Vatican Vikings are seizing power.
This is where it gets really weird, because this guy talks about how everyone we think is who's who in history is essentially wrong. He thinks that
everyone's a Jew.
Well, he says that
The
word-
Vikings,
the
the Jews.
Jew means from the crater.
Yeah.
But there's something called the Ashkenazim, which are not from this crater, which are
Correct.
working for the parasitic force that's putting the rotating Solomon stars in place.
That's
yeah?
it.
Anyone that's just tuned in, they must think, God, these guys are super duper nuts. We are, trust me. Let's keep going. Godvaj.
To justify this takeover, they claim they have received this power from Jesus Christ himself. To obscure this little lie, they have to shove the papacy timeline into the Roman timeline, thereby adding 450 years into our history, inventing the crucifixion story of Jesus, and also creating the story of the persecution of the Christians during the Roman Empire.
This is it. Mate.
To hide this little lie, you have to invent lie after lie after lie. So now you know who puts us on a little blue ball. It's all about money, of course. Lots and lots of money. Well, you have the 1250 Hereford map. When you remove 450 years, that brings you to the year 800, the crowning of Charlemagne, founder of the Holy Roman Empire. Add 450 years and it brings you to the Industrial Revolution. Remember, you are in a Tesla energy-based society. you have a big cataclysm, so then you would have to restart your civilization.
Hence the reset.
Well,
Yeah.
to do that, you need an industrial revolution.
And what are we about?
The
to live
fourth
through?
industrial revolution,
What was that?
according to Lord Schwab.
Who is the architect? Who is the architect of the fourth industrial revolution? Last time I checked, it was Lord Schwab.
Lord Schwab.
Lord Schwab.
And
So
his
this,
Schwabian Saturnian Empire.
so big up all the resident Rise Above pieces of furniture, and big up our new listeners. In case you wonder why we're checking out this crazy guy called Glojvamas, it's because he's talking about a parasitic entity that has invaded our realm that we are arguing over it being a round ball or a flat plane, and they have been resetting history and lying to us. And maybe what's about to happen ain't the first reset.
So, which leads us on to
which will lead us on to John Levy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but in a
Because
minute.
you have to rethink your electrical systems. As I was making this video, I came to a new insight. It was not 1250 becoming 800. It is 1700 becoming 1250. The Hereford map itself has been predated. So now I understand how you can find 1700 buildings in the mud flood. Let me explain it.
Right. So if you got that, I need some feedback from you lot. Are you still enjoying this? Because like we are now into like 5 hours of the stream. This is deep bottom of the rabbit hole business, and you know, we can only see the comment section, which is 30 seconds out. Are you enjoying this deep Gojvaj rabbit hole? Because this is the end of his 35 like video like cacophony, and for anyone that's new, I hope you're following, because this stuff is deep. We're talking about a 400-year history reset, a parasitic entity taking over a crate. Yeah, all right, George, you're enjoying it. George, pick up all the new listeners. Anyone? Stupid poo head. Yeah, wicked. Okay, let's go. All right, sweet. Sorry, I'm just making sure everyone's enjoying Rise Above. What's going on?
Imagine the crater world until 1700s. This crater is filled with obelisks, ziggurats, pyramids, temples of Greek, Roman, Islamic, Gothic style, you name it. Then you have a flood. But some of these buildings, of course, are still standing. Then you have the Vatican Viking takeover, and 1700 becomes 1250. But now you have two time periods called 1250 to 1700. So in 1700 you have a cataclysm. The whole world would be fleeing from this enormous disaster. The world and what is left over of it would be one refugee camp. 20 years later, you have these high quality buildings and paintings made by refugees? I don't think so. I think the Renaissance stands for the rebirth of a new timeline. The buildings and paintings, of course, are from the old timeline. My conclusion would be that buildings built before 1250 is pre-flood. Buildings from 1250 to 1700 could be both. From 1700 to now is after the flood. Is there any evidence of this major cataclysmic event in 1250? I would say yes.
So the Vikings rewind time to 1250. But they have a problem, of course, because in the Americas it's still 1700. This has to be corrected, of course. Let's take a look at the events of the Little Ice Age. 1250, the Atlantic pack ice began to grow. 1300, warm summers stopped being dependable in Northern Europe. 1315, the rains and the Great Famine. 1550, beginning of the worldwide glacial expansion. 1650, the first climatic minimum. In 1492, Columbus discovers America. Seems like the Indians weren't afraid of a little cold. In the middle of those cataclysmic weather events, Columbus is looking for a new sailing route. Let's take a look at the temperature curves. 1250, start of the Little Ice Age. 1492, Columbus supposedly discovers the Americas.
Honestly, FPV Angels
1600 to
bumper cut, mate.
1700,
This is
the
not his
Dutch
idea.
Golden Age, and 1700, start
Especially
of
on
the
the fucking
Industrial
rendering.
Revolution. You might ask yourself,
Jealousy.
why did I take the
Pure
Dutch
envy.
Golden Age as an example? There are hundreds of paintings of Dutch masters depicting the extreme winter weather. Also a Flemish master, Bruegel.
Loads of
This
creators.
confirms we are talking real history here.
You can't put a comment up because it stops the fucking thing.
I think that Columbus is a little blue ball hoax.
What have I done?
Well,
Yeah,
you might
Columbus,
say,
just
what about
information.
the conquistadors and the pyramid building Indians? I think this is pre-flood history. These Indians are new time history, after the flood. Take a look again at the date 1550, beginning of worldwide glacial expansion. At exact the same time, the Dutch Golden Age is starting. What is happening here? Take the world map and put in some additional ice. Now a boat from Holland can follow the ice and end up in New York. And when you're hungry, you can always stop along the coast and eat an ice bear. I think
ice bear.
there was no discovery of the Americas. It was an organic, natural process. The ice had provided a new trade route. Refugees from America were now trading with refugees from Europe. But when happened the time reset in the Americas? Well, I'm not sure. I would say follow the cross.
Pause it there.
Double.
So that's enough of that for a little bit.
Yeah, because if anyone's not quite following what Godvaj is talking about, it gets quite deep. He's talking about Vatican Vikings and everyone in history not being who they thought we were, and it's super deep, right? And I hope anyone that was, because I saw some comments, people were saying I need to see how this relates to the mud flood, and I hope he explained it there, because like I really think he sort of expanded on Leviism, hadn't he?
100%.
Yeah, he's actually like proper put it into like
He talks about like what's after
and what was before.
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay. So should we just get a little bit of John Levy up?
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, he won't mind.
Right? No. Listen, Godvaj is on board. John Levy loves it too. Can you just Jamie that?
Absolutely.
So for anyone,
Andy, check your WhatsApp.
Magic, you still there? Hang tight, everyone that's in the comment. But the levee was dry. Rob says the levee was dry. John Levy's never dry. What's the WhatsApp saying? Hang tight, everyone that's sending us messages. Magic's. We left the mics on. Proper. Oh no! I just went out to the toilet. What are you talking about, you bumble? Right. Okay. So we are talking about. Oh, there he is. Look, he started appearing on the camera. John Levy's got a little £20 plastic microphone. It sounds so crusty, but it's Levi, isn't it? It's Levi. I can barely read your WhatsApp for you through this cracked screen. Shut up.
I don't know which one to put on here on the.
So what?
John Levy. What we
Oh,
want
no,
is
these
like,
are people making videos about John Levy. Click on the channel.
what we want is John Levy's like mud
He's
flood.
got 91,000 subscribers.
Let's
I
go-
remember when he had like 10,000.
No, man's like he's
Mate,
busy.
Okay, so
So we want to go like mud flood.
yeah,
Yeah, we
but
talk about reset.
one of his recent ones.
Tartarian mud flood reset.
Yeah, that'll do. So this is how everyone first learnt about this like reset Tartarian mud flood theory. Yeah. Do you want some red wine? Oh, mate. Sometimes I like red wine, sometimes I don't.
What really matters? Welcome. And
Welcome.
Today, that's exactly what I wanted to talk
Well,
about.
welcome to the Witching Hour in Rise Above, where we talk about the mud flood, John Levy, Gorgevag, and Tartarian.
What does really matter?
Who's Sleeping Warrior?
We
Woke realist.
touch on a lot of different topics on all these different channels, all mostly based on the past and what happened in our past, what happened to the past civilization, why weren't we told about it, and is the past going to repeat itself, and when? So many different angles and clues.
There is nothing I like better, late on a Friday night, sipping red wine and watching John Levy talk about the Tartarian mud flood reset. I don't know about you guys, but what else do you do in your lockdown time? Someone earlier on said, "Yeah, we could be watching celebrity something and Netflix. This is gay." I was like, "Yeah, we could be," but I'm sure they're a bit. Do you remember The Thing? Who's it? Nick Lannister. I remember The Thing. What a sick film.
The old school movie, The Thing.
John Carpenter.
Yeah.
Have you seen
That's like well retro.
the new one? Yeah. Have you seen the new one?
No.
Right, the new one that came out within the last 5-6 years is actually dope. Do you know why? Because it is actually a prequel that started directly before the old thing. You remember the old thing? It starts off in the helicopter and they're following a dog in the Arctic that's running from one installation to another.
That's right.
Well, the new one starts with where that dog is running from, where they actually dug up the thing out of the snow. And it references the old film, even with some scenes in it. And
So again, this could be like symbolism for a reset to another reset.
Well, it's definitely got something. It's something about digging up an organism that's been there for a very long time.
The APEP system,
which could potentially end humanity. So yeah, resets, cyclical systems of time and energy, about our greater realm. Everyone's just typing numbers into the comment section now. Everyone's just doing like esoteric magic. Do you know what the crazy thing is, right?
gematria.
Do you remember a couple of streams ago we had a learned person in the comment section? I think it was Sam Carno or someone that said learn about the 369 angelic
That's
Tesla
right,
numbers.
that's right.
And apparently how 369 are numbers of manifestation, as we've always learned through Crowley and Magic says that 666.
This could be something to do with this system.
Well,
then.
what Godfad says is that if you look at our realm and our energetic field on a geometric viewpoint, the natural numbers of our natural vibration are actually 1. Let me get this right. 2, 5, 7. Right, and the numbers that it's not are 3, 6, and 9.
That's it.
Godfad actually says that the numbers of 3, 6, and 9 represents the Solomon star, the star of Sephirim, the seal of Solomon, the Rothschild star. We all know the symbol that we're talking about, the most powerful symbol in the universe, the upside down and the downside up pyramid, as above, so below. What Godfad says is that represents the numbers 3, 6, and 9, which geometrically it does. And he says that is not natural to our realm, and that's actually been introduced. And that's how you create that Solomon mixer that he talks
The
about.
counter-rotating system.
So let's think about it. What does Aleister Crowley say? He says that 666 is the number of the beast, which is the number of manifestation. And that was the number. That's why you see that Solomon star. It represents 369. All of my esoteric teachings over the years have told me that is the most powerful magical symbol in the universe.
The triangle.
And the most ancient natural symbol of, what's the word? Holistic naturality is actually the swastika.
Occult knowledge.
It's the swastika.
Yeah.
That's what I've always come to learn.
Geometrically.
So that symbol of the cross, the swastika, yeah, as we've come to have it misappropriated with the Third Reich, but we all know about the Eastern swastika, which is the oldest religious symbol of all time.
What it's supposed to be.
Yeah. So my understanding is the symbol of the natural frequency of the earth is actually represented by the swastika.
That's right.
And the frequency of the parasite is actually represented by the downside up and the upside down pyramid, which is the seal of Solomon, the
inverted pentagram.
The inverted pentagram, what is known by misinterpreters and gatekeepers and liars as the Star of David.
That's it.
But it's not.
No.
Solomon's seal, Star of Sephirim. George says, wow. Is that wow to a comment or wow what we're talking about? Because in case you haven't noticed, sometimes me and Andy waffle on and people in the comment section are just rabbit holing themselves.
Yeah, look, we
sometimes I see a comment in the comment section. I was like, wow, what's he talking about? Is that what we said? And it's like, because you guys are on like a 20-second delay, but it's not what we said. It's what you guys are saying to each other. This is why Rise Above is so deep. And this is why, guys, I cannot stress it enough. I'm going to show you once again. If you enjoy not just like watching our stream and hearing what I start talking about, the comment section and the dope things that go in the comment section, if you want to have that experience 24/7,
Telegram, get on Telegram.
If you are sick of stupid covert messaging services which are about to censor what you say, like WhatsApp, if you are sick of stupid covert social media platforms like Facebook, like Twitter, like Instagram, which ban you for telling the truth or just saying what you think, fuck them. Just get onto Telegram. It's not just a messaging app. I've got a channel. Everyone's got a channel on there. I'm putting all of my content on there. We've got a chat room, which is just like this comment section, where it's all us lot saying whatever we want, sharing information. It's sick. Like, all I'm going to say is the Instagram chat room for Rise Above is essentially the green room for our Friday night show.
100%.
It's a week-long green room. You've seen it in
Literally,
there.
yeah.
All of the regulars are in there. Larry Gallus, Chop the Dog, Bazza, everyone's in there sharing links. I'm sharing my stuff in there, and I'm sharing all the stuff in there that I can't put on YouTube. I can't put on Facebook. Little short clips. When I see something, I'll post a little video about it. It goes in Telegram. Get on the Telegram. Well, let me just Rise Above chat. Yeah, down here. That's where it is. Telegram. Done though. Right, so we'll go back to John Levy.
And we could consider Tartaria. Tartaria, shown on so many different maps from the past, and always leaving us to consider, were these respected map makers such as Ortelius and Mercator simply madmen?
That looks like a portion of the
along
Godge
with
Fad map.
countless
Literally.
others,
There's hardly any sea.
depicting this nation or empire or simply people of Tartaria. And whether one is to believe that this people ruled all throughout.
What I'm going to suggest here is like all these maps he's shown here, these are potentially a portion, like maybe a quarter, maybe less of that big round map.
He says, imagine what we've been taught being 1,000 times bigger.
Yeah, but 1,000 times bigger. But at the end of the day, we're only ever talking about our crater, yeah? Can't find your Telegram.
Clara, you can't find your Telegram. So what?
Right,
you can't
okay.
find the
Hold
app?
on. I've got wait a second.
Yeah, let's get it up, Lance.
Wait a second, peeps. Look, I've got, you know, you can even have Telegram on your computer like this. One sec. Rise Above. Here it is. Rise Above chat. Where's Rise Above? There it is. Right. And then if I share it, don't know. All right, I'll do that in a sec. Let me get back to this. It's Rise Above Official. We've got the little banner down here. Rise Above Official, all one word.
On Telegram.
T.me/Rise Above Official. Once you find it, you'll find all of us lot there. You can message us individually. That's it. At Rise Above Official. Done though. Get on Telegram. It's so much better because guess what? From the 8th of February, WhatsApp is the same as Facebook.
No, it's the 20th of January, no?
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
20th of January.
What a coincidence, yeah. So yeah, if you say something naughty on WhatsApp, you can get flagged up and banned.
This realm, or just select to the regions of Central Asia, moving west, north, and east. The idea that we were never taught of these people,
Tartar
and
sauce is
that they
dope.
seem to have been erased from our history, is enough reason to say that these people in this part of the puzzle matters. Who were these people? How did they live? And why is this knowledge being kept from us? Now, I'm sure by now many of you have seen the CIA document talking about this exact subject, the erasing of Tartaria in history, and not actually done by the CIA, but the CIA simply having commentary on the subject in a memo that I believe was now declassified, and many question the authenticity of this document, but nonetheless, very interesting. And what about the reset? Does the reset really matter? And what is the reset? The reset is an idea that we have clues of past and much more magnificent civilizations than our own existing as little as 200 to 400 years ago, based on the architecture and layouts of our cities and forts, which in past times were called.
Do you know what? John Levi Levy is a badass. Guys, we've already shared the link for him. We feel absolutely schwabbed. We've had a 5-hour stream.
5.5.
5.5. This stream has been absolutely fucking awesome. I've enjoyed every second of it. So, guys, let me just remind you before we wrap it up in a minute, right? Get onto Telegram, yeah? Download Telegram at Rise Above Official. At Rise Above Official. Once you subscribe to that channel, you can get in the chat room. You will see all of us on there. You can add us individually. It's about getting off the other stations. Oh, look, I've got Rise Above chat coming up now. People are
There we
joining.
go,
How many
boom.
have we got? Let's have a look. One sec. Earlier on, we had 124. Rise Above now. 127. I only started it yesterday. That's sick. Everyone join Rise Above Official.
Get on there, guys, on Telegram.
Right. If that station goes sour, we'll move to the next one, yeah? But it's about moving. And Chop the Dog, yes, it is real. When WhatsApp unleash the next rule, it's the same as Twitter. It's the same as Facebook. You say something you don't like, they'll flag you up. You'll get a strike, you'll get a warning, you'll get deplatformed, and it's cross-platform. So we need to leave them. We need to say bye-bye. Yeah, everyone's in there. Right. Please, everyone get onto Instagram right now. If you want to continue seeing my forbidden material, the forbidden videos.
On Instagram, on Telegram.
No, sorry, in Telegram. Right, you need to get onto BitChute. Get onto BitChute, get onto brand YouTube. One sec. Sorry, it's been a 5-hour
So
stream. mate.
BitChute, brand YouTube, Telegram, guys.
Right.
Not Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram.
No Instagram, no Facebook, no Twitter. Get onto Telegram, get onto BitChute, get onto brand YouTube. Double LMC on brand YouTube. Double LMC on BitChute, all one word. And on Telegram, it's Rise Above Official, at Rise Above Official. Right, that's it. We're going to wrap it up. 5 minutes and then we're finished. So, what do we do at the end of the show? We open up the floor to say, is there anything we haven't fucking talked about now? Anything?
I've got a couple of things, but we're going to do that next week.
Yeah, we'll save that for next week. Big up Magic, spoken word nerds. Sorry you couldn't speak for all of
I reckon we need to sign off for the guys.
Yeah, we do. Right, let's finish it with what have we got? A little video maybe?
Yeah, smash something out.
Oh, Magix, do you want to say something?
It's been a good one in the chat tonight. Shout
Mate,
out.
it's been awesome, mate. Oh, sorry, he disappeared now. So big up everybody in the chat room, everyone that's new, everyone that's original Rise Above family. Thank you very much. We will be back next week. Next week we are on the new station. Let me give it to you. One sec. The new station is Rise Above Live on YouTube until we find a new platform. Here it is. Next week, Rise Above Live, and I'm gonna have the super duper fast 500 mega pizzas a second Branson internet. See you guys next week, and we'll have a tune.
Rise Above.
Rise Above. One sec. I feel absolutely schwabbed. One whole bottle of Koviet champagne.
And a load of Schwab dust.
Let's do it. Yeah, some nanotech. Right, let's go.
So we move in the shadow and attempt to evade. We move in the shadow. We move in the shadow and attempt to evade. The all-seeing eye will see. So it seems like they turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means will meet for the blender. Away from your breathless dream, unconsciously rendered. You surrender the ways and means to fight and combat. A killer vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination to bomb that. The lax ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother, so just tell me what you want that. So we're out these rings to push the extremes. Tired of blood flowing in streams and the fire in scuds with luminous streams. Clouds in the sky, no cumulus. I'm serious, far from humorous. Your biopsy results in tumorous. Outlook is dubious. The bad news starts when you exit the uterus. Do we really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you're stood on the edge of the precipice, you can't look back and reminisce. It's too late now, you should have took heed and note of subliminal messages. Looked in the cracks and the crevices. Use your brain to identify blatant menaces. Blinded by Babylon's benefits, denying the Amazon's evidence. Too ready to consume the remedy dispensed to you by your enemies. You be moving in the shadows in attempt to evade. You be moving in the shadows, so all seeing eye.
Now, just give you a taster. Now, I've done hundreds of hours of research. I've done hundreds of hours of research. If you want to know more, if you want to know my YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, LMC, and the show is called Rise Above. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Resist their legion. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the top, I'm steaming. Forever seems psychotically reading, documenting, knowing and scheming. Their illogical teaching, leaving yearning for my topical creation. Leading back the layers of perception, through a track, untrue directions. Peer through cracks in perception, say my prayers, then face my reflection. Knowledge of self and power of mind, intellectual wealth, powers of mind. Come up the hour, gives these powers upon
The world is a wonderful place with lots of things to see and lots of things to touch and lots of things to smell and lots of things to taste. But there are some things that can make you sick, called poison.
Oh my, not a full-on danger alert, but there does appear to be an
is never derailed by leaf nor rain. Relentless on a long campaign. Darts of fire with a pinpoint aim. My METHOD of delivery to bring you the pain. Poison darts straight to the heart, and this shouldn't gonna tear them apart.